Chapter 678. On the flying boat, Guhai could no longer see Mosquito Dowrin and Luya. They had safely evacuated. However, for some reason, Guhai had a bad feeling. Leader, that Mosquito Dowrin helped us to stop Luya. However, it will only be for a while. What if they come back later? Ao Shun asked worriedly. You can't run away. Luya will be here soon. Yihua glared at them. Guhai suddenly took out a blue pearl. This is... Ao Shun exclaimed. Concealment pearl? How is that possible? Didn't you return it to Mosquito Dowrin? Why did you steal it back? Yihua exclaimed. Previously, Guhai had indeed crushed the concealment pearl when he hid it in his sleeve. However, he used the heaven-mending power to repair the broken pieces. One concealment pearl instantly turned into several. Guhai gave Ao Shun one and asked him to guard Yihua, Yanhua, and the chameleon monster. He asked them to stay within 10 feet of the concealment pearl. Leader, why do you have? Ao Shun exclaimed. I have many treasures. I just didn't know how to use them before. Guhai said calmly. Ao Shun paused. Could it be that the leader had a concealment pearl before, but didn't know how to use it? But that shouldn't be the case. Ao Shun couldn't figure it out. However, Guhai had already walked to the other side of the deck. Ao Shun knew that Guhai wouldn't tell him. The flying boat quickly flew towards the direction the chameleon monster pointed at. On the other side, Mosquito Dowrin versus Luya. Although Luya could not kill Mosquito Dowrin, Luya's methods were not limited to the immortal slaying flying saber. The two of them were in a stalemate for a day and a night. All right, it's about time. Crown Prince Luya, I really have to thank you. Once you came, you made Guhai capricious for once. Mosquito Dowrin laughed loudly. Laughing loudly, he enveloped himself in millions of mosquitoes and flew into the distance. At this moment, Luya did not give chase. Mosquito Dowrin? Luya watched coldly as Mosquito Dowrin left. The two of them parted ways. However, Luya's face darkened. Guhai's aura is gone? The Mosquito Dowrin flew quickly and left Luya's line of sight, escaping into the forest. In the forest, Mosquito Dowrin sniffed. Guhai doesn't know how to hide. Where's the smell of his blood? It's gone? Mosquito Dowrin exclaimed in surprise. Mosquito Dowrin picked up his concealment bead and checked it. That's not right. The concealment bead was not swapped by Guhai. Why is Guhai's aura gone? Even the smell of Ao Shun and the rest blood is gone. Strange. Mosquito Dowrin's expression changed. After thinking for a long time, Mosquito Dowrin came to a conclusion. Perhaps Guhai is powerful and has the ability to conceal himself. Damn, if you have the ability to conceal yourself, why are you pretending to be a delicate girl and tricking Luya again? Is this trick always effective? Mosquito Dowrin looked depressed. Indeed, with strength, one can be capricious. I'd better think of a way to get the Chaos Essence Bead first. After the first thing is done, I still have to promise Guhai 2 things. I hope it's the same as this time. It's a trivial matter. Mosquito Dowrin was in a good mood. Guhai's matter was indeed simple. After 3 times, Guhai would help him obtain the 15th Dharma treasure and exchange it for the 16th Chaos Essence Bead. Even if he could not find the 15th Dharma treasure, he would still give him the Chaos Essence Bead after 56 years. That's great. Mosquito Dowrin stepped forward and flew towards the north. Guhai said to meet at the place where they first met. He just had to wait for him at the limitless celestial capital. Mosquito Dowrin flew away excitedly. Luya searched for a long time, but could not find Guhai's aura. His expression was gloomy, but he slowly landed on a mountain peak. Boom! He raised his hand, and a saber light appeared. The mountain peak was cut off, revealing a huge balcony. Luya extended his hand and took out a bunch of flags that were drawn with runes. They filled the balcony and seemed to form a camp. In the middle of the camp, there was an altar. On the altar, Luya used grass to form a straw figurine. He erected the straw figurine in the middle of the altar. There was a piece of yellow paper pasted on the straw figurine. On the yellow paper, Luya used cinnabar to write the words Guhai. Instead, the The straw figurine represented Gu Hai. There was a green lamp above the straw figurine's head and another at its feet. The burning of the green lamp was rather strange. Luya looked at the straw figurine with Gu Hai's name on it and revealed a cold smile. Gu Hai, I'll see how you run. Let's see how you escape from my grasp. Humph. Do you think I can't deal with you just because you hid your aura and I can't find you? I've said before, if you don't come looking for me, you will definitely die. As he spoke, Luya took out a talisman book and burned it. Solemnly, Luya suddenly kowtowed to Gu Hai's straw figurine. 1 kowtow, 2 kowtows, 3 kowtows. After kowtowing to the straw figurine 3 times, Luya stood at the side and revealed a cold smile. With this demonic art of mine, I kowtow 3 times a day. After 21 days, if you don't return, your soul will be scattered by my kowtows. Let's see how long your 3 souls and 7 spirits can last. A cold light flashed in Luya's eyes, but he sat cross-legged at the side. He waited for the next kowtow. Using the demonic art, he wanted to scatter Gu Hai's 3 souls and 7 spirits. A few days later, Dian Dynasty, outside Shinong City, in a small town nearby. At this moment, in the small town, thick fog was rolling, isolating the inside from the outside. At the end of the main street of the small town, a woman covered in blood was playing something nonstop. In the small town, countless civilians had already fainted. At the other end of the main street, including the top of the shops, there were close to 100 white-robed men standing. Among them, there were quite a few who had a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on their chests. At this moment, they were looking coldly at the white-robed woman sitting at the end of the street. The leader was Xuanan of the Taishang sect. At this moment, he was looking coldly at the woman whose legs had been pierced. Zhang Yulian, you are really naive. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. Ha ha. Xuanan looked coldly at the woman who was covered in blood. The woman was not an outsider. She was the former leader of the Taishang sect, Taishang. However, at this moment, she was forced into such a sorry state by a group of Taishang sect disciples. Zhang Yulian looked coldly at Xuanan. Xuanan, you dare to violate the rules of the Taishang sect. Violate what? Xuanan sneered. The Taishang sect's distress signal is not allowed to be released unless it is a major disaster. You actually released the distress signal and lured me here. Zhang Yulian glared at him. Ha ha ha. That's why I said you were stupid. You have already escaped. Why are you still thinking about saving the Taishang sect disciples? I thought I would find you when Gu Hai left. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Don't blame me. Come back with me immediately. Xuanan said coldly. Xuandu can't wait? You want me to pass on my position again? Ha 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 ha. Dream on. When my cultivation returns, it will be time for him to admit his guilt. Zhang Yulian said coldly. 5 nascent soul realm? Not bad. Your cultivation is increasing. Unfortunately, it is too late. You are still far from it. Xuandu eldest senior brother deserves to be the Taishang sect. You are not qualified. Xuanan said coldly. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yulian sat on the ground and played the guqin. The Taishang sect's sound of longevity? You want us to fall asleep? Just like the people in this small town? Oh, do you think we are not prepared? We are all disciples of the Taishang sect. How can we not know about the Taishang sect's sound of longevity? You're already at the end of the road. Don't bother. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai. He broke your Taoist heart. Xuanan said coldly. No, I understand. Gu Hai didn't break my Taoist heart. He perfected it. The Taishang sect in the past was wrong. I'm the most correct one. As long as I have time, I will let the Taishang sect replace the Tongtian sect master's line and reclaim the Wanshou Taoism. You bastards, I should have destroyed you long ago. Zhang Yulian said with grief and indignation. Do you think I will believe you? Xuanan said coldly. The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect all looked cold. But Zhang Yulian, you have a good tripod body. There is tripod body, right? You're a good tripod body. When I take you back and let eldest senior brother inherit the Taishang sect, I will ask eldest senior brother to let you be my tripod body. Ha ha ha, it is not bad. The Taishang sect in the past was pleasuring me under my crotch. What a wonderful thing. Xuanan said with a lecherous expression. Presumptuous. Zhang Yulian glared at Xuanan. Presumptuous? I am presumptuous. So what? Humph, no one can save you today. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, then surrender. Xuanan sneered. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Xuanan, I was wrong about you. I should not have saved you back then. Zhang Yulian said with a ferocious expression. Do I need you to save me? Attack! Xuanan shouted. Yes. The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian plucked the strings with her fingers. In an instant, a large amount of sword qi shot out from the strings and rushed towards the surrounding people. Taishang's sword qi technique? It is useless. We have so many people, and you're only in the 5 nascent soul realm. How long can you play? Attack! Xuanan shouted. Boom! The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately broke through the sword qi with their swords and knives and rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Xuanan took the lead and reached the front. Looking at Zhang Yulian's exquisite face, Xuanan revealed a lecherous smile. Zhang Yulian, haha, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhang Yulian looked at Xuanan, rushing toward her. All her methods were useless. For a moment, she was disheartened. Even if I self-destruct my nascent soul, I will not let you succeed. Zhang Yulian said with a glare. What? Stop. Xuanan's expression changed. Zhang Yulian's aura erupted as though she was about to self-destruct. However, just before she self-destructed, for some reason, Zhang Yulian suddenly recalled the scene of the yin and yang merging in the human Tao mystic realm. That man suddenly appeared in her mind. Zhang Yulian revealed a sad and bitter smile. Without hesitation, she was about to self-destruct. Boom! At this moment, a flying boat suddenly rushed into the street and sent countless disciples of the Taishang sect flying. Who is it? Xuanan's expression changed as he turned his head. What greeted him was a huge palm. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, Xuanan was instantly sent flying. Poof! Xuanan spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The disciples of the Taishang sect were also sent flying towards the surrounding buildings by the sudden large number of fists. Rumble! Countless restaurants on the street collapsed instantly. The flying boat slowly stopped not far from Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's crisis was resolved. The self-destruction of her nascent soul also stopped. She opened her mouth and stared at the deck of the flying boat in shock. The only man who had jumped out of her mind before she died was standing there. Guhai! Xuanan suddenly exclaimed as he crawled out of the crater while spitting out blood. Chapter 679. In the nick of time, Guhai's flying boat arrived. Guhai! Xuanan, who was vomiting blood, crawled out of the hole and suddenly exclaimed. On the deck, Guhai stared at Xuanan. You know me? Why are you here? Why are you here? Xuanan exclaimed. The last time he was almost killed by Guhai was still vivid in his mind. Xuanan feared and hated Guhai. Every time he met Guhai, nothing good would come out of it. Why was he here? Suddenly, Xuanan saw the chameleon monster beside Guhai. Evil creature, it's you, Xuanan exclaimed. Elder, I'm innocent. The chameleon monster said in horror. Guhai, however, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Yulian, who was sitting cross-legged. Taishang, long time no see. It seems that you didn't make them feel grateful when you kindly saved them. Guhai looked at Zhang Yulian and said. Zhang Yulian's eyes were cold again. Humph, Guhai, you still dare to appear in front of me. You have a grudge, but let's talk about it later. Let me deal with this group of ungrateful people first. Guhai said indifferently. While speaking, Guhai waved his hand lightly. Yes, Ao Shun answered. Boom! Ao Shun rushed out and rushed toward the group of Taishang disciples. Not good, run. Help! No! The expressions of the Taishang disciples changed. They hurriedly fled in all directions. The moment they saw Guhai, they knew that they were in trouble. Last time, Guhai almost killed them. Now he was here again. Everyone knew that there was no turning back. They immediately fled. However, Ao Shun ultimately went to the heavenly palace. Even if he was not as good as Luya and Mosquito Dowrin, he was still in the heavenly palace. Under Gu Hai's order, he immediately turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of a Taishang sect disciple. Shing! Boom! The sword slashed down, and the disciple of the Taishang sect was immediately cut in half. His limbs were shattered, and he fell from the sky. No, it wasn't just one Taishang Dao disciple, but 8 Taishang Dao disciples in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the sky was filled with limbs and blood. The expressions of those who were fleeing immediately changed. Heavenly Palace? It really is the Heavenly Palace. Run! The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. Xuanan couldn't care less about the injuries he had suffered from A.O. Shun's palm strike. He quickly got up and fled into the distance. SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. Without the rumbling sky camp, A.O. Shun still had destructive combat power. Kill, 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 kill. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 disciples of the Taishang sect were all killed. Only 8 elders of the Taishang sect were fleeing in 8 directions. When they were far away, they instantly rushed into the forest. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh! In an instant, vines that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed straight into the forest, entangling the grand supreme path elders one by one. Oh no! No! Amid the screams, the 8 elders of the Taishang sect were immediately pulled out. SSSS. A.O. Shun flew past and instantly killed another one. There were 7 more to go. Wait! Zhang Yulian frowned as if she couldn't bear to see this happen. Help, Juzi! We were wrong. We were wrong. Juzi, I was forced to do this. Don't kill me. Please, Juzi, spare my life. Juzi! The 7 elders of the Middle Celestial Palace were begging for mercy and fear. Zhang Yulian wanted to speak, but Gu Hai sneered. Taishang, don't tell me you still want to save them? Saving them is harming others. Today's humiliation will only bring more humiliation to others in the future. Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, but she sighed slightly. Kill! A.O. Shun's body swayed. In an instant, another elder was killed. Gu Hai, Xuandu's eldest senior brother, will not let you go. Xuanan screamed in fear as he stood around the countless vines. You're saying that as long as I don't kill you, he will let bygones be bygones. Gu Hai sneered. Xuanan's face changed, but he didn't know what to say. On the other side, A.O. Shun killed another 2 disciples of the Taishang sect. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 left. A.O. Shun's eyes turned cold. He twisted his body and slashed at Xuanan. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Xuanan roared in fear. Become a ghost? We are not afraid of you as a human, so why should we be afraid of you as a ghost? A.O. Shun said coldly. He slashed at Xuanan as if he wanted to kill him instantly. Buzz! Suddenly, a breeze blew. In the breeze, there seemed to be a long sword. It instantly arrived in front of A.O. Shun. A.O. Shun's face darkened. Clang! A.O. Shun's long sword collided with the long sword. A.O. Shun took a step back and looked at the long sword in surprise. Did someone save Xuanan? A man in a green robe suddenly appeared in front of Xuanan. You have killed so many disciples of the Taishang sect. It should be enough. The man in the green robe said calmly. Heavenly Palace? Who are you? A.O. Shun's face darkened. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This man in the green robe seemed familiar. The man in the green robe saved Xuanan. Xuanan's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Sword Envoy Qing Feng, Sword Envoy Qing Feng, help. Help me. Help me. Sword Envoy Qing Feng is here. Sword Envoy Qing Feng is here. Help. Help. The other 3 elders of the Taishang sect who were still alive shouted in joy. Sword Envoy Qing Feng looked coldly at Xuanan, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at a mountain peak not far away. A young man in white stood at the peak of the mountain. He carried a bronze long sword on his back. He was young, but his eyes were cold and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus flower on this young man's forehead. It looked very strange. Young master. Sword Envoy Qing Feng looked respectfully at the young man in white. The young man in white coldly looked down. Young Master Azure Lotus? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Taishan, how have you been? The young man in white replied. After replying, the young man in white suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, long time no see. In just 10 short years, you have already reached the Heavenly Palace? Congratulations, the young man in white said with a faint smile. Ho! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Ho was a young expert who wandered the world. In order to seek the strongest sword Dao, he challenged everywhere. Back then, Gu Hai had exchanged pointers with him in Dragon Vein City. He was an expert of the 10,000 longevity sect Master Tongtian's lineage. It looks like you have not forgotten me, Ho said indifferently. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Me? I have been standing here for quite some time. It's just that their eyes were filled with desire, so they did not see me, Ho said indifferently. You have been here for a long time? Zhang Yulian said with a glare. Yes, Taishan's branch is in trouble, and Xuandu accused you of betraying the Wanshou Taoism. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate, so I asked you to come here. It seems that Xuandu's words are not reliable. You saw the Wanshou Taoism's distress signal and came to help immediately. You definitely did not betray the Wanshou Taoism, Ho said indifferently. So you've been watching all this while? Zhang Yulian said coldly. This is the internal affairs of the Taishan sect. I should not have interfered. I just need to investigate. However, these disciples of the Taishan sect were indeed ill-mannered, so I let Gu Hai kill them, Ho said indifferently. Xuanan and the others quivered. Ho had been here for a long time. Had he seen through their scheme? Oomph. Zhang Yulian snorted. Oh, you let me kill them, so why are you stopping me now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. They deserve to die, but I need to bring them back to report to the Tongtian sect master. It is better to leave one alive than a group of corpses. Ho said indifferently. Yes, I will go back with you. Young Master Qinglian, I will go with you. I will tell you everything when we get back. Xuanan shouted. Let me go back. Thank you, young Master Qinglian. The 4 elders cried out anxiously. Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian and turned to Ho. Report? I will leave you alive. However, these 4 people must die. Ao Shan, kill them. Gu Hai shouted. What? Xuanan's expression changed. How dare you? Sword Messenger Qing Feng's expression changed. However, Ao Shun did not care. In an instant, he slashed his sword at another Grand Supreme Dao Elder. How dare you? Boom! Ao Shun slashed at the Elder. The 4 elders were in 4 different directions, and Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Boom! Sword Messenger Qing Feng released countless sword energies around him, slashing at the vines. However, the vines seemed endless, and with Ao Shun attacking the entangled elders, Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Save me, young Master Qinglian, save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. At the peak of the mountain, Ho's white robe fluttered in the wind, but his expression didn't change. He didn't care about the battle between Ao Shun and Qing Feng. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shun took advantage of Qing Feng's lack of protection and killed 3 elders. Then, he rushed toward Xuanan. No, save me. Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me. I will give you all my treasures. Xuanan shouted. Boom! Qing Feng's sword collided with Ao Shun, but the 2 were evenly matched. Qing Feng couldn't protect the other 3 elders, so he was very angry. How could he let Ao Shun succeed? The 2 instantly started fighting. Good. Sword Messenger Qing Feng, kill him. Xuanan shouted with a ferocious expression. Swish! Suddenly, Xuanan was pulled toward Gu Hai by the vines. Xuanan's expression changed. Oh no! Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. However, Sword Messenger Qing Feng was pinned down by Ao Shun. Xuanan was severely injured by Ao Shun earlier, so how could he resist? In an instant, the entangled Xuanan was pulled in front of Gu Hai. Xuanan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword qi, which rushed toward Gu Hai. 5 cycles. Gu Hai stared and slashed with his life-killing saber. The purple light lit up the sky. No. Xian'an's desperate roar resounded in the air. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Xian, and the sword he spat out exploded. Bastard! Sword Messenger Qing Feng was furious. After colliding with Ao Shun, the two separated and stared at Gu Hai. Alas! Zhang Yulian sighed. On the other side, Ao Shun flew to Gu Hai's side in an instant. He looked warily at Bai on the mountain peak. Zhao had been watching quietly. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end. Gu Hai, did you kill Xuanan for Taishang? Are you appeased now? Bai said calmly. Thank you. Gu Hai looked at Bai and bowed slightly. Bai could have stopped him just now, and Gu Hai believed that Bai had the ability to do so. However, Bai didn't move. He didn't move from the beginning to the end. He had to accept this favor. This chameleon spirit should know everything. Just bring him back. Gu Hai pointed at the chameleon spirit at the side. These people deserve to die. They deserve to be killed. You need to report to the Tongtian sect. I'll leave him for you. At this moment, the chameleon monster was trembling in fear. All the elders of Taishang's sect were dead. Chapter 680. Shun glanced at the chameleon and nodded. Ao Shun waved his hand and removed the seal on the chameleon demon. Greetings, young Master Green Lotus. The chameleon demon immediately flew toward Chung. He didn't want to stay by Gu Hai's side for even a moment longer. Who knew when Gu Hai would kill him? Chung might blame him, but he was still a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. Kneel! Sword Envoy Qing Feng shouted coldly. The chameleon demon immediately knelt down. Chung glanced at the chameleon demon and said indifferently, Do you want to go back to Wanshou Taoism by yourself? Or do you want Qing Feng to escort you back? I will go back by myself. The chameleon demon was slightly stunned and immediately said in surprise. Chung pointed at the chameleon demon's forehead, but the chameleon demon didn't dare to resist. Wong! A green light shot into the chameleon demon's forehead, and a long sword mark suddenly appeared on the chameleon demon's forehead. This is the sword mark. It won't explode for a year, but after a year, it will explode and completely crush you. Chung said indifferently. Young Master Green Lotus, please spare me. The chameleon demon exclaimed. Go back by yourself and see the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master can help you undo it. Otherwise, you only have 1 year. If you go back too late, the Tongtian sect master will leave Wanshou Taoism. You can't blame anyone. Chung said indifferently. Yes, I will go now. The chameleon demon was frightened and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the chameleon demon shot into the distance and disappeared. Chung then looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, your lineage is in chaos now. Do you want to go back with me? I can guarantee that you will be fine. No need. I will go back by myself in the future. Zhang Yulian said coldly. Chung nodded. Then it's up to you. Chung turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, 10 days ago, I went to your boundless celestial capital. Oh, 10 days ago? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at you in surprise. 10 days? He could get here in 10 days? That's right. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate Taishang's lineage. I found out that Taishang wanted to find you. At that time, he didn't know you were in Farmer God City, so he went to the limitless celestial capital. Chung nodded. Oh, looking for me? Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. No wonder the chameleon demon had been hiding by his side, waiting for Zhang Yulian. He also knew that Zhang Yulian was looking for him. But why was Zhang Yulian looking for him? Kill me? Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian. 10 days ago, there was a great battle in the limitless celestial capital. I was lucky enough to see it. Your cloud beast and the 4 great sword cultivators were very powerful. They represented 4 different swordsmanship. Chung frowned at Gu Hai. Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Shueishue, Zhang Sanfeng. Gu Hai looked at Chung with a frown. Zhang Sanfeng, Taiji swordsmanship, the Taiji Dao of yin and yang, but the fusion of yin and yang, the combination of hardness and gentleness, extraordinary. Shimen Shueishue's sword, emphasizes intent and not strength. When the sword reaches, people will be destroyed. When the heart is invincible, the sword is invincible. Dugu Chiobai, without a sword in his hand, without a sword in his heart, everything in the world, including grass and wood, can be his sword. Dongfang Bubi, the swordsmanship in the world is invincible. Only speed is unbreakable. The shape of the swordsmanship can be condensed into a needle. You really open my eyes, Chung said in a low voice. These are just a few of my guesses. They can't be counted. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhao shook his head. Can't count. No, you're a genius in the way of the sword. You can easily think of 4 powerful sword daos. Many sword cultivators can't even find one in their entire life. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai also read novels and watched TV, so he was a little embarrassed by Yu's praise. Just now, I wanted to protect those elders, but I was killed by you. You don't have to thank me. After all, I also benefited greatly from the sword Dao you thought of. I should be thanking you. I've already learned the 4 types of sword principles. Once I've fused them together, I'll find you for a showdown. Solemnly Ho said. Wait, what did you say? You've learned it? Gu Hai looked at you in astonishment. That's right. I travel the world to find all kinds of sword Dao methods to sharpen my sword Dao. Unfortunately, there are countless sword cultivators in the world, but very few have their own unique style of sword Dao. I've learned 4 from you, but these 4 sword Daos are polar opposites. If I want to fuse them, I might need a month or so. Chung nodded. Gu Hai was speechless. A month or so? You must be joking. All right, I'm honored to meet you today. Let's meet again. I still need to go to Solar Divine Palace. It seems that Long Zhanghua has pointed his sword at Tai and wants to destroy Solar Divine Palace. You took a deep breath. Gu Hai nodded. Although Yu was polite to him, Gu Hai always felt a dangerous aura from him. He was like a divine sword that hadn't been unsheathed. His sword could be unsheathed at any time. By the way, you'd better go back soon. 10 days ago, Ho Qing went to the limitless celestial capital. Although Long Zhanghua came to resolve the crisis, it seems that the limitless celestial capital also suffered great losses. Chung said in a low voice. As he spoke, he took a step and flew into the distance. Sword messenger Qing Feng followed behind like a servant. Ho Qing? Gu Hai's face darkened. He couldn't care less about hiding it now. Gu Hai reached out and took out a Gu Qin figurine. The Gu Qin figurine vibrated slightly, as if it was receiving some kind of frequency. Gu Qin, Ho Qing, the Emperor, replies that the limitless celestial capital is in great trouble. Angels are attacking. Ho Qing, bring up the rear. The Gu Qin figurine repeated. It even repeated Gu Qin's tone. As it repeated, Yin Hua and Yi Hua widened their eyes. What is this? Yin Hua asked in surprise. Ao Shun also looked surprised. Obviously, he didn't know much about the Gu Qin figurine. How could it send news about the limitless celestial capital? If he brought it with him, wouldn't he be able to hear news about other places? Not far away, Zhang Yulian also looked surprised. Impossible. How could the limitless celestial capital's voice reach here? Gu Hai ignored them and listened to the Gu Qin figurine's voice transmission. Wanyu? Gu Hai's expression changed. When he heard the words Long Wanyu's 3 souls shatter, Gu Hai's head buzzed. For some reason, his head was suddenly filled with Long Wanyu's voice. Brother-in-law, I'll wait for you to come back. Brother-in-law, you must save sister. Brother-in-law, look at this flower. Is it as pretty as sister? One by one, Long Wanyu's voice rang in Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai immediately clenched his fists. Ho Qing, you're courting death. Gu Hai lowered his voice, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, when he described how Long Zhanghua came, and how Long Wanqing and the unborn man brought Long Wanyu to the Lady of Earth to save her, Gu Hai calmed down a little. After all, Long Zhanghua was so sure that the Lady of Earth could save Long Wanyu. Gu Hai was relieved. Although he was relieved, he was still a little anxious. After the Gu Qin figurine finished narrating everything, Gu Hai calmed down after a long time. Send to Gu Qin. I understand. I'll return immediately, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Gu Qin figurine said, Send to Gu Qin. I understand. I'll return immediately. The Gu Qin figurine's voice was exactly the same as Gu Hai's voice. It seemed to be transmitted back. Whoosh. Gu Hai flipped his hand, and put away the Guqin figurine. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, I'm about to return. I heard Home mention that you came to Shinong City to look for me. How did you know I was here? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. If you don't mind, please board the flying boat. We'll talk as we go, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian nodded and flew onto Gu Hai's flying boat with a trace of coldness. Let's go, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Ao Shun steered the flying boat and quickly flew into the distance. On the flying boat, Zhang Yulian borrowed a palace and washed up. Then, she walked to the deck. At the deck, Gu Hai looked to the north with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be a little anxious. When Zhang Yulian walked over, Gu Hai seemed to have sensed her and turned his head. Zhang Yulian was wearing an azure gauze dress. Coupled with her slender figure, she looked perfect. Her neck was white and flawless. 2 strands of hair trailed to her neck, making people unconsciously want to taste her for a moment. Her delicate face had a trace of fatigue, but it revealed a mature charm. Fortunately, Gu Hai had experienced too many storms and was not captivated by Zhang Yulian's beauty. Are you looking for me? Or is it because I broke your Dao heart? Although it was an accident in the past, I can't shirk my responsibility. If you still want to pursue the matter, I'll do my best to make up for it. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai coldly. In the past, she really wanted to kill Gu Hai. However, after these days, for some reason, the hatred in her heart seemed to have lessened a lot. In fact, when Gu Hai saved her, Zhang Yulian seemed to have seen a white light on the surface of Gu Hai's body. That white light was like a warm flood, instantly shattering all the hatred in her heart. Looking at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian bit her lip and took a deep breath. I'm not looking for you for revenge. Oh, not to kill me? Then why? Gu Hai was puzzled. I want to know what's going on with Taishang's sound of longevity. Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked solemnly. Taishang's sound of longevity? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Taishang's sound of longevity was the song that Zhang Yulian played at the Thousand Sage Conference. Originally, this song was just to make Gu Hai sleep for 10 days. However, in those 10 days, Gu Hai returned to Earth in his dream. Although he was just a child in the dream, he did go back. He even met Laozi on Earth and learned the Tao Te Ching from him. In the past, the first Taishang was in charge of the Wanshou Taoism. At that time, Taishang was the real Taishang. His strength suppressed everything about the Wanshou Taoism. In order to create this Taishang's sound of longevity, he finally died of exhaustion and has not been reincarnated until now. There must be a big secret hidden in this. Taishang's sound of longevity has been passed down for many generations, but no one has been able to understand it. However, I am sure that you understood at the last Thousand Sage Conference. You know the secret of Taishang's sound of longevity. Tell me what's going on. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Chapter 681. The first Taishang created the Taishang sound of longevity and died of exhaustion. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Yulian. That's right. About 800,000 years. Zhang Yulian nodded. He experienced the battle of the Immortal of 6 paths. Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhang Yulian nodded. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The first Taishang? Why did he create the Taishang sound of longevity? In order to connect to the other immortal dome, he did not hesitate to exhaust his energy. Did he want to challenge the Immortal of 6 paths? But didn't the 3 holy lands support the Immortal of 6 paths? Why would he want to go against the Immortal of 6 paths? You know what the Taishang sound of longevity means, right? That day, I felt it, and you understood it. You heard it. Tell me, what is the Taishang sound of longevity? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked expectantly. Looking at Zhang Yulian's anxious eyes, Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. No, I just fell asleep. Impossible. Zhang Yulian exclaimed angrily. Gu Hai shook his head. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to say, but that he could not. This was his biggest secret, and perhaps his biggest asset in the future. He could not tell anyone about Earth. You must know, right? Zhang Yulian said impatiently. I really don't know. I just fell asleep. How about you give me the Taishang sound of longevity. I'll figure out and tell you what's inside, Gu Hai said solemnly. Zhang Yulian wanted to know the secret of the Taishang longevity sound. Gu Hai also wanted to know the Taishang longevity sound because Gu Hai wanted to go back to Earth and ask Laozi about it. In fact, Gu Hai had heard Taishang's sound of longevity more than once over the years. It was a song that reminded Gaochen of Zhang Yulian's playing in the past. However, after listening to it many times, he didn't feel anything. There must be some secret hidden in it. Zhang Yulian was initially furious, but in the next moment, Zhang Yulian's expression changed. She looked at Gu Hai and said, No, if you were just sleeping, you wouldn't ask me for the Taishang longevity sound. Ha ha, I told you that I guessed right. Gu Hai, are you trying to trick me? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai. In the distance, Ao Shun and the other two also turned their heads curiously. Just as Ao Shun, Yihua, and Yanhua looked over, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Gu Hai's mouth. Hall leader, Ao Shun's expression changed. He immediately rushed forward and was about to hit Zhang Yulian with his palm. Stop! This has nothing to do with her. Gu Hai shouted. Huff! Ao Shun's palm stopped in front of Zhang Yulian. Why did you vomit blood? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. They were just talking. Why did he vomit blood all of a sudden? Gu Hai's expression also changed. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Why did he vomit blood? He didn't have any internal injuries. Ao Shun, protect me. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. Quickly, Gu Hai sat down with his legs crossed. He sank his consciousness into his body and started to check. Ao Shun looked anxious, but he still protected Gu Hai behind him. Yanhua and Yihua, who were not far away, looked at each other in surprise. Why did Gu Hai vomit blood? After checking for a while, Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked. I didn't have any internal injuries. Why did I vomit blood just now? If you didn't have any injuries, then why did Hall leader? Ao Shun was also confused. Zhang Yulian, who was beside him, touched Gu Hai's blood with her finger. Her finger trembled slightly. Buzz! There was a trace of green light in the blood. Did you hurt your soul? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. No, I haven't been hurt in a long time. Gu Hai frowned. But your blood contains the power of 3 souls and the power of all souls. You must have hurt your soul. What happened to you recently? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai immediately thought of 2 people, Luya and Mosquito Darren. Mosquito Darren? Impossible. Although this person was also very demonic, he had almost eliminated the conflict between him and him. If it wasn't Mosquito Darren, it could only be Luya? Gu Hai's expression changed. Prince Luya. Zhang Yulian's face darkened. Luya? Ao Shun was confused. Before Luya left, he said that I would definitely return. I didn't understand then, but I do now. Gu Hai's face darkened. But after the battle between Hall leader and Luya, Luya was thousands of miles away. How could he hurt Hall leader? It's not the immortal flying dagger. Ao Shun was confused. No, Luya only needs Gu Hai's hair. That's enough. Zhang Yulian said with a frown. Oh, everyone looked at Zhang Yulian. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demonic art, the Nailhead 7-arrow book. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with shock. Nailhead 7-arrow book. Gu Hai's eyes widened. That's right, the Nailhead 7-arrow book. He tied your hair to a scarecrow and wrote your name. The scarecrow had a lamp on its head and feet. He followed the demonic art and bowed 3 times a day. After 21 days, your soul would scatter. At that time, he would shoot the scarecrow with arrows. You would spurt out blood and die. Zhang Yulian explained. Demonic art? Ao Shun's expression changed. Demonic art? Nailhead 7-arrow book? Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Gu Hai had read about this demonic art in a novel on Earth. It was also the same demonic art as Luya. What should we do? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Destroy the altar in the camp or kill the person who performed the demonic art. Zhang Yulian explained. Doesn't that mean we have to go back? Ao Shun's expression changed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. Luya was definitely waiting for him there. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He had escaped. Did that mean he had to go back? Hall leader, what should we do now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Guhai fell into deep thought. Vomiting blood was just the beginning. Things would only get worse from now on. If he went back, he would be courting death. Guhai paced back and forth on the deck. Ha ha ha, Guhai. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yihua suddenly laughed excitedly. Yihua laughed. Guhai, who was pacing back and forth, turned his head to look at Yihua. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Huh? Yihua's smile froze. Guhai wouldn't kill him to silence him, right? Watch your mouth. If you piss me off, I'll kill one of you. Anyway, I only need one of you alive to restrain Tai Chu. The rarer you are, the more precious you are, Guhai said coldly. Yihua's expression froze. He did not dare to offend Guhai anymore. Guhai was silent for a while. He took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Zhang Yulian. Tai Shang. I'm not Tai Shang anymore. Zhang Yulian corrected him. All right, I'll call you Zhang Yulian too. I'm going to Lu Ye's place to be captured. My life and death are uncertain. Let's part ways here. Guhai said solemnly. You're going to walk right into the trap? Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with worry. Zhang Yulian bit her lip and said, You haven't told me. Tai Shang's voice of longevity. I really don't know. I'm sorry. Please. Guhai waved his hand as if he was sending her off. Zhang Yulian looked at Guhai with an ugly expression. Her eyes were dark and uncertain. Oomph. Zhang Yulian snorted and flew out of Guhai's flying ship. She flew to the horizon and disappeared in front of Guhai. Guhai then looked at Ao Shun. Hall Master, you must have a way, right? Ao Shun said anxiously. Guhai smiled bitterly. No way. We have to face it. Ao Shun, I'll have to trouble you with one thing. Hall Master, tell me. I'll do it. I'm going to see Lu Ye now. You take Yihua and Yanhua to boundless celestial capital. Don't let Tai Chu take them back. Help me hide them and wait for my return. Guhai said solemnly. I'm fine. But what about you? Ao Shun said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Guhai shook his head. Why don't I ask my father? No need. He must be busy now. You better not disturb him. Also, you better not go back to the Qian celestial capital. Don't go back for now. Guhai said in a low voice. Why? Ao Shun was shocked. The Qian? The world is going to change. Guhai looked into the distance, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Ao Shun was confused. However, thinking of his father's words before he left, Ao Shun knew that Guhai was right. Nodding, Ao Shun said firmly, Hall Master, I'm useless. I can't share your burden. I'll take Yihua and Yanhua to boundless celestial capital now. Take care of yourself. Guhai nodded. Let's go. Ao Shun shouted. With one in each hand, he pulled Yihua and Yanhua and flew towards the boundless celestial capital. Guhai watched Ao Shun leave and clench his fists. Lu Ye's demonic skill, Nailhead, 7-arrow book? Guhai had a solution. He only needed to ask for Long Zhongua's help to solve this problem. After all, Long Zhonghua owed him a favor, so the favor was canceled out. However, Guhai did not plan to do that. It was best not to use Long Zhongua's favor. Once he used it, it would be gone. Moreover, it was too strange that Lu Ye came to capture him this time. Guhai also wanted to find out what was going on. Guhai had a feeling that this had something to do with Bingheim. Whoosh! Guhai took out the Guqin figurine again. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risks. Stay in heavenly courts and wait for my orders. If I am in danger, I will send you a message immediately. Ask for Long Zhonggua's help immediately. Remember, do not fail. Guhai said to the Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine buzzed and transmitted its voice into the distance. On the flying boat, Guhai transmitted his voice a few more times. After packing up, Guhai steered the flying boat alone and headed towards Lu Ye. It was the same place where they fought in the past. When Lu Ye was about to worship the straw figurine again, he saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. Lu Ye stopped worshiping the straw figurine and looked at Guhai on the flying boat. Huh, I said that you can't escape from me. Now you know to come back? Lu Ye's tone was cold. Guhai smiled bitterly. Prince Lu Ye, you're always right. I was ignorant. Luya revealed a satisfied sneer. 2 hours later, Luya escorted Gu Hai, whose cultivation was sealed, and steered the flying boat in the direction of Solar Divine Palace. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. After Lu Ya's flying boat left, another flying boat appeared in the horizon. The one steering the flying boat was Zhang Yulian. Go hi. He was captured by Lu Ya just like that? Oomph. Zhang Yulian snorted and steered the flying boat into the distance. Chapter 682. Following the birth of the Qin figurines, Gu Hai began to look for the most reliable people to set up a network around the world. He spread the Qin figurines all over the world so that they could transmit information quickly. Although the area was still small, there were Qin figurines stationed in places that Gu Hai could use. The Qin Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. As Gu Hai achieved great results again and again, Mo Yike's status in Deqian also rose. Long Zhanghua even specially arranged a residence for Mo Yike at the entrance of the palace. Mo Yike's residence, in a large hall. A Qin figurine stood in front of Mo Yike. The Qin figurine transmitted Gu Hai's voice from afar. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risks. Stay in Heavenly Court City and wait for my orders. If I am in mortal danger, I will immediately send you a message. Ask Long Zhanghua for help immediately. Remember, do not fail. The Qin figurine transmitted its voice. Mo Yike's expression changed. The emperor was about to face a great crisis? Your Majesty, you are about to face a great crisis? You better go find Dai Qianxing immediately, because Dai Qianxing will not be able to leave soon. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Qin figurine quickly transmitted its voice to Gu Hai. Oh, immediately? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, set the time 5 days later. We will send troops to Solar Divine Palace. Mo Yike said respectfully. Send troops to Solar Divine Palace? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Yes, I've been collecting news in the Heavenly Court all these years, and I've gradually realized that the experts of Deqian have all gathered in the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and the main forces have all arrived as well. Something big seems to have happened. Just 3 days ago, Dai Qianxing informed me that he is going to attack Solar God Palace. Mo Yike said solemnly. It has been planned for a long time. I have studied the history of the Deqian all these years. The relationship between the Deqian and the Solar Divine Hall has been too peaceful. There would come a day when they would explode, and Solar Divine Palace had a transcendent status among the 3 great holy lands. But Gu Hai frowned and pondered. Dai Qianxing said that the Eastern Emperor Tai is in charge of guarding the Heaven Realm. Guarding the Heaven Realm. Therefore, all the forces in the world stay at a respectful distance. Heavenly Realm? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, the so-called Heaven Realm is actually a small space. It is the world where the heavens stored the body. It is called the Heaven Realm. Every part of the Immortal of 6 Paths body is sleeping in it. The Immortal of 6 Paths' eyes have awakened. His right arm has awakened, but the rest of his body is still sleeping in the Heaven Realm. I have a guess. Could this Heaven Realm be the world formed by the Immortal of 6 Paths body? Mo Yike asked curiously. The Eastern Emperor Tai is actually protecting the Immortal of 6 Paths? After Long Zhanghua destroyed the Eastern Emperor Tai, he found the body of the Immortal of 6 Paths. Without waiting for the Immortal of 6 Paths to wake up, he can completely destroy him? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, I think so too. Mo Yike said solemnly. 5 days later, the Deqian Celestial Empire's army is going to attack Solar God Palace? Gu Hai confirmed again. Yes, not only the Deqian Celestial Empire's army, but the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court will all fly to Solar God Palace. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh, 33 cities will go south? The place with the Heavenly Court is the Deqian Celestial Empire? Long Zhanghua is really well prepared. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. What should we do now? Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry. I shouldn't be in any danger. Long Zhanghua is going to attack Solar God Palace. That's good. I'm also going to Solar God Palace this time. Huh, Solar God Palace? Looks like it's going to be interesting this time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a solemn look. Right, Your Majesty. Dai Qianxing has issued an imperial edict, granting the former Day One Imperial Empire's territory to the Han Dynasty to show Your Majesty's merit. Mo Yike said solemnly. Dai Qianxing is indeed a man of his word. Gu Hai said, since the imperial edict has been issued, the Deqian army should be withdrawing from the former Day One Imperial Empire's territory soon. Mo Yike said. Mo Yike, Gu Hai said, this subject is here. I bestow upon you the title of Day One Marshal. You will be in charge of taking back all the cities in the Day One Imperial Empire's territory. Get ready to move immediately. Gu Hai ordered. Your Majesty, you are in danger. Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry about me. I will turn the danger into safety. Although Long Zhanghua has given the Day One Imperial Empire to me, it is not that easy to take back. The three princes, the Deqian officials, and all the other major powers are jealous. Right now, the Deqian Celestial Empire is attacking Apollo Palace. You were once in charge of the Day One Imperial Empire's territory. How can you let go of such a good opportunity? I will return to the infinite celestial capital. You will be the Marshal, Day One Marshal, and Gao Xianji will be the Deputy Marshal. You will lead my celestial demon army and take back all the cities as quickly as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Mo Yike replied. Send a reliable person to Long Zhanghua so that I can contact Long Zhanghua. Prepare to return immediately. Gu Hai said. Yes. Mo Yike was invisible. 5 days later, Sky Palace's Lingxiao Palace entrance. All the officials stood respectfully in the square. Above the 33 cities, there were countless soldiers standing there. Long Zhanghua wore a flat imperial crown and a white dragon robe with golden threads. He stood at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace and looked up at the sky. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless officials bowed respectfully. Long Zhanghua took a deep breath. I, the Long Zhanghua, have the heart to tell the world. Rumble. In the sky above the sky palaces, the sea of destiny clouds churned. As it churned, Long Zhanghua's god form suddenly transformed into a huge dragon head. The dragon head was ferocious, tens of thousands of zhang long. The dragon body was hidden in the sea of destiny clouds, churning violently. Long Zhanghua opened his mouth. The golden dragon of destiny roared. Instantly, Long Zhanghua's voice was transmitted to all parts of the Deqian Empire. Not only that, but his voice was also transmitted to all parts of the Divine Continent. I, the Long Zhanghua, have the heart to tell the world. His voice reverberated, shaking the world. Shenong City. Jiang Lianshan stepped out of the infernal divine hall. He led all the officials and looked to the north. Wanshou Taoism. In the south, a man in a black brocade robe stepped out of the grand hall in a purple-black aura. Sect leader, is that Long Zhanghua's voice? His subordinates looked at the black-robed man in surprise. In the southwest, there was a place filled with destiny. It was the Great Yellow Dynasty. At the entrance of the court, a burly man stepped out of the hall and looked to the north. Emperor Kong was standing beside him. He said in shock, His Holiness, is Long Zhanghua really going to start as you predicted? West, spiritual mountain's sacred ground. Countless monks walked out of hall and looked to the north. Buddha, it's Long Zhanghua's voice. All over the world, Long Zhanghua's voice was heard. All the experts looked in the direction of the heavenly courts in shock. Long Zhanghua's voice reverberated throughout the world. He continued, the heavens are destroyed, and the six paths are in chaos. All living things are slaves, unable to leave their cages. They live as slaves of the immortal dome, and die as food for the six paths. I, the Long Zhanghua, am unwilling to accept this. Sun God Palace, Eastern Emperor Tai, aids the six paths in their evil deeds. He subjugates all demons and spirits, protects the six paths body, and eats the hearts of all living things. I, the Long Zhanghua, wish to open the cage and see the heavens. I will first destroy Tai, then kill the 6 paths. All living things will regain their freedom. Today, I declare that I will fight to the death tomorrow. I will attack Sun God Palace. Yes, in the 33 levels of heaven, everyone shouted in unison. Rumble. The 33 cities, with heavenly courts at the center, suddenly trembled. As they trembled, they slowly moved to the south, towards Sun God Palace. Rumble. The 33 levels of heaven moved faster and faster. The protective arrays above the cities had been activated to prevent the wind from attacking. All the soldiers were inexplicably excited. All the officials clenched their fists. Destroy Sun God Palace? The heavenly courts moved forward, and the world fought. The Golden Dragon of Destiny announced Long Zhongguo's declaration to the world. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. A battle between the heavenly courts and the sacred grounds? This was a world-class battle. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Emperor Kong looked at His Holiness and said anxiously, "His Holiness, Long Zhongguo has really made a move. What should we do?" The sacred ground of spiritual mountain. Buddha, Long Zhongguo, is arrogant and wants to bring chaos to the world. He wants to start a world war. Please help us. The future Buddha solemnly said. Wansho Taoism. Sect Master, Long Zhongguo is attacking Tai. What should we do? The black-robed Tontian Sect Master said. Wait for Tai's response. Yes. Dian Dynasty. Jiang Lianshan looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhongguo, so you've already prepared? Just waiting for me to agree? Ha, forget it. Murong, Yin didn't choose me in the past. It seems that I'm not qualified. Go, I hope you succeed. Where Gu Hai was. At this moment, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Lu Ye, and he landed on the flying boat. The two of them flew towards Sun God Palace. During the flight, Long Zhongguo's voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. 5 days ago, Gu Hai already knew what Long Zhongguo was going to do. But Lu Ye didn't know. Gu Hai turned to look at Lu Ye's expression. When Lu Ye heard Long Zhongguo's words, he also narrowed his eyes and sneered. Ha, Long Zhongguo? He destroyed one of the eyes of the deity of 6 paths. Does he really think he's invincible? Lu Ye sneered with disdain. Oh, Crown Prince Lu Ye, do you think that Long Zhongguo is arrogant and ignorant and is not a match for Sun God Palace? Gu Hai looked at Lu Ye in confusion. Lu Ye looked coldly at Gu Hai. What do you know? Long Zhongguo was just lucky. Sun God Palace has a heritage of 800,000 years. How can Long Zhongguo, who is only a few thousand years old, compare to us? Is that so? Gu Hai was confused. Lu Ye ignored Gu Hai and steered the flying boat slowly towards Sun God Palace. The flying boat was not fast, and Lu Ye didn't seem to be in a hurry. Every noon, Lu Ye would cultivate for 30 minutes. At this moment, Lu Ye's body seemed to have become a black hole. All the sunlight within 1,000 miles was strangely sucked into the black hole on the surface of Lu Ye's body. It was dark within 1,000 miles. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. After 3 months, the two's flying boat slowly flew to the boundary of Solar God Palace. We're back. Lu Ye's eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 683. At the infinite celestial capital, at the Crown Prince's residence, Guqin summoned Mo Yike, Montez, Chen Tianshan, and Gao Xinji. Mo Yike, Imperial Father, is in danger. Is he involved in the dispute at Solar Divine Hall? Are you sure that Imperial Father said that he is in danger? Guqin asked with a sullen expression. Yes, His Majesty did not want me to worry. However, I feel that His Majesty is comforting me. He should be in great danger. Mo Yike nodded. Then why are we still taking in day one? We should go to Solar Divine Hall immediately. Saving His Majesty is our top priority. Gao Xinji said anxiously. But His Majesty already gave us an order. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. When a general is outside, he cannot obey the orders of the emperor. I feel that saving His Majesty is more important. Gao Xinji said anxiously. I agree too. Chen Tianshan said firmly. If His Majesty was not around, what was the point of conquering more territory? As long as His Majesty was not in danger, wouldn't it be fine to take back the territory they conquered today? I feel that there is no need. Montez suddenly said with a frown. Huh? Everyone looked at Montez with a frown. I know that everyone is loyal to His Majesty, but don't you have confidence in His Majesty? Who is His Majesty? How many dangers has he faced in the past? When did he not manage to avert the danger? Furthermore, His Majesty has the Guqin statue. If he is in danger, he can just inform Long Zhonghua. Furthermore, is His Majesty not as thorough as us in his consideration of whether he can survive this crisis? Montez said seriously. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, everyone trusted Guhai. However, Guhai was in danger now. How could they not worry? All right, Lord Emo, Lord Gao, follow Imperial Father's orders and prepare the army to reclaim Daewon's former territories. This is Imperial Father's order. You cannot do anything. Guqin instructed. Yes. Mo Yike and Gao Xinji frowned and nodded. As for Solar Divine Palace, this consort is still worried. This consort will personally lead a group of people there. Guqin said solemnly. Crown Prince. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Guqin. Don't worry, the enemy is out in the open while I'm in the dark. Nothing will happen. Guqin shook his head. I will go with the Crown Prince. Montez immediately shouted. Guqin looked at Montez. Crown Prince, this subject is also loyal to the Emperor. Previously, a large number of embroidered uniform guards followed into the Azura Path secret realm. Although their numbers are not as great as Lord Shen's demon god army, there's still many of them. This time, they will definitely be able to help the Crown Prince. Montez requested. Guqin was silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I am also willing to follow the Crown Prince to Solar Divine Palace. Chen Tianshan shouted. Guqin shook his head. Lord Chun, you cannot go. Why? Lord Mo and Lord Gao are going to lead troops to subdue Daewon's territory. Montez and I are going to Solar Divine Palace. Imperial Mother also left Limitless Celestial Capital. Someone needs to manage Limitless Celestial Capital. Right now, in the Han Dynasty, aside from us, you have the highest seniority. You will be in charge of Limitless Celestial Capital. Only then can it be peaceful. Guqin instructed solemnly. Chen Tianshan remained silent for a while before nodding in the end. By the way, Lord Chun, His Majesty has decreed that Lord Mo will be the Daewon Marshal, and I will be the Vice Marshal. We will lead the Immortal Demon Army to subdue Daewon's territory. However, the 500,000 Immortal Demon Army will be under your command. Can you hand them over to Lord Mo and me for now? Once we subdue Daewon, we'll return them to you? Gao Xinji looked at Chen Tianshan. However, Chen Tianshan frowned slightly as he looked at Gao Xinji. Back then, when we entered the Azura Path secret realm, we had 600,000 soldiers, of which we already gave 100,000 to Lord Gao. Lord Gao, do you still think that is not enough? It is not that it is not enough. Just in case, Gao Xinji said with a smile. The 500,000 Immortal Demon Army is the strongest army of the Han Dynasty. It is an important weapon of the nation. His Majesty handed it to this subject. Lord Gao, please forgive me. I can only return it to His Majesty. I absolutely cannot hand it to a second person, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. Gao Xinji's expression froze. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianshan rejected her directly. Speaking of which, although Gao Xinji did not look down on Chen Tianshan, she felt that Chen Tianshan was not very capable. He was mediocre at governing a country, leading troops, and diplomacy. In any case, he was mediocre at everything. However, she could not understand why the Emperor valued Chen Tianshan so much, even handing the Immortal Demon Army to Chen Tianshan. She would be lying if she said that she was not jealous. However, now, the Emperor personally said that she should lead the Immortal Demon Army. Shouldn't she hand it to me? Lord Chun, His Majesty said that Lord Mo and I should lead the Immortal Demon Army. Gao Xinji said with a frown. Mo Yike, Guqin, and Montez also frowned at Chen Tianshan's attitude. If you feel that you need the Immortal Demon Army, you can send me a message through the Zither figurine. I will be in the Limitless Celestial Capital. I will order the Immortal Demon Army to do what you cannot do, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. If we want to command the immortal demon army, we need to go through you. Lord Chun, you should know that speed is crucial in war. On the battlefield, many things change in an instant. If we inform you and you arrange the immortal demon army, how much time will that waste? How many opportunities will that delay? Gao Xianji said anxiously. And Mo Yike also frowned as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Sorry, Lord Gao. I have to be responsible for His Majesty. I have to do this. Chen Tianshan said stubbornly. Gao Xianji goggled, feeling speechless. This Chen Tianshan is too pedantic. And Mo Yike, Guqin, and Montez also gave Chen Tianshan strange expressions. In the past, they felt that Chen Tianshan was not capable and did not have the qualifications to be the Han Dynasty's second army's commander. Now, they finally saw Chen Tianshan's capabilities. Pedantic, how pedantic. His Majesty already let Gao Xianji lead the immortal demon army. Yet, you are still pedantic and not willing? You want them to mobilize the immortal demon army through you? How pedantic is this? Chen Tianshan persisted. Everyone could only feel helpless. No matter what, the Han Dynasty started to move. Longzhongguo's imperial edict completely opened the gates to the cities in the Daewon's territory. Guqin and Montez led a group of people and silently left the boundless celestial capital. Chen Tianshan managed the boundless celestial capital, Solar Divine Palace's territory. Early in the morning, they are back. Luya looked at the distant sky with anticipation flashing in his eyes. The flying ship flew 500,000 kilometers upward. Guhai seemed to see many gigantic stars. Each star was at least 10 times the size of Earth in the past. Furthermore, Guhai seemed to see many mountains and pavilions on these stars. He even saw many spirit beasts walking on them. These are stars, Guhai said in shock. Stars? Huh. The words that come out of your mouth are really funny. Luya revealed a cold smile. Aren't they? Guhai said in shock. These are called stars. In Solar Divine Palace, they're also called demon stars. They are the residences of various spirit beasts. They are just subsidiary cities of Solar Divine Palace. Luya sneered. Demon stars? 361? Number of cycles? Guhai counted the number of stars that were inhabited by spirit beasts. You have good eyesight. Luya revealed a cold smile. Number of cycles? Guhai felt that the stars seemed to be surrounding him and also seemed to be revolving around a certain point. Guhai searched carefully according to the direction that the stars were revolving. Soon, he found the place. There was a vast sea in the distance. However, there was nothing on the sea. Wong. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight shone down. It seemed like endless sun fire poured into the sea. Golden flames poured in and lit up the sea. The sea emitted a large amount of golden light. The golden light condensed and seemed to form a giant tree the size of Tongtian. It was a Fusong tree the size of Tongtian. The Fusong tree shone brightly and had a large number of branches. On each branch, there was a city. There were as many as 49 cities. They were divided into 3 main groups. In the center was the peak of the main branch. In the distance, at the highest point, there was a main palace wrapped in flames. There was a plaque on it. There were 3 large words written on it. Emperor Dong Palace. At the peak of the left main branch, at the highest point, there was a purple aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it. Taiwa Palace. At the peak of the right main branch, at the highest point, there was a white aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it. Absolute Beginning Palace. Eastern Monarch Tai Palace? Taiwa Palace? Absolute Beginning Palace? It turns out that they are all on this giant Fusong tree. This is Solar Divine Palace? Guhai said in shock as he looked up at the sky. 361 demon stars surrounded the huge Fusong tree, forming the number of cycles in the sky. After the first ray of sunlight, the giant Fusong tree slowly disappeared. However, Guhai knew that it was still there. It just became transparent and couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was there. Those palaces and cities were still on the tree. Ignorant. You don't even know this? Luya looked at Guhai with disdain. Whoosh. At this moment, a beam of azure light suddenly shot down from one of the demon stars and landed in front of Liu Ya's flying ship. Boom! The azure light stopped in front of Liu Ya. It was Gu Hai's old acquaintance, the great Miaojin, Kong Xian. Kong Xian flew closer and looked at Gu Hai before turning to Liu Ya. Prince Liu Ya. Oh, the great Miaojin? Didn't you dislike demon stars and stay in your peacock sea? Why did you come from a demon star to stop me? Liu Ya frowned and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian shook his head. There are 361 demon stars. Each demon star has a demon king. I was appointed by the master to guard the peacock star. The peacock star is my star. Why can't I come from there? The peacock star is your star. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that. However, great Miaojin, why did you stop me? Liu Ya asked in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai. Prince Liu Ya, why did you capture Gu Hai? This person is a disaster. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Now the Longzhonghua army is about to arrive. Prince Liu Ya, bringing him back will bring a lot of variables. Why don't you hand him over to me so that I can eliminate him before the battle? Gu Hai's face darkened. Liu Ya's eyes turned cold. Oh, so, great Miaojin, you have been waiting here for a long time? You stood on the peacock star just to wait for my return. Kong Xian looked at Liu Ya and bowed slightly. However, he looked at Gu Hai with a murderous look. There was even a strong obsession in this murderous look. From the first time he saw Gu Hai, he knew that Gu Hai was not someone to be trifled with. At that time, Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. How long had it been since he was in the innate realm? Had he opened the Sky Palace? Time and time again, he could escape. This time, even if he had to offend Prince Liu Ya and everyone else, he had to kill Gu Hai. Liu Ya did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. However, he cared about his authority. Even if Gu Hai was his prisoner, no one else could interfere with his things. I'm also very curious. Great Miaojin, how did you know my whereabouts? Liu Ya looked coldly at Kong Xian. Kong Xian turned his head and looked in another direction. They told me. Oh, Liu Ya turned his head. Yihua Yanhua. Gu Hai suddenly widened his eyes. There was a group of angels standing on a flying ship in the distance. Yihua and Yanhua were standing among them. There was also a group of black angels beside them. At this moment, the black angels were escorting Ao Shun, who was covered in wounds. Several chains passed through Ao Shun's body and locked Ao Shun's bones. His back was dripping with blood. Hall Master, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Chapter 684. Hall Leader, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Why are you crying? No one is blaming you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. In the distance, Ao Shun looked up and the grief on his face disappeared. During the time he was captured, Ao Shun felt the most guilty because he had messed up Gu Hai's orders. Humph, Gu Hai. You didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha ha. Yihua suddenly laughed sinisterly. Do you want to die? Gu Hai said coldly. Although Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed, there was still a murderous look in his eyes. Yihua shuddered when the murderous look appeared. Yihua's arrogant words were stuck in his throat. Yanhua looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, your cultivation should be sealed by Crown Prince Liu Ya, right? What are you so proud of? Gu Hai looked at Yanhua and said coldly, If Ao Shun dies, I will let you die with him. Do you believe me? Die with him? Ha ha, what can you do now? If the great Miaojin wants you dead, do you think you can live past today? Yanhua said coldly. So, you think Crown Prince Liu Ya is easy to bully? Gu Hai smiled. Yanhua's face darkened. At this moment, Crown Prince Liu Ya also looked coldly at Yanhua. Do you think I can't kill Gu Hai? Or do you think I won't kill Gu Hai? Crown Prince Liu Ya, I didn't mean that, but Yanhua's expression changed. Humph. Crown Prince Liu Ya snorted and turned to look at Kong Xian. At this moment, Kong Xian still looked very determined, as if he would only be satisfied when Gu Hai was completely killed. Crown Prince Liu Ya, I am doing this for the good of Solar God Palace. This Gu Hai is Longzhonghua spy. You should know what he has done all these years. If we don't get rid of him now, there will be trouble in the future, Kong Xian said coldly. Future trouble? Umph. It's not your turn to interfere in my matters. Liu Ye's eyes turned cold. Although Liu Ye scolded Kong Xian coldly, Gu Hai knew that Liu Ye was not trying to protect him. He did not care about his life at all. He only cared about his reputation. Therefore, he definitely could not place his hopes on Liu Ye. Longzhong was spy. Hee. Great Myojin, are you talking about me or yourself? Gu Hai glared at him. Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Gu Hai ferociously. Liu Ye and Yinhua also narrowed their eyes and looked at Kong Xian in surprise. Gu Hai, you want to slander me too? Ha ha ha. Kong Xian laughed coldly. Li also looked at Gu Hai coldly. After all, no one believed that Kong Xian was Longzhong's spy. Gu Hai's framing was too clumsy, wasn't it? Gu Hai also understood that this could not be done. At this moment, no one would believe that Kong Xian was Longzhong's spy. However, it did not matter. It was enough to plant a seed in everyone's heart today. Great Myojin, you know very well whether I am slandering you or not. Now you want to silence me? You're using Crown Prince Liu Ye's hand. It was Crown Prince Liu Ye who sealed my cultivation so that you could get away with it. At that time, you can push the blame to Crown Prince Liu Ye. Yinhua is a cover, and Crown Prince Liu Ye is your knife? Great Myojin, you are really scheming. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince Liu Ye, did you hear that? I said that Gu Hai is a scourge. How long has it been? He has already started sowing discord. Crown Prince Liu Ye, please do not tolerate this scoundrel. I am using Crown Prince Liu Ye to kill him? What joke? Kong Xian said coldly. Not far away. Yinhua nodded. Crown Prince Liu Ye, this Gu Hai does like to distort right and wrong. Not long ago, Mosquito Daoran also wanted to assassinate him. In the end, he became a thug because of his sharp tongue. Crown Prince Liu Ye, be careful. Crown Prince Liu Ye naturally did not believe Gu Hai's nonsense. Instead, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. You said that I am Kong Xian's knife? Crown Prince Liu Ye, if you think that I have gone overboard, you can release my seal. I will kill Kong Xian in front of you. Do you believe me? Gu Hai said extremely solemnly. Liu Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Kong Xian's battle power was one of the best in Apollo Palace. He was definitely in the top 10 of the 361 demon stars on the Peacock planet. Even if he was not as good as Liu Ye, he should not be too far behind. Gu Hai actually said that he would kill Kong Xian in front of him. Crown Prince Liu Ye, what are you worried about? I was not your opponent that day, so I willingly accepted the title. Now, I'm much weaker than that day, am I not? Didn't you confiscate the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life Punishing Saber, and Immortal Slaying Gourd? What are you worried about? Gu Hai sneered. Liu Ye's face darkened. That day, when he sealed his cultivation, Liu Ye had indeed forced Gu Hai to hand over the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life Punishing Saber, and even the Immortal Slaying Gourd. As for the other things on Gu Hai, Liu Ye did not search him, nor did he bother to do so. He was the crown prince of the demon race. But why was Gu Hai so confident? Crown Prince Liu Ye, don't listen to his flowery words. Let me kill you and end it all. Kong Xian said coldly. Seal my cultivation. Even if I die, I will only die in the hands of Crown Prince Liu Ye. You? It is a pity that Crown Prince Liu Ye did not let me kill you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Liu Ye reached out and tapped Gu Hai's dantian. Wong. A ray of golden light exploded from Gu Hai's dantian. Gu Hai released a powerful aura around him. Crown Prince Liu Ye, why did you release his seal? Kong Xian's face changed. Thank you, Crown Prince Liu Ye. Gu Hai sneered. I would like to see how you're going to kill Kong Xian. Liu Ye said coldly. After that, Liu Ye looked at Kong Xian coldly. Kong Xian, you are my father's most loyal subordinate. I will give you face this time. However, I want Gu Hai's corpse intact. Yes, thank you, Crown Prince Liu Ye. Kong Xian was overjoyed. It was impossible for Gu Hai to deal with Kong Xian. He was courting death. Moreover, Liu Ye had confiscated his weapons and treasures. Kong Xian sneered at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also revealed a confident sneer. This trace of a cold smile caused Liu Ye and Kong Xian to frown. At this moment, Gu Hai could still fight with Kong Xian? Where did his confidence come from? Gu Hai's confidence? This was just a facade for the two of them. He had just entered the lower heavenly palace. How could he deal with Kong Xian? Gu Hai sent a thought into the storage ring on his finger. There was a Gu Qin figurine in the ring. As long as the Gu Qin figurine informed Long Zhonghua would come to save him. This was one of Gu Hai's greatest trump cards. Inform Long Zhonghua and use his contribution to exchange for Long Zhonghua's help. Great Miojin, I hope you won't regret it later. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, his finger gently moved the ring. Suddenly, a wave of magic power entered the ring, just as he was about to inform the Gu Qin figurine. Huh, little peacock, you're truly unforgiving. Not to mention that this palace master does not have any attachment to Gu Hai. You keep using Xiaorou's attachment as an excuse to kill Gu Hai time and time again. Are you trying to humiliate this palace master? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in the surroundings. Boom! A strong aura suddenly descended from the sky. Taiwa. Yanhua's expression changed. Luya also narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Oh no! Kong Xian's expression changed. The next moment, he stood up ferociously. He stretched out his hand and hit Gu Hai with his palm. Boom! A five-colored palm struck towards Gu Hai, as if he wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. How dare you? Taiwa's voice rang out again. The void trembled. Suddenly, a huge snake tail emerged from the void. The snake tail swung out, causing the void to tremble. A vast purple storm instantly appeared in front of Kong Xian's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, a monstrous storm suddenly swept up in the surroundings. The five-colored palm exploded and the snake tail shook, disappearing into the void. Kong Xian also instantly retreated a distance of 300 meters. Taiwa, weren't you in seclusion? Kong Xian exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Gu Hai looked up and saw countless purple clouds surrounding a purple cloud. On top of the purple cloud stood a woman with a human body and a snake tail. The woman was none other than Taiwa. The instant Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he fell into a daze. Xiaoro, who had been in the innate realm in Tianyuan Island and the innate puzzle world, looked exactly like this. At that time, his heart was filled with obsession with Chun Xiener, so he ignored Xiaoro's love. At that time, Gu Hai's heart was sealed in ice. Because of Xiaoro, a crack finally appeared in the ice in his heart at the moment of Xiaoro's death. Because of Xiaoro, Gu Hai no longer rejected the entry of other feelings. Long Wanqing, Lin Wan'er, and even Bingheim. When Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he thought of Xiaoro. When he thought of Xiaoro, his heart felt strangely stifled. Xiaoro's earthly soul was Taiwa's earthly soul. The heavenly soul and the human soul merged with Taiwa's earthly soul. It was not wrong to say that Taiwa was Xiaoro. However, Xiaoro was not Taiwa. After all, after Xiaoro merged with Taiwa, Taiwa dominated her will. Closed-door cultivation? Humph. Kong Xian, this palace master, did not care about this Gu Hai at first. However, it is you who keep stirring up trouble again and again. Huh. Since when is it your turn to meddle in my Taiwa's matters? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as murderous intent surged out. Kong Xian also showed a ferocious expression. Queen Hua, since you do not care about Gu Hai, what's wrong with letting me kill him? Humph. You say that you do not care? However, you and Xiaoro share the same earthly soul. Your will is superior to hers, but she is you. Your three souls are fusing and your feelings are fusing. Do you dare to say that Xiaoro's feelings for Gu Hai did not affect you? If not, how could you carve Xiaoro's miserable state outside Taiwa Palace that day? Humph. Kong Xian, you're meddling too much. Do you want to die? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Ha ha. You want to die? I'm meddling too much. However, Queen Hua, do you know why Master allowed you to enter Solar Divine Palace? Do you know why Master gave you authority that is below Master's? In our hearts, you're already Queen Hua, Master's woman. Humph. Are you pretending not to know? Is it useful? In the past, if Master did not plead with the heavens, you would have died 800,000 years ago. No, your body and soul would have been destroyed. It was Master who pleaded with the immortal of 6 paths that you have today. Kong Xian said with a glare. Impudent? Taiwa glared. Impudent? Humph. Today, even if Queen Hua stops me, this Gu Hai must die. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Kong Xian looked up at the sky and roared. Fiend Kings of the 300 Fiend Stars, this time, Kong Xian invites all of you to work together and lay the heavenly cycle star formation to destroy Luo Gu Hai and restore Queen Hua's heart. Chapter 685. Kong Xian's rallying power was still very strong. With a shout, the 360 demon stars suddenly shone with dazzling light. It was as if Kong Xian had already planned this beforehand. Wong, the starlight was dazzling. In the early hours of the morning, the originally dazzling sunlight suddenly dimmed, and only the demon stars could be seen. They seemed to have connected into a line, forming a super huge net. As soon as the net appeared, a starlight palm suddenly formed. The palm was 10,000 feet long, and it went straight for Gu Hai. Kong Xian, you actually bewitched all the demon kings for Gu Hai? Set up the cosmic cycle star array? Did you get any orders from father? Luya suddenly glared. Crown Prince Luya, this is an emergency. Please forgive me. Later, I will bring a bramble and ask for punishment from Master. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Palm of the stars? Humph. Taiwa's face turned cold. Queen Hua, you better not move. This palm of the stars is the condensation of the cosmic cycle star array. Its power is no weaker than Long Zhongguo's eye of heaven. Kong Xian looked at Taiwa with a cold smile. Boom! As expected, the giant palm of the stars pressed down, and a heavenly aura instantly rushed into the hearts of everyone below. Not far away, a group of angels was immediately suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Even the Black Angel, Yanhua, and Yihua also knelt down in shock. Gu Hai's expression also changed. This aura was too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for his huge human soul, he would have been forced to kneel down. Palm of the stars? Don't move? When Fuxi created the cosmic cycle star array, I was right beside him. Don't move? Humph. Taiwa's expression was ferocious as he waved his hand. Wong. A huge bronze cauldron suddenly appeared in Taiwa's palm. On the surface of the cauldron, the connate 8 trigrams diagram was engraved, but inside, countless demon beasts were engraved. Taiwa activated it. Boom! The huge cauldron suddenly enlarged, and an extremely thick aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding flying boats were immediately blown away by a wave of qi. Even the flying boat that Luya was suppressing was pushed back. Cauldron of heaven and earth? The third Dharma treasure in history? Luya's eyelids suddenly twitched as excitement flashed across his eyes. Cauldron of heaven and earth? You are really in your hands? Kong Xian's expression changed. Boom! On the surface of the cauldron of heaven and earth, the 8 trigrams instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. The 10,000 fiend diagram inside instantly emitted the roars of billions of fiends as it sucked fiercely. Boom! The astral palm was sucked into the cauldron. Within the cauldron, hundreds of millions of demons were madly gnawing away at the astral palm. It was as if it wanted to completely refine the astral palm. Screech! Kong Xian's figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, the cluster of demon stars seemed to form a huge light pillar that rushed towards Kong Xian's body. Kong Xian reached out his right palm and instantly merged it with the astral palm. Astral palm, listen to my command. Chaotic heavenly cycle, tear apart the heavens and earth, break for me. Kong Xian shouted. Boom! Kong Xian merged with the astral palm that was sucked into the cauldron of heaven and earth. The parts that were torn apart by the thousands of demons in the cauldron immediately recovered rapidly. Moreover, with a strong force, it struck the cauldron of heaven and earth, as if it wanted to completely shatter the cauldron. Humph! Cosmic cycle star array? I don't have that kind of power. Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Taiwa activated the cauldron of heaven and earth again. In an instant, The void where the astral palm merged with the cauldron of heaven and earth was torn apart. Fragments of the void were torn apart, forming a huge black hole that crazily sucked in everything around it. "I help! No, Elder, save me!" The surrounding angels were sucked into the black hole in horror. As soon as they entered the black hole, their physical bodies were instantly shredded into pieces and completely disappeared. The powerful force was not any weaker than when Long Zhonghua fought against the Eye of Heaven. The transparent Fusang tree suddenly shook violently. As it shook, the sea below rose up, and then the endless sea water was quickly sucked into the black hole. Above the stars, there were 361 powerful demon kings controlling the array. Below, Taiwa controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth with all his strength. Fortunately, with Luya in front, the pressure around Gu Hai was reduced by a lot. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Hai was shocked. Back when Long Zhonghua fought the deity of six paths, he thought that it was the most intense battle. No matter how strong Solar Divine Shrine was, it should be within a certain range. However, the scene in front of him subverted Gu Hai's thoughts. The astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth. The power of the collision between the two was actually similar to when Long Zhonghua fought the deity of six paths. This was not even the strongest of Solar Divine Shrine, Dongwang Tai. Could Long Zhonghua succeed in attacking Solar Divine Shrine this time? While Gu Hai was anxious, Kong Xian's body expanded as if he was struggling with the powerful astral power. At this moment, Taiwa's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He looked ferocious. Neither of them gave in. One wanted Gu Hai to die, and the other wanted to protect Gu Hai. The two forces collided, and the black hole in the void became bigger and bigger. Just as both sides were about to suffer, dang! Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the top of the swaying Fusang giant tree. When the bell rang, Gu Hai and everyone in the surroundings suddenly felt their minds buzzing. All that was left was the deep and resounding sound of the bell. Many people seemed to be in a daze and forgot everything. As the bell rang, a yellow ripple rushed down from the void. The yellow ripple collided, and the astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth were suddenly pushed away. Kong Xian and Taiwa instantly retreated 1,000 feet before stopping. Buzz, 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 buzz. Everyone's mind was still buzzing, and it was a blur. After a while, they woke up one after another. This bell sound? Gu Hai looked up. It was the bell sound coming from Emperor Dong's palace at the top of the Fusang tree. The bell of chaos? Tai, you didn't enter the heaven realm? Taiwa looked at the sky with a cold expression. The bell of chaos? The second Dharma treasure in the world? Gu Hai's face darkened. Greetings, father. Luya bowed to solemnly in the sky. Greetings, master. Kong Xian and the demon kings on the 360 demon stars bowed respectfully. Rumble. The surrounding seawater was sucked into the black hole, and the black hole slowly recovered. The torn void also slowly repaired itself. Aside from bowing respectfully, there was silence. However, under this silence, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Although Tai did not show up, he imperceptibly gave everyone a heart-wrenching pressure. Taiwa, you're finally willing to use the cauldron of heaven and earth? Tai's voice came from Emperor Dong's palace. So, you've been waiting in Emperor Dong's palace. Humph. Were you waiting for my cauldron of heaven and earth? Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Waiting? You underestimate me too much. I just came out. Tai's voice came. Just came out? You went in and came out? Taiwa said with a frown. Not everyone. Only Tai Chu and I came out. Tai said calmly. Humph. Taiwa snorted coldly. Before I left, I told you that Solar Divine Palace is not allowed to kill each other. Did you take my words for granted? Tai said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Master, the culprit is Gu Hai. Crown Prince Luya brought Gu Hai back. We wanted to kill Gu Hai, but Empress Hua stopped us. That's why the battle just now happened. Kong Xian said gravely. Kong Xian, I'll say it one more time. If you call me Empress Hua again, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian bowed respectfully to Emperor Dong's palace. There was no response. Taiwa, is this true? A cold snort came from Emperor Dong's palace. I want to protect him. As long as I'm here, no one can kill him. Taiwa said coldly. Master, Guhai is Long Zhongguo's right-hand man. This time, the Long Zhonggua is attacking Solar Divine Palace. In less than 10 days, he'll arrive at Solar Divine Palace. He's a scourge. Moreover, Master said that this Guhai might be a spirit cultivator. No, he has a wisp of spirit light with the attribute of disaster. The battle with the Long Zhonggua is imminent. The calamity spirit light can't come to Solar Divine Palace. We must kill it as soon as possible. Kong Xian shouted. Calamity spirit light? Humph, Kong Xian, you're really good at bullshit. Taiwa said with a glare. Humph, it doesn't matter whether he is involved or not. As long as Guhai has the slightest chance, he must be killed. My lord, please grant Guhai death. Kong Xian shouted. You dare! Taiwa glared at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Luya frowned as he looked at Guhai. However, he discovered that with his father's interference, everything was out of his control. He could only stand aside and not say anything. If this monarch wants Guhai to die, Taiwa, what will you do? Taiyi's cold voice rang out. Back then, when I joined Solar Divine Palace, you said that you would not restrict my freedom. Huh. I am grateful for your protection over the years. However, if I cannot even do what I want to do, without freedom, what can I do even if I am safe? Hence, back then, I wanted to find a place where no one would disturb me and properly experience a different life. I went to the innate puzzle world that old man Guanxi left behind before he died to reincarnate. There, I was not disturbed by Solar Divine Palace. I discovered that although my life was difficult, there was always hope in life. After my older brother, Fushi, died, I felt like the entire world was black and white. That was until I met someone who showed me that the world had other colors besides black and white. This time, even if you stop me, I will insist on what I want. If he dies, I will draw a clear line between myself and Solar Divine Palace. From then on, I will have nothing to do with it. Taiwa said resolutely. You, Kong Xian exclaimed, glaring. Luya's expression also changed. At this juncture, Taiwa wanted to betray Solar Divine Palace. Everyone looked anxiously at Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace remained silent for a long time. After a while, Taiyi's voice rang out. This monarch does not believe in the calamity spiritual light. This monarch can let Guhai live. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment cannot be forgiven. Back then, Tai-Yi captured and killed Tai-Yi's bloodline and handed him over to Tai-Yi for now. After this monarch deals with Long Zhonggua, I will deal with Guhai. My lord, Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. The prerequisite is that you, Taiwa, enter the heaven realm with me. You are needed there, Tai-Yi said coldly. Taiwa looked at Guhai. Guhai also looked at Taiwa in confusion. Was this Taiwa or Ruru? Okay, but when I come out, if Guhai... Taiwa bit his lip. If I say not to let him die, he will not die, Tai-Yi said firmly. Taiwa, don't worry. I will only watch him. I will not kill him. Tai-Yi's voice rang out from Emperor Dong's palace. Okay, Taiwa answered. Chapter 686. Taiwa had gotten the news from Tai-Yi that Guhai wasn't dead. He had accepted Tai-Yi's invitation and gone to the heaven realm. Guhai sighed softly. He extended his hand and stopped informing Zhanlong. At this moment, with Tai-Yi's help, even if Long Zhonggua came immediately, he wouldn't be able to save him. Secondly, when he was dealing with Luya, Long Zhonggua might come to save him. Now that he was in Tai-Yi's hands, it was hard to say whether Long Zhonggua would come or not. Taiwa flew into the sky, and Taichu also flew out of Emperor Dong's palace. Taichu, Palace Lord, countless demons, the demon kings on the demon star, and Kong Xian also bowed slightly. Taichu instantly flew in front of Guhai. He emitted a holy light as he looked coldly at Guhai. Greetings, Taichu, Palace Lord. Guhai smiled. Ah, Guhai, you're really lucky. Taiwa is so desperate for you. Taichu sneered. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord Taiwa. Guhai nodded. Taichu sneered. and turned to look around. All around, monsters heard the commotion and quickly gathered. The Dragon Warring Kingdom has raised an army to attack the Solar Divine Palace. They have overestimated themselves. From today onwards, I will lead the disciples of the Solar Divine Palace to defend against the invasion and destroy the dragon demons. Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Yes, countless monster kings answered. Kong Xian looked up at Emperor Dong's palace. Tai seemed to have acquiesced to Tai Chu's order. Yes, Kong Xian nodded with a trace of reluctance. Crown Prince Luya, let me deal with Gu Hai for now. What do you think? Tai Chu smiled at Luya. Since it's father's order, I have nothing to say. Luya narrowed his eyes and nodded. Luya wanted to hand Gu Hai over to Tai Chu, but Gu Hai suddenly looked at Luya. Crown Prince Luya, I obtained your trust and unsealed my seal. I was prepared to kill Kong Xian. However, things have changed. With Tai Chu watching, I can't kill Kong Xian anymore. I'll have to trouble you to reseal the seal that you unsealed. Gu Hai suddenly said to Luya, Luya, Kong Xian, Tai Chu. The demon kings, angels, Yanhua, and Yihua all had strange expressions on their faces. If it wasn't for Taiwa's saving you, you would have been killed by Kong Xian 100 times. Now you're boasting that you can kill Kong Xian? Are you kidding me? Humph, you overestimate yourself. This is what you asked for. Only this crown prince can undo this crown prince's seal. Luya gave a cold snort. Bam, bam, bam. Just like when he sealed Gu Hai in the past, Luya tapped a few more times on Gu Hai's body. Buzz! It was as if a golden net had locked Gu Hai and entered Gu Hai's body. Humph! If it wasn't for Master, would you still be alive? Kong Xian looked coldly at Gu Hai. Tai Chu reached out and grabbed Gu Hai. He checked. Buzz! A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Crown Prince Luya, your sealing technique is really unique. Tai Chu frowned. Luya nodded and rushed into the sky. He rushed to the branches of the Fusang giant tree. There was a floating city there, and Crown Prince Luya flew into it. Yanhua, bring Gu Hai back to Heaven City. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Yes. Yanhua immediately stepped forward. Father, I'll do it. I'll do it. Yihua also shouted excitedly. Gu Hai was immediately escorted by a group of angels and flew to a huge city in the sky. There were a total of 49 cities on the branches of the Fusang giant tree. At this moment, there was no first ray of sunlight in the morning, so they couldn't see the Fusang giant tree. Similarly, every city seemed to be covered by a large amount of clouds and mist. Other than the people nearby, they couldn't tell where the city was at all. So, Heaven City isn't a floating city, but a city supported by a branch of the Fusang giant tree, and it's at the bottom of the city? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai, you've already become a prisoner, and you still have the mind to care about Heaven City? Yanhua sneered. Humph, you also have a day like this. Along the way, you made us wear shackles every day. Today, you also have a taste of shackles. Yihua sneered. Immediately, he took out a very heavy shackle and forced Gu Hai to wear it. The shackle was heavy. If his cultivation wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Crown Prince Luya, and he was like a mortal, so the shackle was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Hai put on the shackle and sat aside extremely quietly. He didn't say anything to the two of them, as if he couldn't be bothered to speak to them. Humph, there are many demons here. When we reach Heaven City, we'll teach you a lesson. Yihua said coldly. The Fusang giant tree was too big. With the speed of the flying boat, it would take a long time to reach it. Gu Hai closed his eyes and leaned against the railing of the deck, ignoring everyone. Hall leader, it's all A.O. Shun's fault. A.O. Shun was in prison on the other side, looking guilty. Unfortunately, Gu Hai ignored everyone. Gu Hai's mind sank into his body. Everyone thought that Gu Hai was disheartened, but they didn't know that Gu Hai had found a hope to escape. When Luya first sealed him, he set up a golden net restriction that Gu Hai couldn't undo. But when Luya undid it, a strange unsealing energy instantly undid Gu Hai's golden net restriction. The moment it was undone, there was a slight remnant of the unsealing energy. Guhai didn't disperse it. Instead, he forced it into his dantian and into the heaven-mending pool. The heaven-mending pool instantly repaired it. Soon, Guhai had repaired a portion of the unsealing energy. This was also the reason why Guhai asked Luya to seal him again. It was because Luya's seal could already be undone by Guhai himself. Also, absolute beginning wouldn't make the unnecessary move of sealing it again. Ordinary energy couldn't break Luya's seal, but this unsealing energy could. Guhai instantly released it. Bam! A muffled sound came from Guhai's body. The seal was undone. However, Guhai restrained his aura so that no one could see that the seal was undone. Guhai continued to sit there with his eyes closed. Yihua continued to threaten Guhai along the way. Heaven City. Go in. The escorting angel escorted Guhai into a rainy valley. This is a prison? Where's Ao Shun? Guhai frowned as he looked around. Ao Shun? He's locked up somewhere else. This is where you're locked up. Go in. The escorting angel shouted. Once he entered the valley, Guhai immediately felt waves of killing intent coming from all directions. Around the valley, there was a group of prisoners curled up. There were all kinds of demon beasts, and they seemed to have sealed their cultivation. All of them had a large number of wounds on their bodies. They were different from Guhai in that they didn't have the shackles on Guhai. Guhai walked step by step into the depths of the valley. Countless prisoners looked at Guhai coldly. Yihua Manor. Guhai has been locked up. Yihua sneered. Yes, they are already locked in ferocious Evil Valley. Inside are the most ferocious animal spirits prisoners of the fiend race. Although their cultivations are sealed, their physical bodies are definitely not something a human like Guhai can compare to, the angel who escorted Guhai earlier said with a smile. That's good. You've told them everything? Yihua said coldly. Don't worry, second young master. This subordinate has already explained. This group of prisoners will properly bully Guhai tonight. Oh, right, there are also a few ferocious demons who like men. I have also explained to them. They will definitely properly pamper Guhai. The angel said fawningly. Ah, good. I knew you've done a good job. Such a disgusting thing should only be done to Guhai. That's the only way to vent my hatred. Yihua said with a ferocious expression. Second young master, I say you are still too benevolent. For Guhai's crimes, it would not be enough even if he were to die 10,000 times. Die? It's not that easy. I'll make him beg for death. Yihua said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Big brother went to father's place to discuss how to deal with the Long Zhonghua. Leave Guhai to me. We'll play with him slowly. However, the Evil Valley tonight is too disgusting. I'm not going to watch it. Ha 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 ha. Remember to remind me to visit Guhai tomorrow morning. Yihua laughed. Yes. On the second day, Yeha led the 5 angels to the Evil Valley. Go, ask someone to bring me to see Guhai. Yihua said with a cold smile. Where are they? Where are the guards in the Evil Valley? One of the angels asked in surprise. What? The guards are gone? Where's Guhai? Yihua's expression changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 angels flew into the Evil Valley. Second young master, Guhai is still here. He's still here, the angel exclaimed. Guhai is still here? These guards are neglecting their duties. How dare they slack off in front of me? They don't know what's good for them. Yihua said angrily. He stepped into the sky. He looked down at the Evil Valley. It had been raining in this prison. Guhai was sitting cross-legged under a big rock in the Evil Valley. He seemed to be sheltering himself from the rain. Where are they? Didn't you say that there are many prisoners here? Where are the prisoners? Yihua asked coldly. I don't know. The angel said blankly. The prisoners are gone. The guards are gone. Where are they? Good. You dare to go against this young master? Yihua said with a ferocious expression. No, I really didn't. There were many prisoners here. The angel said anxiously. Bang! Yihua kicked him into the Evil Valley. A bunch of trash. How dare you lie to me? Yihua slowly flew toward Guhai. Under the big rock, Guhai opened his eyes slowly. Guhai, you're so lucky. Your first night in Heaven City is so quiet. No prisoners to play with? No problem. I'll play with you today. Yihua walked slowly to Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Looking down from above, Gu Hai was like a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Yihua, only a few of you came? Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. What? Yihua raised an eyebrow. I mean, only a few of you came to die? Gu Hai's face suddenly turned cold. Yihua shivered when he saw this. However, in the next moment, Yihua flew into a rage out of humiliation. How dare you scare me? Luya took all your Dharma treasures and weapons, sealed your cultivation, and shackled by me. Are you trying to scare me? Come and kill me then. Kill me if you can. Yihua kicked Gu Hai, wanting to vent the hatred in his heart. Shing! Suddenly, the sound of a saber rang out, and Yihua's head was instantly sent flying. Yihua's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. He had broken free from the shackles and stood up with a bone knife in his hand. Just now, it was his bone saber that had instantly chopped off his head. A gust of black gas flew out of the bone knife. The black gas rushed toward Yihua's body and head. There seemed to be countless skeletons in the black gas gnawing at Yihua's flesh. No! Yihua screamed. The life-extinguishing saber is gone, but I still have the life-ender saber. Gu Hai looked at the other 5 angels with a cold smile. Chapter 687. Luya flew up the Fusang tree in a huge city. It was Bingheim's prison. Your Highness, the Taichu Palace Master said that no one is allowed to see Bingheim. A few men who looked like guards stopped Luya. Oh, I won't allow it either. Luya's tone suddenly turned cold. The few guards immediately quivered. A guard still wanted to argue. Luya glared. It was as if a ray of saber energy shot out from his eyes. Boom! The guard's body suddenly exploded from the saber energy in Luya's eyes. Your Highness, please forgive us. The other guards immediately knelt down. Luya didn't even look at the others and walked toward the prison. The guards knelt on the ground, trembling, but no one dared to stop him. In the prison, Bingheim sat cross-legged. Luya walked over, and Bingheim opened her eyes slightly. Did you hear the sound outside? Luya said in a deep voice. The sound outside was naturally the sound of Taiwa protecting Gu Hai. At that time, the loud sound of the battle shook the entire Fusang tree. How could she not hear it? Bingheim looked at Luya with a gloomy face. But she didn't expect Luya to really capture Gu Hai. Back then, when Luya wanted to kill Gu Hai, Bingheim said that she wanted Luya to capture Gu Hai and follow Luya because this could remind Gu Hai and let Gu Hai deal with Luya. But she didn't expect Luya to be so powerful. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. In the future, you'll follow me. Now, you can go out with me. Luya said coldly. After a moment of silence, Bingheim shook her head. Luya's face turned cold. Mother is dead. I don't care anymore. Now, there's the Emperor. You captured him, but he ran away. Bingheim said in a deep voice. Run? How? He is imprisoned in Heaven City. Luya said solemnly. That's not because you captured His Majesty. In my heart, as long as His Majesty is fine, I will listen to you. But now, His Majesty's life and death is not up to you to decide. Bingheim looked at Luya coldly. What do you want? Luya asked in a deep voice. Bring His Majesty with me. I can follow you. Bingheim said in a deep voice. Luya stared at Bingheim. After a while, Luya sneered. All right, I'll listen to you this time. Bingheim's eyes lit up. Come with me. You don't have to stay in this prison anymore. Luya said solemnly. Of course, let's go to Heaven City and pick up Gu Hai. Luya said solemnly. Bingheim's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Luya walked in front, and Bingheim walked behind. Crown Prince, don't. Bingheim can't be taken away. We can't explain it to her. Suddenly, a large number of prison guards ran out in horror. Treasure, please turn around. Luya snorted coldly. From the immortal slaying gourd, an immortal slaying flying knife suddenly flew out. As soon as the immortal slaying flying knife came out, the light suddenly illuminated the entire prison canyon. Swoosh! The immortal slaying flying knife flew out and soon flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. The knife light converged, and immediately, nearly 100 heads flew out. The 100 prison guards who came forward to stop all had their heads fall to the ground. When the prison guards who came from all directions saw this scene, they instantly quivered. No one dared to interrupt, and they all knelt down. This crown prince doesn't like to talk too much. All right, the road is clear. Let's go, Luya said coldly. Bingham and Luya stepped on the corpses and slowly walked out of the prison. Heaven City, Evil Valley Prison. The bone knife slashed out. Bang! Yihua's head flew out in an instant. The life ender saber carried with it a black aura. In the black aura, countless small skeletons crazily gnawed at Yihua's flesh. No! Yihua screamed. The life ender saber is gone, but I still have the life ender saber. Guhai smiled coldly and looked at the other 5 angels. The 5 angels were instantly stunned. Only when Guhai charged at the 5 angels did the 5 angels manage to react. He killed the second young master. No, save the second young master. Someone, all the angels screamed. However, Guhai was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of 2 angels who were leaning against each other. Screech. The life ender saber slashed through the 2 of them, leaving behind a black aura. Guhai immediately rushed toward the remaining 3 angels who were scattered. Screech. When another angel's head was slashed open, the remaining 2 angels realized that something was wrong. Oh no, let's go and find the second young master. Guhai is rebelling. Someone help. The 2 angels fled in fear. However, Guhai was faster. He caught up with one of the 2 winged angels in an instant. Boom! With one slash, Guhai killed the 2 winged angel. Only 1 angel was left. The angel seemed to know that there was no way to escape. He screamed in fear. Someone help! Guhai is escaping. The angel roared with all his strength, but strangely, his voice did not travel out of the room. What's wrong? The angel's expression changed. It's been one night. Do you think I haven't done anything? Call for the others? If you could, the prisoners and guards last night would have been able to do the same. What a pity. I've already set up a sound barrier array here, Guhai said coldly. Screech. He stabbed the angel between his eyebrows. Buzz. The black aura quickly gnawed at the angels and Yihua's corpses. Very soon, all the angels and Yihua's corpses were eaten until only their bones were left. The black aura returned to the life ender saber. Guhai walked to where Yihua's bones were. Crack! Guhai broke off one of Yihua's bony little fingers. Then, he gently took out a few peacock feathers and stuck them in the gap between the bony fingers. Bang! Guhai instantly crushed the remaining Yihua white bones and the angel white bones into powder. Then, he gently scattered the powder into the surrounding soil. When the rain fell on them, the bone powder merged with the soil and disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing that could prove it was Yihua's bony finger with a few peacock feathers stuck between it. Heh, I don't need you to prove anything. I just need Tai Chu to suspect something. I just need to escape and disappear. Then, Yihua's death will be pointed at Kong Xian, Guhai said with a cold smile. As he sneered, he threw the bony finger into the forest. He kept the spiritual stones that were used to set up the array and was about to leave. Just as Guhai was about to leave, beams of holy light came from afar. Eldest young master, it's over there. Prince Luya, Guhai is being held in the Evil Valley. A series of hurried voices came from afar. Damn it! Guhai's face darkened. He was about to escape when Luya and the others came. While Guhai was frustrated, he could only put the shackles on himself again. He activated the heaven mending power. Instantly, the broken shackles were repaired. There's still Luya's golden net seal. Luckily, I have some of the golden net seal. Guhai took a deep breath. The heaven mending power repaired the golden net seal. Buzz! Guhai immediately used the energy of the golden net to seal his cultivation and curled up under the big rock. Guhai closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Boom! A beam of holy light descended on the Evil Valley. The surrounding dark rain was instantly dispersed by the holy light. A flying boat appeared in midair. Yanhua, Luya, Bingham, and a group of angels stood on the flying boat. Where's the guardian? Yanhua glared. No, we don't know. A few angels said in fear. Go, call Yihua to see me. If Gu Hai runs away, who's going to be responsible? Yen Hua glared. Looking at the valley, Yen Hua was completely enraged. Gu Hai was the only one in this huge prison valley. He could have run away so easily. Liu narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was asleep? What happened here? Your Majesty! Bingheim suddenly cried out with heartache. Gu Hai's current appearance did not have any of his usual aura. His clothes were tattered, his cultivation was sealed, and he was still wearing shackles. Was he curled up in a corner and asleep? Boom! A large number of angels rushed into the valley. At the same time, many angels flew in all directions. Yanhua, father asked Tai Chu to guard Gu Hai. He's really guarding him well. Luya said coldly. Crown Prince Luya, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Yanhua said anxiously. Everyone was also puzzled at this moment. Why did the prison become like this? Luya was one step faster and went to Gu Hai. He reached out and pinched Gu Hai. Buzz! A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Oh, my seal is still there. Gu Hai is only unconscious. Luya's expression darkened. With a start, Gu Hai suddenly sobered up. What's going on? Gu Hai stared at Luya. Luya also narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai, as if he wanted to see the truth from Gu Hai's eyes. However, it was not so easy to see through Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai, what happened here? Where are the prisoners? And where are the guards? Yen Hua stared and shouted. Gu Hai stood up blankly and looked around. How would I know? I just came here and a black gas covered the valley. After that, I don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. Black gas? What black gas? Yen Hua stared. Gu Hai looked at Yen Hua coldly, as if he was unwilling to say. Your Majesty, how are you? Bingheim quickly went forward and looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Bingheim, are you okay? Gu Hai looked happy. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Bingheim cried and looked at Gu Hai. Why are you crying? It's not your fault. Gu Hai comforted her. Young master, we can't find second young master. An angel flew over. Look again. I just went to father's place, and he's gone? Yen Hua glared. Yes. All the angels flew away. Yen Hua stared at Gu Hai, as if she wanted to see something in Gu Hai's eyes. Even Luya could not see it, let alone Yen Hua. All right, Yen Hua. I've already told Tai Chu that Gu Hai will be under my watch for now. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Luya said. Father said so. But what exactly happened here? Only Gu Hai is still here, I think. Yen Hua said with a frown. There's nothing for you to think about. Gu Hai was sealed by me. Who can undo his seal? He must have fainted. You can investigate the rest yourself. Luya said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Hai and Bingheim were swept up and flew out of Heaven City. Looking at the light that Luya left, Yen Hua's expression was dark. Fine. Get Yihua to see me. Yes. All the angels answered. Yes. The three crown princes responded. As they approached Sun God Shrine, Long Zhonghua continued to issue military orders. In an instant, all 33 cities in the Heavenly Court were mobilized. Long Zhonghua had to stay in the Heavenly Court, and Long Zhonghua's target was Eastern Sovereignty. The army quickly gathered and prepared to attack Sun God Shrine. Heavenly Stellar City, Long Chun Hall. Ao Tianhuang sat in the center of the hall as a group of Dragon Tribe members respectfully reported the news from Sun God Shrine. Ao Shun? Was he accidentally captured? Ao Tianhuang said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai was also captured. Not long ago, there was a huge battle under the Fusong tree. Tai, Crown Prince Ao Shun, is being closely guarded. A Dragon Tribe member said worriedly. Sovereign, that's Crown Prince Ao Shun. If we rush in like this, Tai Chu will definitely kill him. Sovereign, if we go now, what about the Crown Prince? The elders of the Dragon Tribe were anxious. Ao Tianhuang also frowned. Ao Tianhuang had said resolutely in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, but how could he not care about his son, who he cared about the most? After a moment of silence, Ao Tianhuang sighed. Perhaps this is fate. Shun is unlucky. I can only hope that I can find Shun soul in the future. What? Sovereign? "You giving up on Crown Prince Ao Shun?" the elders asked anxiously. "Remember, don't have any other thoughts this time. If His Holiness succeeds, even if you die in battle, His Holiness can control the reincarnation of heaven and earth and revive you. Ao Shun is dead. He will be revived soon," Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Yes, the elders were helpless. "Report." A guard rushed into the Longchen Hall. "Sovereign, there is the Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, outside. He said that he has a way to save Crown Prince Ao Shun." The guard said respectfully. "Oh, let him in." Ao Tianhuang's eyes lit up. Soon, Guqin and Montez stepped into the Longchen Hall. "The Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, greets Sovereign Ao Shun." Guqin solemnly bowed to Ao Shun. Mengtai followed suit and bowed. "Guqin, why are you looking for me?" Ao Tianhuang asked in a deep voice. "Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush with Supremacy Ao. My great Han Dynasty's experts have also come to assist Supremacy Ao in rescuing Crown Prince Ao Shun and my imperial father," Guqin solemnly declared. "Guhai, you are well informed. You know about the Solar God Shrine," Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. "Yes, although the Han Dynasty has many experts, they are not as strong as the Solar God Shrine. Ao Shun and my father are in the Heavenly City. I have a plan to save them. I only ask for your cooperation," Guqin solemnly said. Ao Tianhuang squinted his eyes and said, "How can I trust you?" "Sovereign Ao, this is my plan. Please take a look." Guqin took out a bamboo scroll and handed it to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang took it doubtfully and opened it gently. It was filled with small words. Ao Tianhuang's pupils shrank when he saw the words. He then squinted his eyes and thought about the possibility of the words on the bamboo scroll. "Sovereign Ao, time is of the essence. Once the two armies fight, there will be no more chance." Guqin said anxiously. Good. Guhai's son is not to be trifled with. I have underestimated you." Ao Tianhuang stared at Guqin. "You want to save Ao Shun, and we want to save our father. We will each take what we need." Guqin smiled. "We will do as you say," Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Heavenly City, Evil Valley. A large number of angels were guarding this place. Holy light soared into the sky. Yanhua was standing respectfully behind Tai Chu. Tai Chu waved his hand, and countless white powder suddenly appeared from the ground. The powder quickly gathered, and gradually, the powder gathered to form 500 skeletons. Skeletons? These skeletons? "Father, those prisoners and guards who disappeared were killed?" And Yanhua's expression changed. Tai Chu's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not refute, but silently agreed with what Yanhua said. Slap! Suddenly, a small finger flew out from the forest and landed on one of the skeletons. "Yihua is not inside, right? Father, Yihua is not dead?" Yanhua said anxiously. "This is Yihua." Tai Chu looked coldly at the skeleton in front of him. "This is Yihua." Yanhua gasped, and his expression changed. "Second young master." Suddenly, countless angels knelt down. "Yihua, he has been resurrected once. He can't be resurrected again. Is he dead?" Yanhua's expression also turned cold. "Are you sure that Gu Hai was the only one left in the valley?" Tai Chu said coldly. "Yes, only Gu Hai was there. It was him. He killed Yihua." Yanhua said angrily. Tai Chu suddenly turned and looked coldly at Yanhua. "Ridiculous." "What?" Yanhua's expression froze. "I've checked Luya's seal. Even I can't break it. Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed and shackled. How could he kill so many prisoners and angels? How could he kill Yihua?" Tai Chu said coldly. Yanhua's expression froze. "Moreover, if Gu Hai killed Yihua, why would he stay in the valley and wait for you?" Tai Chu said coldly. I don't know." Yanhua's expression changed. "If they came to save Gu Hai, they would naturally take Gu Hai away. But Gu Hai did not leave. Are they trying to frame Gu Hai? Is the person who killed Yihua Gu Hai's enemy?" Tai Chu's expression darkened. "But how could Gu Hai's enemy enter Heaven City? The four directions. Black angels are always guarding the four directions, Yanhua said anxiously. Guhai's enemy? Taichu looked at Yihua's white bones and suddenly saw a strand of green hair between the gaps of the bones. The hair was very thin. Taichu pinched it gently and narrowed his eyes at the green hair. Is this a peacock's feather? Yanhua's expression darkened. Peacock? Impossible. The great Myojin would not kill Yihua to frame Guhai. It's not Kong Xian, Taichu said solemnly. Father, Heaven City is heavily guarded. Other than Kong Xian, who else could sneak in? Yanhua shouted angrily. Allah! I remember that when Guhai confronted Kong Xian that day, he said that Kong Xian was the spy of the Long Zhonghua. Yes, Allah, I heard it too. The surrounding angels shouted. Shut up. Remember, it's not Kong Xian. It's someone else. Taichu shouted coldly. Oh, yes. Yanhua and the rest of the angels replied. Although Taichu repeatedly emphasized that it was not Kong Xian, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kong Xian was Tai Yi's most trusted person. That was why Tai Yi gave Kong Xian the right to control the cosmic cycle star formation. What if Kong Xian betrayed them? Taichu's hair stood on end in an instant. A thought suddenly sprouted in his heart. Luya brought Guhai and Bingheim to the sky above the Fusong tree, where a huge city was. This is Luya's city? Crown Prince Luya, your own city? Bingheim said solemnly. Luya did not say anything. He just led the two of them into the city. There was a large amount of fog outside the city, making it difficult to see inside. In the center of the city was a huge palace called Temple of the Gods. Outside the Temple of the Gods, there were countless demon guards. Temple of the Gods? How arrogant! Guhai narrowed his eyes. Temple of the Gods? The most mysterious palace in Solar God Palace. No one has ever entered it. Even Tai Yi has never entered your Temple of the Gods. Bingheim narrowed her eyes. Today, I'll bring you in to take a look. Luya sneered. Bring us in to take a look? I remember that the reason why the Temple of the Gods is so mysterious is because anyone who enters the Temple of the Gods never comes out again, including one of your sisters. Huh, you want to kill us? Bingheim looked coldly at Luya. Luya brought the two of them to the entrance of the Temple of the Gods. Greetings, Master. Countless Yao clan guards bowed respectfully. Luya ignored the guards. Instead, he looked at Guhai and Bingheim. Do I have to wait until now to kill you? The Temple of the Gods is my world. Let's go. Chapter 689. The shackles on Guhai's body were removed by Bingheim. Because his cultivation was sealed by himself, Luya did not take it seriously. The door of the Temple of Gods opened, but the interior was dark like a black hole. Under Luya's urging, Guhai was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped in, Guhai immediately felt the world spin. The dark hall lit up instantly. After standing firm, Guhai realized that he had arrived at a new small world. Behind him was a huge black void hole. It looked extremely strange. The Temple of Gods is the entrance to a small world. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, when he looked up at the sky, it was an extremely strange world. There was a sun in the sky, but it was not dazzling enough. There were layers of mountains all around, and it was extremely vast. In the distance, there seemed to be a strange light shining. Most importantly, when Guhai entered, his soul suddenly trembled, as if it was about to leave his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. What world is this? My soul is trembling? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Just as Guhai was puzzled. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hole behind him suddenly disappeared. Huh. Guhai's expression changed. The entrance was gone? He couldn't get out? Luya was deliberately playing tricks? Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the forest in the distance. The roar shook the sky, and the earth trembled. Luya! Guhai snorted coldly. With a bang, he undid Luya's seal. Guhai instantly rushed into the forest. After a while, where Guhai had landed previously, a huge creature landed with a bang. Boom! The huge creature landed, and the earth shook violently. In the forest, Guhai stared at the monster. It was a 30 feet tall pig demon. However, this pig demon was very strange. Its entire body was blood red, and it emitted waves of scarlet aura. Evil karma? Evil karma floating on the surface of the body? Guhai's eyes widened, revealing a trace of astonishment. He had the heaven-mending karma pool, and the karma pool was used to refine evil karma. Evil karma had always been formless, but why did this pig demon seem to be surrounded by evil karma? Where is he? I smelled someone's aura just now. Where is he? The pig demon looked around. Guhai took a closer look and saw that there seemed to be a white light spot in between the pig demon's eyebrows. That light spot seemed to allow the pig demon to connect with the heavens and earth. With every step he took, a strong wind blew. Over here, the pig demon's eyes suddenly widened as he looked in the direction of Guhai. Have we been discovered? Guhai's expression darkened. Roar! The pig demon roared and instantly appeared in front of Guhai. Guhai didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he retreated and carefully observed the pig demon. However, this pig demon was extremely strange. Its body seemed to be illusory, yet corporeal. Oh, an expert is here. Ha ha ha, I like to eat experts. The pig demon's body swayed and charged toward Guhai again. Boom! A huge mountain was trampled down with a loud bang. The power of the peak of the lower celestial palace. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Screech! Guhai took out the life ender saber. He looked coldly at the pig demon. Ha ha! You overestimate yourself. Watch me eat you. The pig demon instantly pounced on Guhai. Guhai also slashed with his saber. You are the world of the monster gods. Do you think you could defeat me with that saber? The pig demon sneered. Boom! There was a loud sound. The life ender saber suddenly stopped on the pig demon's skin. The pig demon was pushed back by the huge force, but the life ender saber didn't cut through the pig demon's skin. What? Guhai's face darkened. It couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin? It was not difficult for him to cut through an ordinary middle celestial palace in the outside world, but he couldn't even cut through the skin of a lower celestial palace here? Do you feel that your power has become weaker? Ha ha ha! Did you just come to this world? The pig demon walked forward with a cold smile. Guhai's eyes narrowed. Did his power become weaker? But he didn't seem to have changed. The pig demon looked at Guhai with a cold gaze, as if he was determined to win. He was drooling. In this world, even if I am the weakest monster god, I am much better than you humans. Humans will only be eaten when they come here. The pig demon suddenly pounced on Guhai with a cold smile. Boom! Guhai slashed again, but he still couldn't cut through the pig demon's skin. Guhai retreated. At the same time, Guhai's body felt very uncomfortable. It felt like his mortal soul was about to leave his body. Guhai continued to flee while suppressing the human soul from his body. Ah! Run, run, run. Let's see where you can run to. 8 feet of human soul. It is enough for me to replenish my godly power. Ha ha ha! The pig demon followed closely behind, getting closer and closer to Guhai. The pig demon was as tall as a 3-story building. Guhai could only weave through the forest. Flying? Flying in the sky would only make him a target. If he weaved through the forest, the pig demon would not be able to find him. After running for a while, Guhai was forced into a huge valley. Ha ha ha! Come on, you're the 10th human war god that I've eaten this month. After eating you, I can gain another portion of godly power. Ha, this world is so good. As long as I eat people, I can refine their soul power into godly power. One day, I will reach the level of Loach God. The pig demon closed in on Guhai. Guhai's head was about to explode, and his human soul was about to leave his body. As time passed, his human soul grew bigger and bigger, and his brain was about to burst. Forget it, let it come out, Guhai said gloomily. Wong, the human soul instantly left his body. The moment the human soul left his body, Guhai felt as if his body had become secondary, and his human soul had become the main body. As soon as the human soul left his body, a strange energy surged from heaven and earth, filling the human soul. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the human soul turned blood red like the pig demon, and turned into a solid body, surrounded by a scarlet aura. His body merged with the human soul's huge body. Human soul for 190 feet. Burp. The ferocious expression of the pig demon suddenly stopped, and he looked at Gu Hai in shock. You were not a human soul before? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? Why is your human soul so big? The pig demon suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai suddenly looked at his own body, and his eyelids twitched. He seemed to have experienced this scene before. In the Azura Dao secret realm, his soul had appeared, and the Azura Dao secret realm's energy surged into his soul, giving him an Azura incarnation. Now, this world also gave him an incarnation? How big was the body and soul? The life ender saber in his hand also grew bigger. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the ferocious pig demon in the valley. Previously, the pig demon was a giant in front of Gu Hai, but now, the pig demon was smaller than one of Gu Hai's feet. Boom! Gu Hai stepped on the pig demon's body. Don't eat me, I'm innocent. I didn't know, great God, I didn't know you were so powerful. The pig demon screamed in fear. Where is this? Gu Hai asked solemnly. I don't know. I only know that in this place the human soul and divine body decide the size and power. The pig demon said in fear. Human soul? Divine body? Divine body? Gu Hai stared at the pig demon. I'm a pig demon king from the outskirts of the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain, the pig demon said. I was lucky enough to cultivate a god and subjugate a bunch of pig demons. I ate a small town and was wiped out by the holy land of Mount Spirit Mountain. At first, I thought I was dead, but then, somehow, my mortal soul and the god I cultivated arrived here. My god and mortal soul fused together, and I became about 5 meters tall. Then some power in heaven and earth remolded my demon body. Oh, how big was your human soul in the past? Gu Hai asked solemnly. My human soul used to be only 5 inches tall. It took me 300 years to grow to 3 feet tall. My pig deity allowed me to grow to 3 feet tall. But why are you so big? Didn't you go to the heavenly palace? The pig demon asked in fear. You eat people? Gu Hai stared at the pig demon. No, it has nothing to do with me. All the demon gods here eat humans. Every once in a while, someone will come into this world for no reason. We can only grow by eating humans and their souls. The pig demon said in horror. Hiss! Gu Hai slashed at the pig demon. The pig demon's skin was still tough, but at this moment, Gu Hai's knife could already cut a hole in it. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, black gas gushed out from the bone knife, and it opened its mouth to eat the pig demon. The pig demon was in pain, and in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the skeleton in the black gas. However, the bone knife didn't seem to eat anything for a long time. The pig demon's human soul and his negative karma were swallowed by the pool of karma. The bone knife only ate the white spot between the pig demon's eyebrows. The white spot looked like the pig demon, and it wanted to escape in fear. However, it was digested by the bone knife in the blink of an eye. This small white spot had a strange energy, and it was like a great supplement, making the bone knife tremble excitedly. This time, the bone knife slightly refined the energy of the white spot and fed back 1,000th of it to Gu Hai. Buzz! Gu Hai suddenly felt his body shake, and a warm current flowed into his body. Divine power? Divine power? That white spot just now was the pig demon's divine. The monster race cultivates the divine and can command an entire race. There are different kinds of divinities in the divine body. The life ender saber swallowed the divinity and also refined 1,000th of the human soul that was fed back to me. The human soul's power increased again. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. He walked to the side of a small lake and looked at himself in the lake. His body was blood red, and there was a green halo behind his head. This was the second level of the lower celestial palace that he reached when he killed the Qing Emperor. Killing a pig demon just now actually caused a red dot of light to appear behind the green light circle. Killing demons to refine the divine and increase my cultivation? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Roar! Roar! Standing at a high point, Gu Hai looked around. In the distance, there seemed to be countless monster gods killing and killing everywhere. Gu Hai even saw some humans fleeing. Swish! Guhai quickly ran in front of human. Boom! With one slash, Guhai killed a 50-foot-tall ox demon god. He saved a group of humans. We are saved. We are saved. Brother, we are saved. The group of humans trembled in fear. The ox demon god was killed. The group of humans looked at Guhai with excitement and fear. You're so big? Which tribe's war god are you from? One of them looked at Guhai in astonishment. Why are you here? Where is this? Guhai asked in a low voice. You don't know? The group of people were stunned. Senior, are you from the divine continent? The leader of the group, a green-robed man, asked in surprise. Who are you? Where is this? Guhai frowned. My ancestors were also people of the divine continent. Legend has it that since 800,000 years ago, the heavens would randomly grab a few people from the divine continent every 100 years to become food for the demon immortals. We hid here and there and formed our own tribes. That was how we survived. Generation after generation, each tribe had its own war god who fought against the demon immortals here to protect us and keep us alive. You were also thrown here by the heavens? That shouldn't be. It hasn't even been 100 years. The green-robed man exclaimed. 800,000 years ago, all of this was done by the immortal of the six paths? Guhai frowned. I heard from my grandfather that when the demon gods fought, they would strengthen their own spirit. Loch God's spirit was the strongest. He even commanded a third of the demon gods. Another person exclaimed, Demon gods? This is a farm of the immortal of the six paths? Raising this group of demon gods? And the food for this group of demon gods is the human race? The demon gods eat humans, and the demon gods eat each other? Guhai frowned. Maybe. Everyone's face suddenly revealed a sorrowful expression. Then is there a name here? Guhai stared at the group. I heard from a battle god in the tribe that it was called the mystery realm of the way of the beast. The green-robed leader frowned. Mystery realm of the way of the beast. Guhai's pupils shrank. Chapter 690. Guhai stepped into the temple of the gods, and Luya followed behind. However, before Luya entered the temple of the gods, he reached out and squeezed. The temple of the gods trembled slightly. Let's go. Luya smiled faintly. Bingheim did not understand and followed Luya in. The moment they entered, they appeared at the entrance of a huge palace. This palace was also called the Temple of the Gods. However, their surroundings were no longer a city. Instead, they were surrounded by a vast sun. A mini-world? Bingheim was taken aback. In the next instant, Bingheim's expression changed. Where's the Emperor? Luya, where's the Emperor? When Guhai entered this world, he was teleported to Mudfish's side. However, don't worry, he's still alive. Luya sneered. Why you did that on purpose, didn't you? Bingheim glared. Luya sneered. Yes, I did on purpose. Guhai is here now. Don't you care about him? Every day he stays in this world reduces his chances of survival. Only by working with me and defeating Mudfish can you save him. You, Bingheim glared. This is a star that I refined. If you want to save Guhai, lend me the power of the jackdaw. Let me complete the great yin-yang three-legged crow and cultivate the power of chaos. Come with me to kill demons and steel gods. When I can kill Mudfish, no one in this world can stop me. Luya said coldly. Oomph. Bingheim glared. On the ground below, Guhai shrunk his human soul to the size of an ordinary person. He came to the same tribe as that group. The tribe's living conditions were very simple and crude. They all lived in caves because this was the world of the demon god. If they wanted to survive, they had to hide. A large number of humans were gathered in the cave. The leader was a white-haired elder. Senior, you can call me Old Shaman. Your human soul is 490 zhang tall. Senior, you must be an extraordinary existence in the divine continent. The white-haired old shaman said respectfully, It's just a coincidence. But now I'm also in prison. I wonder if you have a way to get out? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Get out. There's no other way. Our land is under the control of Loch God. Loch God is 1,000 meters tall and possesses unparalleled might. We don't dare to show our faces at all. The old witch sighed. Then have you heard of Luya? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Great god Luya? Of course I have heard of it. Senior, do you see the sun in the sky? It was brought by the great god Luya. That is the residence of the great god Luya, the temple of all gods. The old witch explained. Oh, the sun? Guhai was slightly taken aback. Luya only appeared 80,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, and the moment he appeared, he kept on killing to seize the Yao god's divine power. He also stole countless Yao arts. He was also one of the few powerhouses in this world. Only when he met the Loach god did he stop his path of slaughter. The old shaman explained. Oh, Yao arts? Guhai stilled slightly. Today, the demon immortals that Senior encountered were actually the lowest level of demon immortals. They only had some strength and physical strength. However, there are too many demon immortals here. Those powerful demon immortals don't even need to know where you are to kill you. Our human race did our best to cultivate some powerful war gods, but when they showed themselves, they all died under Yao arts. One of the Yao arts was called the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. It was really eerie. The old witch recalled. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book? Guhai said in surprise. Yes, it was a rusty nail that became a Yao and formed a Yao god. When a Nailhead 7 Arrow Book was released, countless war gods of our human race died. That Yao god took human form and was 50 zhang tall. His divine body was strong, and his divine power was boundless. He used his divine power to cast Yao arts. Whoever he worshipped would die. In the past, he was a loyal subordinate of the Loach god. Later, he was killed by the Loach god and refined by the Loach god. He also obtained the Yao arts of the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book, the old witch explained. 50 zhang tall. The bigger the Yao god's body, the stronger they are? Guhai asked in a low voice. That's basically the case for Yao gods. But to us humans, we can't compete with them in terms of size. We can only compete with soul power. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to increase soul power. The old witch explained. Increase soul power? Guhai narrowed his eyes. The old witch nodded. The tallest soul body in the human race is only 30 zhang tall. The soul power they can store is limited. Senior, your soul body is so big. After a few thousand years, you will definitely be able to store more soul power. You will be comparable to normal Yao gods. Just as the two were talking, a scream came from outside the cave. Look, Yao god Luya is back. Guhai quickly walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the somewhat dim sun in the sky suddenly gave off a dazzling golden light, becoming very bright. Wah! A crow's cry came from his son. Luya has come out of seclusion. Is he declaring war? Roar! Suddenly, the roars of powerful Yao gods came from all directions. In an instant, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky and pounced on the sun. Boom! A beam of light shot down from the sun, revealing the three-legged golden crow. It was 1,000 zhang tall. On the head of the golden crow, Guhai saw a white ball of light. Within the ball of light was a white, three-legged jackdaw. Bingheim, Guhai showed a hint of worry. Roar! 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 Countless Yao gods rushed out. Treasure! Luya's three-legged golden crow roared. Be careful of his immortal slaying flying saber. Spread out. The immortal slaying flying saber won't turn back until you see your head. Spread out. Water-type Yao gods attack. You don't have heads. Go. Wood-type Yao gods attack. You won't die even if your heads are chopped off. Hurry. Suddenly, a large number of Yao gods rushed into the sky. At this moment, Luya opened his mouth and spat out 3 gourds. Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd. A large number of flying sabers flew out of the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Boom! A large amount of True Samadhi Fire flew out of the True Fire Gourd. Whoosh! Billions of vines suddenly emerged from the Vine World Gourd. My gourd? Guhai narrowed his eyes. He saw the Yao gods in the sky suddenly suffer a destructive blow. The 3 gourds were activated by Luya, and their power was even stronger than when Guhai used them in the past. Immediately, an overwhelming fire rushed out, destroying all the wood-type and water-type Yao gods. The The Yao gods that rushed past the true Samadhi fire were immediately wrapped up by the vine world gourd. The Yao gods that broke through the vines were suddenly beheaded by the immortal slaying gourd. Instantly, the three-legged golden crow opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the gods on the heads of the slaughtered Yao gods were swallowed by the golden crow. The golden crow grew larger, and its body emitted an even stronger heat. "Luya, you have a new treasure? How dare you act so presumptuously in my territory?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. They saw a giant loach that was 3,000 feet long suddenly soar into the sky. It broke through the true Samadhi fire zone, the vines, and the immortal slaying flying saber zone to reach Luya. Luya was only 1,000 feet long, but the loach was 3,000 feet long. The loach demon deity opened his mouth and spat out a black hole towards Luya. "Old loach, this isn't the last time." The three-legged golden crow shouted coldly and grabbed with its claw. Boom! The huge black hole suddenly wrapped around the three-legged golden crow's huge claw. "Loser, your claw was broken by my black hole once. Now it's healed?" The loach demon god sneered. Rumble. As expected, Luya's golden crow claw seemed to be unable to hold on. "Bingheim, it's your turn. Don't worry, you won't die," Luya said ferociously. "Wah!" Luya roared and opened his mouth. In the sky above, the white jackdaw hesitated. "Luya, if I die, please let his majesty leave," the white three-legged jackdaw shouted. "Sure," Luya shouted. Wah! His mouth opened even wider. Whoosh! The white three-legged jackdaw instantly flew into the three-legged golden crow's mouth as if it had been swallowed. Bingheim, Guhai, who was on the ground, shouted in shock. "Eaten?" Luya had eaten Bingheim, released the power of frost. Yin and yang coexisting technique. Luya roared. Buzz! Suddenly, the flames on the three-legged golden crow's body surged. The three-legged golden crow instantly grew to 3,000 feet long, but most of it was illusory. It was the effect of the flames. Boom! The golden crow clawed and shattered the black hole under its claw. What? Lord Loach's expression changed. The Loach demon god was 3,000 feet long, and the three-legged golden crow was also 3,000 feet long. Immediately, the two demon gods tore at each other. Rumble! For a moment, the sky darkened. The two experts were surrounded by storms of energy. The energy wreaked havoc, and the ground trembled. For a moment, no one could see what was inside. Bingheim was eaten by Luya. Guhai's expression suddenly twisted. However, at this moment in the sky, it was not something he could interfere with. Boom! 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 After a day and night of fighting, the battle suddenly stopped. Luya couldn't do anything to the Loach demon god and fled into the sky. "Haha, old Loach, what do you think? You can't do anything to me, right? I just devoured 368 gods. Just wait until I refine this group of gods and you die. Ha 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 ha." The golden crow laughed heartily as he flew up into the sun. Loach looked at the sky with a cold expression. "You swallowed those gods, but the wills of the gods aren't that easy to refine. Forcefully refining them will only make you go crazy. You want to become stronger? It's still early. You can't swallow too much either, right? Let's see who's faster. I have the great yin-yang coexisting technique now. You're not as fast as me. Just wait for your death, ha ha ha." Luya's laughter came from the sun. Roar! Loach roared. He suddenly opened his mouth and sucking close to 400 huge demon gods in front of him. "Loach demon god, spare us, spare us." The 400 demon gods cried out. Loach demon god opened his mouth and spat out a black hole, crushing the 400 demon gods. Once the demon gods died, their gods were swallowed into Loach demon god's stomach. Oomph! Loach demon god snorted coldly and rushed into the mountains, disappearing. The entire world suddenly returned to its calm. "Loach demon god has become so strong," the old shaman said in shock. "Luya can only eat 300 gods at once." Guhai frowned slightly. The old shaman looked at Guhai in surprise. "Yes, it's a miracle that he can eat so many this time. In the past, He could only eat 30 gods at once. He has become stronger. Wait, if Loach demon god is so strong, he can eat as many gods as he wants. Why did he only eat 400? It's the same for Luya. Why did he only eat 300? Guhai was puzzled. Senior, you don't know? Oh, right, you just came. Refining other gods is easy, but every god has their own will. It's easy to swallow divinity, but it's extremely difficult to wear down the will of every god. If you meet a strong god and don't absorb well, your own will be twisted by the other party. Then, you're no longer yourself. The more gods there are, the more will there is. It's not easy to wear down the will. The strongest war god of the human race can only wear down the weakest god at most. There are a few times when he can't wear down the will of a god and went crazy himself. The old shaman said worriedly. Guhai narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of the Azura Dao secret realm. Back then, when killing Azuras and obtaining their soul power, one had to digest the will of the Azura. At that time, one had to stop every 3 months to use the Book of Dao to digest. Otherwise, one would become violent and even become a killing machine. Was the will of devouring gods the same? Needed to be digested? Hard to digest? The Immortal of the 6 paths also wanted this god. Therefore, the demon gods in the beast Dao mystic realm had to kill each other and slowly refine the strongest demon god. All the Immortal 6 paths had to do was to devour the demon god's soul and refine its will. Others needed to slowly wear down the will of a god, but he didn't. He had the life ender saber. Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. After killing a god, the life ender saber could absorb its godly power and refine it. Then, it would give him 1,000th of the refined godly power. What was the origin of the life ender saber? Old shaman, I have something to ask of you, Guhai said solemnly. Senior, please tell me. I want Fey gods. I want countless Fey gods. Please contact all the humans and lure the Fey gods to me. I want to kill them. I want to become stronger too. The next time Loach God and Luya fight, I want to be stronger than them. Guhai's eyes flashed with a light. The old shaman said in shock. Chapter 691. In Dragon God Ying's camp, the 3 princes, Dragon God Ying, Long Shenwan, and Takeshi Ryushin were all reading a letter. At this moment, the Daqian Celestial Empire shared a common enemy, sharing all news. Guhai has broken through to the lower celestial palace? That's really fast. Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. 490 zhong? Even Sage Father is only 490 zhong, right? Long Shenwan exclaimed. 490 zhong. That's the limit of the lower celestial palace. I thought that only Sage Father could reach it. But who would have thought that this Guhai is so lucky? If I'm not wrong, he must have broken through from the Azura Path's secret realm. Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Azura Path's secret realm? Guhai is really lucky. Haha, his starter point is so high. A trace of jealousy flashed across Long Shenwan's eyes. But Dragon Godding shook his head. No, Guhai is considered a cripple. Oh, big brother, you're saying that Guhai is imprisoned? Will Taichu kill him? Takeshi Ryushin asked solemnly. Dragon God shook his head. I'm saying that he has broken through to the lower celestial palace, and his human soul has reached 490 zhong. Isn't he a cripple? Why? Takeshi Ryushin was puzzled. Long Shenwan, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and said, That's right. Big brother's right. Guhai is finished. Father did not reach 496 meters in one go. Instead, he slowly matured through his later cultivation. Is there a difference? Takeshi Ryushin asked with a frown. Third brother, you're not the main body. This clone is much more foolish. When will your main body return? Dragon God, asked solemnly. Takeshi Ryushin's face stiffened. 3 souls, also known as divine soul. What is the divine soul? How do you cultivate the lower celestial palace? Long Shenwan asked. The soul is the vessel, and the power of divinity is the foundation of cultivation. The bigger the soul, the more divinity it can store. This is a good thing, but it is a bad thing for Guhai. Dragon Shinnying said solemnly. For example, when an ordinary person enters the celestial palace, the human soul is like a dried-up pond. As long as the pond is filled with the power of divinity, it will be filled, and one will be able to enter the celestial palace. But Guhai was different. Guhai's mortal soul was like a dried-up sea. It needed to be filled with a sea of divinity before it could be filled. Tell me, with Guhai's current cultivation speed, how long do you think he'll need to fill up this ocean? Long Shunwen sneered. Oh, Takashi Ryushin's pupil shrank. Sacred Father's mortal soul is also like an ocean. It was not expanded to this size in the lower celestial palace, but in the middle celestial palace or even the upper celestial palace. With the help of the earth's soul and heavenly soul, this ocean will be filled with divinity, and with the help of the immortal dome. Guhai will not be able to fill up this ocean in this lifetime. If this ocean is not filled, he will not be able to enter the middle celestial palace. Therefore, I said that he is crippled. He can only stay in the lower celestial palace for the rest of his life. Dragon Shinnying sneered. What a pity! Takashi Ryushin sighed softly. There is no need to feel pity. In 2 days, we will reach the Fusong tree. Our people have already sent the battle invitation to the Golden Crow Crown Prince Palace. I believe that the Golden Crow Crown Princes are already waiting for us. Dragon Shinnying said solemnly. 10 Golden Crow Crown Princes? Heh, only that Luya is worth mentioning. The others are nothing. Long Shinwen sneered. Don't underestimate them. Only victory is allowed in this battle. Dragon Shinnying said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Beast Path Mystic Realm. With the old shaman in charge of gathering, countless humans were very cooperative. At the very least, Guhai had brought a huge hope. He even promised that as long as they succeeded, all humans would return to the divine continent and lure the demon gods. The location was chosen in an extremely deep mountain. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds and miasma. Guhai had even set up a large number of sound barriers, in case the sound was too loud. Senior Gu, can you do it? At the peak of a mountain, the old shaman asked worriedly. Don't worry. I only want more. The more the better. Guhai said solemnly. Senior, don't worry. I have already informed all the tribes and all the war gods. They are fully responsible for luring the demon gods here. Just as he finished speaking, roar! A loud roar suddenly sounded from afar. A group of humans fled in front, followed by a huge wolf demon god. They are here. The old shaman's eyes lit up. Roar! A loud roar sounded from the other side. Another group of humans had attracted a leopard demon god. Oh no, there too. What should we do? The old shaman's expression changed. Then he saw Guhai taking a step forward and flying out. When Guhai flew out, his human soul came out of his body. As soon as his human soul came out, a boundless blood-colored aura suddenly rolled over. In the blink of an eye, it reformed Guhai's human soul into a huge blood-colored body. Ha! You human war gods dare to provoke me now? You are courting death. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god sneered. Oh, you even provoked the wolf demon god. You are really courting death. Another 6-feet-long leopard demon god laughed. Boom! The 2 human war gods were instantly knocked to the ground by the demon god's aura. The war gods fell and were about to be eaten by the demon gods. Senior, the war gods exclaimed. Senior? No one can save you. Where is the senior? Ha! The wolf demon god sneered. The wolf demon god opened his mouth and was about to swallow. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded them. The 5-feet-long wolf demon god was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look and suddenly saw a 49-feet-tall giant. I am their senior. Guhai said coolly. Shing! The life ender saber suddenly slashed down. The wolf demon god cried out in shock. A huge wound was immediately cut open. Rumble! Rolling black energy flew out of the life ender saber. A large number of skeletons quickly gnawed at the wolf demon god. No. In the blink of an eye, the wolf demon god was gnawed clean. Perhaps it was too weak and did not have any bones left. Humans. When did the humans have such a huge human soul? Loach god, something happened. The leopard demon god cried out in shock. Shing! The saber passed, and the leopard demon god's head was instantly cut open. In the blink of an eye, he was shrouded by rolling black energy and gnawed clean by the skeletons. It's useless to shout. There is a soundproof array formation here. Sound can't spread out. Guhai said coldly. The humans who were nearly eaten earlier immediately rejoiced. Senior, long live Senior. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods again. I'll go again. I'll go too. Ha ha. If I can really save the humans, even if I die, it will be worth it. I'll go and lure the beast demon gods. The various human war gods rushed in all directions excitedly. The old witch also showed wild joy. There was finally hope for the humans. Roar, roar, roar. Loud roars came continuously from all directions. Many beast demon gods were lured over. Guhai discovered that this human soul condensed the scarlet energy of the world and was not very strong. However, as the life ender saber continuously refined the divine nature for him, the divine nature filled the halo behind his head. Guhai's strength seemed to grow increasingly stronger. As more beast demon gods were lured over, Guhai's saber slashed faster and faster. Kill, 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 kill. This was the weakest batch of beast demon gods. After the life ender saber slaughtered them, not a single one was left. This continued until a 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god arrived. However, Guhai fought with the ox demon for a long time before he pierced the ox demon's eye with his saber. Billowing black gas instantly entered the ox demon's eye and devoured the ox demon's eye, leaving behind a pile of bones. The old witch and the other human war gods were on tenterhooks earlier. That 20-zhang tall ox beast demon god was extremely lucky. In the past, it was the despair of the human race. However, it was killed by Senior Gu. Senior Gu was also fine. That's the 60th beast demon god. Although most of them are small beast demon gods, it's still the 60th. Senior, do you feel uncomfortable? The old witch asked worriedly. Don't worry. The wills of these gods can't hurt me. Lure more beast demon gods to me. If you know where they are, you can bring me there, Guhai said seriously. Ha ha ha. Senior, just you wait. Just you wait. Our war gods will soon attract more beast demon gods. Just you wait. Just you wait. The human war gods shouted excitedly. Behind the cyan light circle behind Guhai's head, a red light circle appeared. Once again, a hazy red halo appeared, but it was not complete. However, it had already appeared. Cultivating in the lower heavenly palaces is really difficult. Previously, I thought that there was no way to break through. Now, it looks like this is an excellent opportunity. Guhai held the life ender saber and took a deep breath. As the red light circle slowly formed, Guhai's strength grew increasingly stronger. However, this human soul's body was determined by divinity. The more divinity one had, the stronger one would be. It was the same for the beast demon gods. They killed each other and consumed the divinity to grow stronger. Fortunately, I cultivated to the lower heavenly palaces this time. Otherwise, even if I could consume the divinity, there would be no place to store it. Guhai said with a sigh. A 49-zhang tall soul was like a fish in water here. It could store more divinity. Humans could not cultivate to become gods. However, humans were gods themselves. The size of the 49-zhang tall soul did not change. Guhai continued to kill and grow stronger. At the same time, he looked up at the huge sun in the sky. Bingheim, thank you for your love. You did not forget to plead for me even when you died. I will use Lu Ya's head as a sacrifice for you. Guhai looked at the sun with a ferocious expression. That day, Lu Ya swallowed Bingheim. It was still vivid in his mind. Guhai's heart was filled with rage. Kill, 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 kill. Guhai continued to kill. The red light circle behind his head had already condensed. It slowly condensed into the third layer of light circle, a purple light circle. The third layer of the lower heavenly palaces? It's not enough. Guhai's eyes were red. Just like that, he continued to kill for 10 days and 10 nights. Senior you have already killed 3,200 fey gods, the old witch said excitedly. In the valley, the ground was covered with white bones. They were all left behind after the fey gods were killed. After 10 days, the purple light circle behind Guhai's head also condensed. The fourth layer of the lower heavenly palaces. Guhai's human soul body became more and more solid. The surroundings were filled with bloody, evil karma. However, this evil karma was not a problem for Guhai. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the transformation pool. Wah! Suddenly, Luya's crow cry came from the sun. Old Loach, this prince has the great yin-yang coexisting technique. I have already refined the gods of 380 fey gods. What about you? It's still early, right? Ha 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 ha. Today is the day you die. Luya's roar reverberated throughout the world. Roar! In the distant forest, Loach god's roar suddenly came. All fey gods, come out. Follow this great god and tear Luya apart. Loach god roared. Roar! 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 In an instant, in the entire small world, countless fey gods roared and jumped out. Guhai looked up at the sky, but his eyes narrowed. Luya is here. It's about time. Next, it's time for you to die. Chapter 692. Wah! The three-legged golden crow suddenly flew down from the sun. When it flew down, it was 600 feet tall, and golden light radiated from its body. Guhai understood that the golden light was Luya's divine power. However, there was a white jackdaw above Luya's head. Bingheim, you're still alive? Guhai's eyes widened in ecstasy. Bingheim, hurry up and come again. Luya shouted. You said you'd let the emperor go. The white jackdaw said unwillingly. Guhai is down there. I don't know where he is. Only by killing Loach God can we find him. Besides, didn't your cultivation increase this time? You've reached the peak of the middle celestial palace in such a short time, haven't you? Luya said coldly. Ha ha, my cultivation did increase, and you gave me a portion of that surging divinity. But why am I still alive? Isn't it because I haven't opened my celestial palace yet? Once I open my celestial palace, it'll be time for you to eat me. The white jackdaw said unwillingly. Oh, you guessed it? Luya said coldly. Great yin and yang coexisting technique. Huh, do you think I can't see through it? You can only get this bit of power from me by force. I haven't opened my celestial palace yet, and you're still unwilling to eat me. Once I open my celestial palace, it'll be my death. Borrowing power from me every time is better than using your own power. Bingheim sneered. What? You still want to resist? Luya said coldly. Resist? I can resist, but if I self-destruct, you'll lose more than you gain. Do you believe me? Bingheim said resolutely. You dare. Luya glared. Bingheim stared at Luya. Don't worry. As long as I find Guhai, I'll definitely let Guhai go. I'll do as I say. Luya compromised in a low voice. Bingheim stared at Luya for a while, then let out a crow's cry and flew toward him. Oh! Luya swallowed Bingheim again. Boom! The flames around Luya's body suddenly soared into the sky. His 600 feet figure instantly grew to 320 feet. Below, Guhai felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Bingheim, you don't have to do this. Guhai's eyes were slightly moist as he said bitterly. Old Loach, are you out? Luya roared. Boom! Amidst the rolling bloodlight, Loach God flew out again. At this moment, Loach Great God had reached a size of 310 feet. Although it was not as big as Luya's, Loach Great God's body was solid. All Yao gods, come out! Loach God roared. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 demonic deities soared into the sky. They were of varying sizes, some dozens of meters tall, some hundreds of meters tall, and some nearly 600 meters tall. They all followed Grand God, Loach, into the sky. Demon God, this is not a competition of numbers. Please, treasure. Luya shouted. Boom! Suddenly, Luya spat out 3 gourds. They were the Immortal Slaying Gourd, the Vine Realm Gourd, and the True Fire Gourd. In an instant, the overwhelming Samadhi True Fire, vines, and Immortal Slaying Flying Daggers rushed toward the demon gods in all directions. Boom! Loach God and Luya also instantly tore at each other. Rumble. The sky was filled with energy storms. The battle was chaotic. Senior Gu, why don't you wait a little longer? We can slowly accumulate in the future. One day, you will become the strongest, the old shaman advised. No, today, Guhai's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and soared into the sky. Senior, be careful. The old shaman and countless human war gods prayed. At the same time, they clenched their fists, waiting for a miracle. With 100,000 demonic deities in the sky, Guhai immediately charged toward the group of demonic deities at the back with a life ender saber. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 7 or 8 demonic deities' skin were cut open by the life ender saber. The rolling skeletons crazily gnawed at the group of demonic deities. The group of demonic deities screamed in pain. The demonic deities nearby were shocked by the screams. A human, bastard. Human, quick, kill him. Since when did the human race have such a powerful war god? Humph, humans are the lowest beings. They are just our food. We eat humans. Humans don't have divinity or the will of gods. Eating them is very nutritious. Immediately, a large number of demonic deities pounced on Guhai. However, the current Guhai was no longer the same person as 10 days ago. The current Guhai could already compete with ordinary demonic deities. Kill, kill, kill. Although Guhai was seriously injured by the demonic deities, the life ender saber would fill his body with surging divinity as long as it devoured a demonic deity. The injury just now healed instantly. Skeleton, save me. Loach God, save me, save me. As Guhai killed, he collected more and more divinity. At first, in the eyes of the demonic deities, Guhai was a great tonic. However, as Guhai killed hundreds of demonic deities, Guhai became a dangerous person. When Guhai killed 2,000 demonic deities at an extremely fast speed, not many demonic deities dared to find trouble with Guhai. A group of top-notch demonic deities were hunting Luya. Screams continued. When Guhai killed 3,000 demonic deities, no demonic deity dared to approach Guhai anymore. Surging blood-red fog surrounded Guhai. That was the sin of killing. The powerful sin of killing made the demonic deities flee in fear like a demon. Below, the old witch and the other war gods were so excited that they were trembling all over. He is a human. Senior Gu is a human. That's great, that's great. Senior Gu, nothing must happen to you. The humans prayed excitedly. At that moment, Guhai was extremely depressed. Wherever he went, the demonic deities fled. How was he going to kill them? In the distance, Loach God and Luya were fighting when they noticed the abnormality in the distance. However, Guhai was shrouded in the bloody fog of killing and couldn't see his figure clearly. Luya couldn't guess that the 49-foot-tall figure was Guhai. In Luya's eyes, Guhai was already a dead man. Who is this? You are Luya's helper? Loach God suddenly exclaimed. After all, this group of demonic deities was here to kill Luya. Now this humanoid demonic deity, shrouded in bloody fog, was killing demonic deities? In the distance, Guhai's expression changed. He immediately lowered his voice. God Luya, I'm here to help you. Let's work together to kill old Loach. Guhai's roar made all the demonic deities' expressions change. Is he really Luya's helper? Loach God's expression changed. Luya was at a loss. Oh, could it be another demonic deity of this world? Has he always been lurking in the past? Ha ha, good. This crown prince will give you a chance to follow. Come, kill old Loach with me. Luya said with a big laugh. Luya, I'll stay here. You guys go and tear that blind thing apart for me. Loach God roared. Roar! Immediately, large swathes of demonic deities swarmed toward Guhai. Previously, Guhai was still fighting some ordinary demonic deities. But now it was powerful demonic deities. Guhai was only 49 foot tall, while these great demonic deities were hundreds of feet, even 1,000 feet or even bigger. They quickly surrounded Guhai. Boom! The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, Guhai's chest was torn apart by a 1,000-foot demonic deity. However, the life ender saber quickly killed a group of 300-foot demonic deities. In the blink of an eye, surging divine power filled his body, repairing his human soul and restoring his human soul body. Rumble! Guhai was surrounded in the center by countless demonic deities. At this moment, it was a fierce battle for Guhai. He was injured again and again, hovering on the edge of life and death. However, it was also a feast. As the Life-Ender Saber continued to kill, Guhai obtained 1,000 for the divine power, while the Life-Ender Saber obtained 9,000 for the divine power. With this huge amount of divine power, the cracks on the Life-Ender Saber slowly recovered. The cracks on the Life-Ender Saber recovered, and the Life-Ender Saber also slowly recovered its former glory. It kept getting stronger, and the surrounding black fog became bigger and bigger. There were also more and more skeletons inside. Kill, 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 kill. Guhai was already surrounded by countless demonic deities, but Guhai seemed to be unkillable. He kept fighting. The humans below could no longer see the battle situation clearly. They could only see the eerie bones of demonic deities falling from the sky. More and more. Wherever Guhai went, white bones were everywhere. The demonic deities attacked like moths to a flame, killing countless. Old Witch, there are already 8,000 demonic deity bones falling. A demonic deity said excitedly. Senior Gu, can you take it? 8,000 bones. Those are powerful demonic deities. Ordinary demonic deities don't even have bones. Senior Gu, how many have you killed? The group of demonic deities was excited and worried. There is hope for the human race. Perhaps we can really be saved by Mr. Good and return to the divine continent. The Old Witch said excitedly. We can go back. A strong longing flashed across the demonic deity's eyes. If we can really go out, and if Senior Gu doesn't mind, I will follow Senior Gu. A demonic deity said excitedly. Me too. The humans below were excited. The killing in the air was also getting more intense. Luya's pressure was lessening, while Guhai's pressure was increasing. However, the greater the pressure, the more intense the battle on Guhai's side. Guhai's human soul was extremely huge. It was like a dry sea. No matter how much water there was, it could hold it. There were no bottlenecks. He constantly absorbed divinity, constantly absorbed, and constantly grew stronger. After a day and a night, Guhai had already killed more than 40,000 demonic deities, and most of them were great demonic deities. This crazy battle left the distant Loch God and Luya God astounded. They saw demonic deity bones falling one after another. The demonic deity in the blood mist was growing at a terrifying speed. At first, the 1,000-foot demonic deities had him fleeing. Now, he was slaughtering them as if they were pigs. The demonic deities in the blood mist were growing too fast. So fast that even God Loch and God Luya were a little scared. Where did this monster come from? Tens of thousands of demonic deities had surrounded him. In just a day and a night, he had become the one hunting them down. Chapter 693. Heaven's City. On a huge square, Yanhua led a large number of angels and looked coldly at the people who were tied up. The people who were tied up were none other than Guqin, Montez, and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards. A group of Golden Core Realm warriors? Golden Core Realm? Only a dozen from the Yuanying state, and you dare to barge into Heaven's City? Yanhua looked coldly at Guqin and the others who were tied up. Young Master Yanhua, please forgive us. We have gone the wrong way. Guqin pleaded. Wrong way? Haha, do you really think I don't know you? Guqin, Yanhua said coldly. Guqin's expression changed as he looked at Yanhua. How would I not know the people from the Han Dynasty? You're Guqin, and this is Montez, right? The commander of the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards? These 3,000 people are the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards? Am I right? Yanhua laughed coldly. How do you know? Guqin's expression changed. How do I know? Not only do I know who you are, I also know that you went to beg the Dragon Tribe's leader, Ao Tianhuang, to help you save Guhai. Ao Tianhuang has no time to help you when the two armies are fighting. You caused a huge ruckus at Ao Tianhuang's Dragon Tribe camp, and then disappeared. Then you sneaked into my territory. Ha ha ha. Yanhua laughed coldly. You know everything? Guqin's expression changed. The De Qian invasion, the Dehan Gu Hai? Huh, how could I not investigate you? But I didn't expect you to be so daring. A group of Golden Core, realm warriors? Oh, you dare to look for Gu Hai? Yanhua said coldly. Oh, my father? Guqin asked anxiously. Your father? Huh, he is in Heaven City, but I won't let you see him. Take them to the prison. Yanhua said coldly. Yes. A group of angels responded and led Guqin and the others away. Eldest young master, why did you keep them? An angel asked in confusion as he watched Guqin being escorted away. A bunch of Golden Core realm warriors. Killing them will only dirty my hands. Wouldn't it be better to kill them in front of Gu Hai in the future? Yanhua sneered. Eldest young master is wise. That Gu Hai will definitely be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. The angel beside him laughed loudly. In the heavenly city's prison, Guqin, Montez, and the others were imprisoned in an ordinary valley. Everyone's cultivation was sealed, and they were no different from mortals. The group of embroidered uniform guards surrounded Guqin and Montez in the center, making it impossible for the guards to see them clearly. Crown Prince, we're in. Montez revealed a hint of excitement. That's right. Why don't we ask Ao Tianhuang to seal our cultivation and make us look harmless? The heavenly city is heavily guarded, and it's impossible to sneak in. We let Yanhua capture us. Yanhua is in charge of the heavenly city. If he wanted to kill us, we could have escaped with the help of the dragon tribe's elders. If he didn't kill us, he would have brought us into the heavenly city. We're in. Montez's eyes flashed with satisfaction. If we're in, then we'll be sealed by the angels again. Montez frowned. It's okay, we're in. Guqin said, Oh, Supreme Elder Ao, we brought in a strand of your divine consciousness. Shouldn't you unseal our cultivation first? Guqin said. Buzz. A dragon whisker suddenly flew out from Guqin's arms. The dragon whisker condensed into a transparent figure that looked exactly like Ao Tianhuang. A projection? Montez narrowed his eyes. Guqin's crown prince, good move. Ao Tianhuang's projection laughed. Whoosh. Ao Tianhuang's projection immediately unsealed the seals on everyone. Boom. Suddenly, waves of air surged out from everyone's bodies. Conceal your aura, Guqin shouted. Buzz. The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards concealed their aura, and no one would be able to tell that the seals had been unsealed. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the heavenly prison. Oh no, Taichu has set up an array in the city to prevent my projection from sneaking in. I can't show myself. Guqin's crown prince, it's up to you now. Ao Tianhuang's projection shouted. Supreme Elder Ao, please follow our agreement and begin. Don't make any mistakes, please. Guqin said solemnly. Don't worry. Ao Tianhuang nodded. Buzz. Ao Tianhuang's projection instantly turned into a dragon whisker and fell to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. Guqin carefully kept the dragon whisker and led Dehan's 3,000 embroidered uniform guards to the entrance of the heavenly prison. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? The guardian angels glared at them. Guqin narrowed his eyes. Pust, 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 pust. The group of embroidered uniform guards exploded and beheaded a large number of angels in an instant. Only 3 of them were left alive. Their mouths were covered and their bodies were restrained. Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? Why? A 2-winged angel exclaimed. Where are Gu Hai and Ao Shun locked up? Guqin looked at the angel coldly. The power of the heavenly palace? How is that possible? Aren't you in the Golden Core realm? All of you are in the power of the heavenly palace? The angel looked at the group of people in horror. Speak. Guqin's eyes were cold. I don't know. The angel exclaimed. Pust. Guqin raised his blade and killed one of them instantly. The remaining 2 were still in shock. However, the angels were indeed unaware. Montez also killed the remaining 2 angels. It seems that we have to go out and look for them. Half of the embroidered uniform guards will continue to look for the Emperor and Ao Shun with me. Montez, You will lead the other half of the embroidered uniform guards and be in charge of setting up the array nearby. Let's move quickly, Guqin said in a low voice. Yes, Montez replied. Whoosh. The 3,000 embroidered uniform guards moved quickly. In the secret realm of the Way of Beast, surging blood mist encased Gu Hai's body. After killing 40,000 Fey immortals, although his figure did not change, remaining 490 meters tall, his divine might was overwhelming. Wherever his saber pointed, the Fey immortals fled in all directions. Mudfish God and Luya's expressions changed drastically at the sight of the massacre. Where did this monster come from? The more he killed, the stronger he became. Moreover, he cannot be killed. The life ender saber only gave Gu Hai 1,000th of its divine power. However, this 1,000th helped Gu Hai to refine the divine power. It was also the purest divine power. Although the other demon deities fought and devoured each other's deities, most of the divine power was wasted. However, Gu Hai did not. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Gu Hai felt that his entire body was filled with power. Below, the old witch and the human race's war god clenched their fists in excitement. The ordinary humans even cupped their fists and prayed that Gu Hai would be fine. Luya, have you not killed old mudfish yet? I'll help you. Gu Hai lowered his voice and shouted. Boom! Gu Hai, surrounded by blood mist, charged toward Mudfish God. Mudfish God's eyelids twitched wildly. Luya's eyelids also twitched wildly. Is he here to help me? Mudfish God and Luya both felt that the person surrounded by blood mist was getting stronger as he killed. It was as though he was devouring the demon deity's divine power as he killed. This is impossible. Even the immortal of the six paths could not do it. How could he? Has he been hiding his strength? Luya narrowed his eyes. However, it was fortunate that this monster had a grudge against Mudfish God. He could ally with him. Are you all dead? Why aren't you killing him? Mudfish God roared angrily. I. Patriarch, he's a devil. He's a devil. We're no match for him. The demon deities screamed in terror. The demon deities did not dare to step forward, but if none of them dared to go, would they want them to fight Luya and this monster at the same time? If none of you go, I'll chant the curse. Mudfish God said coldly. A demon art? A curse? Luya's face fell. I put a curse on all of you. If you don't want to die, go and kill him. Mudfish God roared. As he roared, Loach God began to mutter to himself, as if he was chanting some sort of bizarre incantation. Yes. At hashtag yin% and asterisk, as soon as the incantation was uttered. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen demon deities suddenly exploded. The other demon deities also began to swell in pain. Don't. I'll go. Chanting the curse will definitely kill you. If we fight that monster, we won't necessarily die. Kill him. He must be tired after fighting for so long. Kill him. All of the demon deities lunged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile when he saw the overwhelming number of demon immortals charging at him. If it was before, he might not be a match for this group of ferocious demon immortals. But now, he had already killed 40,000 demon immortals and was incomparably strong. Only now did he come, courting death. Boom! He swung his saber, and a black mist surged into the air. Countless skulls erupted from the black mist and began to gnaw at the demon deities. Aya, kill, don't eat me. God Loach, save me, the chaotic slaughter continued. The bloody mist around Gu Hai grew thicker and thicker, and the slaughter sped up. At this moment, it was not the countless bones that fell. Instead, Gu Hai shattered them in midair, sending them flying in all directions like a rain of bones. Kill! Of the 60,000 demonic immortals, it didn't take long before half were gone. After another 20,000 were killed, there were still several thousand demonic immortals left, and they began to flee in terror. The monster in the bloody mist was even more terrifying than the curse. God Loach and Luya's eyes widened. God Luya, I'll help you. Gu Hai lowered his voice and rushed forward. Luya's eyelids twitched. That was close to 100,000 demon deities. Although he was confident that he was stronger than all of them, he was not so exaggerating that he could kill them all in such a short time. Who was this monster? The immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine World Gourd, and True Fire Gourd faced Guhai. Luya hesitated. God Loach's eyes were bloodshot. How was this possible? I've been in this world for so many years, but I've never seen a demon deity like you. Who are you? God Loach pounced at Guhai with a ferocious expression. Luya narrowed his eyes and stopped attacking. He watched as God Loach charged at Guhai. Instead, he was more wary of the monster in the bloody mist. For some reason, Luya suddenly felt a sense of danger. The danger did not come from God Loach, but from the monster in the bloody mist. Chapter 694. Luya was on guard against the monster in the blood fog, his expression terrifyingly dark. The immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and True Fire Gourd were all facing the blood fog monster. Although this monster kept saying that it was helping him, for some reason, Luya felt an extremely dangerous aura from the monster. This danger was even more terrifying than the danger from Loach God. Who exactly was he? Roar! Loach God charged straight at Guhai. As he charged, streaks of blue light appeared around him, as if forming a huge net, crashing toward Guhai in the blood fog. Demonic arts again? Not enough. Guhai slashed with his saber with a ferocious expression. With a slash of the saber, countless skeletons rushed into the sky. Boom! The huge net was completely devoured by countless skeletons. Loach God spat out a longsword. Boom! The bone saber and longsword collided. The longsword trembled, and a gap appeared. In the blink of an eye, rolling skeletons gnawed at it. Loach God's tail whipped toward Guhai. As it whipped, it seemed to cause the whole void to tremble. Loach God's tail collided with the bone saber. Honk! Guhai was thrown 300 meters away by the huge force, but Loach God's tail was unaffected. Ha ha! I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you're just something strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Humph! You can't even break my skin, and you want to kill me? Loach God roared with a ferocious expression. Below, the old shaman and countless commoners had already knelt and prayed, chanting. It was unknown what they were saying, but they were all praying that Guhai was unharmed. Humph! Can't even break the skin? When the skin breaks, it will be the time of your death. Guhai said coldly. Boom! 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 Loach God swung his tail again, and indeed beat Guhai back repeatedly, but the difference was not big. Guhai just could not break Loach God's skin. In the distance, Luya narrowed his eyes. Did I see wrongly? In the distance, after Guhai was knocked away again, he paused. All right, it's time to end this. End? You're the one who's finished, aren't you? Roar. Loach God opened his mouth and swallowed Guhai. Loach God was extremely confident in his own defense. Everything that had happened just now had proven that the blood mist monster in front of him couldn't break through his defense at all. It could only be continuously chased by him. He had to be killed. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it wanted to swallow the monster in front of it. Zhou Tian. Guhai raised the life ender saber again. However, this time, when Guhai swung his saber, countless saber beams appeared around him. They arranged themselves like a chessboard, instantly forming a chessboard. As Guhai swung his saber, the countless saber beams quickly gathered at the astral saber and headed for Loach deity. What? High in the sky, Luya's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. 5. The energy saber gathered, and a surging force shot out. This time, the saber's force was many times stronger than before. When the saber slashed down, a black hole as big as the sky seemed to tear open as it shot toward Loach God. Under the saber force, Loach God couldn't resist at all. All he could do was cry out in shock. No, no. Honk! A huge air current swept out in all directions. All the humans and fey gods who were watching the battle suddenly shuddered. They saw Loach God, who used to be the strongest in this world, being sliced in half. The two halves of Loach God seemed to be alive. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who are you?" Boom! The life ender saber emitted billowing black gas that instantly transformed into billions of skulls. They charged at the two halves of Loach God's body and started gnawing at them. The powerful air current formed by the huge explosion dispersed some of the blood mist around Gu-hai, revealing a face in the blood mist. Gu-hai! Luya suddenly cried out. When Gu-hai slashed out with Cycle 5, Luya had a bad feeling. He seemed to have heard of Gu-hai's move, the Cycle Saber technique, but he didn't think much of it. Even when Gu-hai slashed out, Luya didn't believe that it was Gu-hai. After all, how could the extremely weak Gu-hai be so strong? Furthermore, Gu-hai's cultivation had been sealed by him. He was basically doomed after entering this world. How could it be? How could it be him? Luya couldn't believe it until he saw Gu-hai's face. Luya had no choice but to believe it. Was it really him? Was it really him? A sense of grievance flashed through Luya's heart. It's me, Crown Prince Luya. It's my turn now. Gu-hai sneered. Luya suddenly realized that Gu-hai had been forced back by Loach God time and time again, not because he was weaker than Loach God, but because he was finding excuses to get closer to him. Now, Gu-hai and Luya were very close. 5 heavenly cycles. Gu-hai slashed down again. Treasure, please turn around. Luya suddenly exclaimed. Boom! 108 white immortal slaying flying sabers suddenly flew out of the immortal slaying gourd. They instantly shot towards Gu-hai. Immortal slaying flying sabers? Hee, in the beast owl mystic realm, the body that I condensed is different from the outside world. Gu-hai said coldly. Under the Cycle 5 saber technique, Gu-hai's saber aura domain surrounded him. Immediately, 108 saber auras collided with the immortal slaying flying sabers. Boom! The 108 white immortal slaying flying sabers were instantly sliced in half. What? Luya's face sank. At that moment, another golden flying saber suddenly appeared from the immortal slaying gourd. In front of the golden flying saber, there seemed to be a pair of sharp eyes as it charged towards Gu-hai. Boom! After breaking into Gu-hai's saber aura domain, it immediately shattered a large number of saber auras and charged towards Gu-hai. Its power was several times stronger than the previous white, immortal slaying flying saber. Slash! Gu-hai glared. Boom! The life ender saber slashed down, and the golden immortal slaying flying saber was instantly knocked back. A crack even appeared on the golden immortal slaying flying saber. In an instant, rolling skeletons wrapped around it. Buzz! The golden immortal slaying flying saber turned around and fled in pain. However, the little skeletons stared at it and kept gnawing at it. Swish! Instantly, the immortal slaying flying saber flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. Everything was over. Slash! Gu-hai's attack that broke the golden immortal slaying flying saber did not weaken. He continued slashing towards Luya. A large number of vines rushed out of the vine world gourd. Boom! It was instantly slashed into pieces by the heavenly Cycle 5 saber force. A large amount of true Samadhi fire rushed out of the true fire gourd. Boom! The heavenly Cycle 5 saber force broke through the fire and charged towards Luya. Wah! Luya's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out Gu-hai's life ender saber. When the life ender saber appeared, purple light shot into the sky. A huge explosive force charged towards the life ender saber. Hong! With a loud sound, Luya was instantly thrown back 1,000 feet. The life ender saber was also blasted away. Luya was in a sorry state. Gu-hai took a step forward and approached him again. No, impossible. How are you so strong? How can you have such a saber? Luya exclaimed. You took my life ender saber. Unfortunately, you don't know my saber technique. If you don't know how to use it, what's the use of a powerful treasure? Gu-hai sneered. Rumble. The black energy that had just devoured Loach God quickly returned to the life ender saber. Waves of energy entered Gu-hai's body, and he became even stronger. The life ender saber flew far away, and the 3 bottle gourds exploded. However, Gu-hai did not care. He only had one target in his eyes, Luya. Gu-hai stepped forward and slashed again. Wah! Luya let out a ferocious roar, and a myriad of flames immediately burst out from his body. In an instant, he was like a sun, enveloping the surrounding sky like a large furnace. Then, he opened his mouth and charged at Guhai. A powerful aura surged over like a long river. Heavenly Cycle 5 Saber Force. Guhai slashed again. Surging saber chi went against the flow and charged at Luya. Boom! The surrounding flames exploded. The saber force landed on Luya's body, forming a spherical shield that looked like the sun. Blazing sun in the sky. 10 suns crossing the sky. Luya roared. Luya seemed to have circulated all the divine energy in his body and infused it into this spherical shield. When the surrounding Fey immortals accidentally approached and touched this shield, they were instantly incinerated, not even leaving behind ashes. Chop! Guhai glared. The Life Ender Saber Force actually failed to break Luya's secret technique. Luya showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Guhai. Heavenly Cycle 6. Guhai shouted. When Luya swung his saber, his heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Boom! Indeed, when Luya swung his saber, that blazing sun shield exploded. Blarg! Luya vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back 3 kilometers. Die! Guhai slashed with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Luya looked like he was severely injured. He could not resist at all. When Luya saw Guhai's saber slash at him, his expression changed. Ha ha ha! Kill me! Kill me! If you kill me, Bingheim will die as well. Luya shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! The Life Ender Saber Force stopped before Luya, kicking up a strong wind. However, Guhai's saber could not continue. Ha ha! You don't dare to kill me, right? In that case, you will never have the chance. Luya sneered. As Luya spoke, he flapped his wings. Whoosh! Luya instantly flew into the distance. Humph! You are strong, but you might not be as fast as me. Guhai, I hate that I did not kill you back then. Luya showed a ferocious expression as he fled. Guhai looked at the fleeing Luya, but did not give chase. Instead, he stepped forward and soared into the sky. Whoosh! Guhai quickly flew towards the sun, the fixed star in the sky. From afar, Guhai already saw a large hall in the sky above the fixed star. Deity's Palace. Deity's Palace? Once I cross this deity's palace, I will be able to leave, right? Anticipation flashed in Guhai's eyes. When Luya, who was fleeing earlier, saw that Guhai was not chasing after him, he was slightly stunned. Guhai is not chasing after me? Luya turned his head and happened to see Guhai charging towards the deity's palace. When Luya saw that Guhai was about to enter the deity's palace, his face lit up with joy. Then, he showed a ferocious expression. You want to go out? If you go out, you will not have this divine power. Your cultivation will return to the lower heavenly palaces. If you go out, you will die. Luya soared into the sky in excitement. This was why Guhai was so strong in this world. Once he left this world, he would no longer be in a world where divine power reigned supreme. After returning to the divine continent, Guhai would return to the lower heavenly palaces. It would be easy for Luya to kill him. Thinking of this, hatred flashed in Luya's eyes as he charged towards the sun. In the distance, on the sun, Guhai had already reached the entrance of the deity's palace. He retracted his human soul, and the blood mist disappeared completely. Guhai stepped into the deity's palace. Good, Guhai, you are dead meat. Luya laughed maniacally. However, just as he finished laughing, Guhai stepped back from the entrance of the deity's palace. The moment he stepped back, his human soul appeared. This world suddenly gathered rolling power for him, and he reconstructed his demon-like body. Why are you back? Luya was shocked and angry. Chapter 695. South of the Fusang Tree, above a vast ocean, a large number of overlords were flying in the sky, separated into 2 rows. On one side were angels enveloped in sacred light. Some flapped their wings and flew in the sky. Some stood on flying boats, holding weapons as they looked at the other side coldly. On the other side were countless dragons and lesser dragons. They looked ferocious as they bared their fangs at the angels, as if they would pounce at any moment. The battle between the 2 sides was about to start, but it stopped there. Under a great pressure, The entire ocean was as quiet as a mirror. The angels and dragons were staring at a small island in the middle. On the island, Tai Chu and Ao Tianwang were sitting together. They didn't look at each other angrily. Instead, they were drinking wine. To the east of the Fusong tree, Sima Zhongheng is leading the Qian 33rd Army against the Cosmic Stars Formation. To the north of the Fusong tree, the three Qian princes are fighting against the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation. Ha! Ao Tianwang. Is the Qian really going to die with the Solar Divine Palace? Tai Chu drank wine and looked at Ao Tianwang coldly. It's too noisy over there, so I moved the battle here. Tai Chu, you and I are old friends, right? Ao Tianwang took a sip of wine and said in a deep voice, Yes, we are. I knew that we would fight one day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Tai Chu said in a deep voice, Soon? Not soon. It will be over soon. Ao Tianwang said coldly, You invited me to this island before the battle just to have a drink with me. Tai Chu said coldly, What? I can't invite you? Ao Tianwang smiled. Invite? You didn't invite me. If you can invite me here, it means that we still have room to talk, right? Tai Chu said in a deep voice. What do you think? Ao Tianwang smiled. Ao Tianwang, Long Zhonghua is courting death. You dragons should know more about the strength of the deity of 6 paths. Can Long Zhonghua defeat the deity of 6 paths? Besides, Long Zhonghua can't compare to Tai Yi's strength. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Tai Yi's strength? 800,000 years ago, you were nothing in front of my dragon clan. Ao Tianwang said coldly. Hee, you are really arrogant. Dragon clan? Do you think it's still the same? Ao Tianwang, since you took the initiative to show goodwill, I will give you a chance. From now on, lead your dragon clan to abandon the darkness and join the light. We can plead with the Immortal of the 6 paths to let bygones be bygones. Tai Chu said solemnly, Forget about the past. Ha 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 ha, should I thank you? Ao Tianwang sneered. What? Can you still resist? If you're not abandoning the darkness for the light, could it be that you want your son? Ha ha ha. Grand Primordium laughed loudly. Ao Tianwang's face darkened. Ao Shun, this is the pride of your life. Although you removed the crown prince, do you think I don't know? You just wanted him to avoid this battle. That's all. Hey, now he's in my hands. If you're so stubborn, I'll make him accompany you in hell. How about it? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Tai Chu, do you only know how to use my son to threaten me? Ao Tianwang said coldly. So what? The Deqian Celestial Empire and Solar God Shrine are in a battle of life and death. Do you really think we can sit down and talk at this time? Long Zhonghua has already gone too far. It's either the Deqian Empire or Solar God Shrine. Humph. Do you still expect us to be friendly to you at this time? Tai Chu said coldly. When you went to the Deqian Celestial Empire to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference, His Holiness had already started to defy the heavens. However, he didn't pester you and let you go. The 2 armies are in a battle, and it's up to fate. Yet, you use my son to threaten me? Ao Tianwang said coldly. That's because he's stupid. Humph. Ao Tianwang, let me ask you, are you willing to abandon the darkness and join the light? Tai Chu said coldly. Ao Tianwang suddenly sneered. You're the one who abandoned the darkness and joined the light. Just as Tai Chu was about to scold him, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up with a whoosh. Ao Tianwang, you lied to me? Bastard, you were wasting time with me. But your projection went to the heavenly city? Tai Chu shouted with a ferocious expression. All right, now the battle can begin. Ha ha! Ao Tianwang suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he threw a punch at Tai Chu. As he threw the punch, a huge yellow dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed at Tai Chu. Bastard! Tai Chu threw a punch. Boom! Ao Tianwang and Tai Chu immediately started to attack each other. In the sky, the angels and dragons instantly erupted into action as the 2 leaders fought below. Kill! Kill! Countless dragons and angels roared together. Kaboom! The 2 armies started to fight. The strong physique of the dragons instantly gained a huge advantage. They swept across a large area and instantly killed a large number of angels. Ao Tianwang's punch was too powerful. When Tai Chu's palm collided, he was instantly sent flying. Ha 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 ha. Tai Chu, you're really weak. Ao Tianwang laughed. Humph, weak? What do you know? Total annihilation. Divine light, heaven, and earth. Tai Chu shouted. With a flip of his hand, a cross-like treasure suddenly appeared in Tai Chu's hand. The moment it appeared, it instantly lit up the sky. Above the apocalypse, there seemed to be billions of runes that suddenly emitted a dazzling light. All the angels that were illuminated by the light suddenly had their eyes turn crimson red. Their bodies also abruptly increased in size, as if they had all gone mad. Boom, boom, boom. The battle suddenly became intense. The one-sided defeat of the dragons instantly changed. The two sides were now evenly matched. Oh no, the angel's strength increased? 10-direction annihilation. It's the 10-direction annihilation, divine light. The surrounding dragon clan members gathered. Ao Tianwang was still fighting Tai Chu. At this moment, Tai Chu's strength also surged as the 10-direction annihilation shone on him. His strength seemed to have multiplied. Boom, boom, boom. As he exchanged blows with Ao Tianwang, ripples appeared in the void. This time it was a tie. Oh, 10-direction annihilation? Unleash your potential? Ao Tianwang said with a ferocious expression. Tai Chu's expression changed. Ao Tianwang, you despicable man. Despicable? Who said, you expect me to be friendly to you at this moment? Ao Tianwang said coldly. So what if the 10-direction annihilation was over? Ao Tianwang could still fight. Boom, boom, boom. As the two fought, huge tsunamis appeared in the surrounding sea. Tai Chu was very anxious. Something happened in the heavenly city, and he had to return immediately. However, Ao Tianwang kept pestering him. Ao Tianwang, do you really think I don't have a way? 10-direction annihilation. Transform into my form and guard for me. Tai Chu shouted. In the sky, the 10-direction annihilation that was shining with billions of holy light suddenly transformed into Tai Chu's appearance. However, Tai Chu transformed from the 10-direction annihilation had 12 wings. 6 pairs of huge white wings, and he suddenly pounced. Rolling holy light lit up the sky. 10-direction annihilation? It could transform? Ao Tianwang's expression changed. The 12-winged angel charged at Ao Tianwang. Break for me. Ao Tianwang punched with all his might. Boom! The 12-winged angel's punch collided with Ao Tianwang's punch. Surprisingly, it was a tie. The huge impact caused countless dragons and angels to be knocked over. 10-direction annihilation. You stop Ao Tianwang. I'll be back soon. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Tai Chu turned around and flew towards the Fusang tree in the distance, towards Tai Chu City. Stop! Ao Tianwang's expression changed. However, at that moment, the 12-winged angel blocked Ao Tianwang's path. Ao Tianwang's face was filled with anxiety. Heavenly City. Tai Chu only took a short while to rush back. Boom! Tai Chu paused, and a storm instantly blew away the clouds above Heavenly City. How dare you? Tai Chu suddenly roared. The true Lord is back, the true Lord, the true Lord. Save the eldest young master. In Heavenly City, countless angels exclaimed. At this moment, Heavenly City was also in chaos. Ao Tianwang's projection appeared, with rolling dark clouds above his head and lightning striking down. There were 6 black angels surrounding Ao Tianwang's projection, but they still could not do anything to Ao Tianwang. The other angels did not come to help, because there was a terrifying scene not far away. The eldest young master, Yanhua, was being choked by a man. At this moment, his limbs were broken and he was on the verge of death. The man was none other than Guqin. You. Yanhua looked at Guqin in despair. Guqin was choking Yanhua, but he looked at the embroidered uniform guards beside him. At this moment, Meng Tai was supporting the injured and dying Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, are you feeling better? Guqin shouted. Thank you, Crown Prince Guqin. I was almost killed by Yin Hua just now. Thank you. Ao Shun said weakly. You don't have to thank me. It's a pity that father was taken away by Lu Ye. Otherwise. Gu Qin was depressed. He cooperated with Ao Tianwang this time to save his father, Gu Hai. But his father was not here? The Gu Qin Emperor is blessed. Crown Prince Gu Qin, don't worry too much. Ao Shun said weakly. All right, let's not worry about this for now. We must leave immediately. I have Yin Hua. All angels move away, or I will crush his head. Gu Qin roared. Just as the angels were a loss, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept over. Boom! A loud roar came from the sky as the wind blew. How dare you? Tai Chu's eyes widened as he looked down. Oh no, Tai Chu is back. Montez supported Ao Shun, and his expression changed. Gu Qin's expression also darkened. Sovereign Ao, what happened? Gu Qin stared at Ao Tianwang's projection, who was fighting with a group of black angels not far away. Crown Prince Gu Qin, I'm sorry. My main body is trapped by the 10-direction annihilation. Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Ao Tianwang, it's just a projection. You're really good at scheming. Tai Chu's figure flashed as he slammed his palm over. Oh no! Ao Tianwang's projection's expression changed as he hurriedly countered with his palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Tai Chu used a huge amount of strength. Ao Tianwang's projection was instantly shattered into pieces. Sovereign Ao, Montez's expression changed. At this moment, there were angels everywhere. Tai Chu was back, and Ao Tianwang's projection was shattered. Was it over? Chapter 696. Tai Chu smashed Ao Tianwang's projection and stared coldly at Gu Qin. Fa father, save me. Yin Hua was on the verge of death. Tai Chu didn't say anything and slowly approached Gu Qin. A powerful aura was released from him. If it was in the past, this aura would have suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't move. Unfortunately, Gu Qin and the embroidered uniform guards had entered the Azura's secret realm, and their soul power was extremely strong. A large number of angels knelt down, but Gu Qin and the embroidered uniform guards were still standing. Don't come over! Gu Qin glared and tightened his grip. Crack! His finger stabbed into Yin Hua's head. You have nowhere to run. You're courting death by coming to Heaven City. You Gu Hai's son? Gu Qin? Humph! None of Gu Hai's men are good people. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai Chu, I have a soul-destroying powder that Ao Tianwang gave me. If you take another step forward, I'll destroy Yin Hua. Gu Qin said coldly. Buzz! Tai Chu paused, and his face twisted. Open the Heaven Palace? Great! I didn't know that so many of Gu Hai's subordinates had opened the Heaven Palace. Although he was surprised, Tai Chu still cared about his son. Yi Hua was dead, and he only had one son left. Montez, take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave. Gu Qin took a deep breath and said, Yes, what? Crown Prince. I'll take Crown Prince Ao Shun and leave. What about you? You're not coming with me? Montez's expression changed. Tai Chu won't let me go. Gu Qin laughed coldly. Oh, you're smart. Humph. Let go of Yin Hua, and I'll spare your life. Tai Chu said coldly. Huh. Tai Chu, do you think I believe you? Gu Qin laughed coldly. What do you mean? Tai Chu's expression turned cold. Gu Qin said, Let them go, I'll stay. Crown Prince, you can't. You should come with us. Montez exclaimed. Go together? Things are different now. If I take Yin Hua away, Tai Chu would rather not have Yin Hua, or even kill Yin Hua. None of us can leave. Gu Qin said in a low voice. How could this be? Montez's expression changed. Just like how Ao Tianwang didn't want Ao Shun to be a hindrance to him, Tai Chu didn't want Yin Hua to be a hindrance to his soul. In this life and death battle, we can't have any psychological hindrances. He would rather kill Yin Hua with his own hands and let Yin Hua be held hostage by Ao Tianwang to threaten him. Listen to me and leave. You can only leave if I'm here. Gu Qin said coldly. No, let me hold Yin Hua hostage. Crown Prince, you go first. Montez said anxiously. Gu Qin pinched Yin Hua and stared at Tai Chu, shaking his head. Change. The moment someone else takes Yin Hua hostage, Tai Chu will be able to destroy both of us in an instant. Let's go. Crown Prince, Montez said anxiously. This is an order. Montez, take the order and take Crown Prince Ao Shun away. Guqin shouted. Yes. Montez said with red eyes. Ao Shun, who was being held by Montez, looked at Guqin's resolute expression and was shocked. Tai Chu, one person for one person. You can ignore Yanhua, but Ao Shun and Ao Tianwang can ignore Ao Shun as well. How about using his son to exchange for yours? You can fight with your own abilities, Guqin shouted. What if I'm not willing? Tai Chu said with a cold expression. If you're not willing, then let's die together. I killed Yanhua and Montez killed Ao Shun. No one can hold anyone hostage. Montez killed Ao Shun and let Ao Tianwang die together with you. Guqin said coldly. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. Ha ha, good. Guhai's son is as ruthless as Guhai. We have already disregarded our lives this time. Tai Chu, what do you think of my suggestion? Guqin said again. Tai Chu's eyes were cold. Ha, good. Let them go. Yes. The four angels moved aside. Crown Prince, Montez, and the embroidered uniform guards' eyes turned red. If Imperial Father returns, Meng Tai, help me tell Imperial Father that this child is incompetent and can no longer be filial to Imperial Father. Guqin revealed a trace of sadness. Montez and the embroidered uniform guards suddenly knelt down in front of Guqin with tears in their eyes. Crown Prince, we deserve to die. Go, this is an order. Guqin shouted. Go. Montez wiped his tears and led the embroidered uniform guards to take out a flying boat and left quickly. Whoosh. The flying boat carried Montez, the embroidered uniform guards, and Ao Shun and shot into the distance. Tai Chu stared coldly at Guqin until Montez and the rest disappeared into the sky. Tai Chu then said, All right, they're gone. Now, you should let Yanhua go. After confirming that Montez and the rest had left, Guqin stared at Tai Chu again. Tai Chu, what will you do to me if I let Yanhua go? Guqin said with a smile. I'll spare your life. Tai Chu said coldly. As he spoke, Guqin saw a trace of viciousness in Tai Chu's eyes. Father, give him to me. Yanhua trembled, and his voice was filled with hatred. Spare his life? Guqin believed that as long as he let Yanhua go, he would die immediately. It was very likely that Yanhua would kill him instead. There's no need. I'm Guhai's son, and Yanhua is your son. How can Guhai's son die because of Tai Chu's son? Doesn't that mean that Guhai's son is not as good as Tai Chu's son? My father has always been the most powerful, and the son he taught will definitely be the most powerful. You, Tai Chu, aren't even fit to carry my father's shoes. Guqin's face was ferocious. What did you say? Tai Chu's expression changed. Explode. Guqin shouted. No. Yanhua screamed. Boom. Yanhua's head exploded and the soul-vanquishing powder in his hand instantly shattered Yanhua's 3 spiritual souls. You're courting death. Tai Chu suddenly shouted in anger. Tai Chu flew into a rage out of humiliation and slammed his palm toward Guqin. Father, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Guqin gave a bleak smile. Before he died, for some reason, memories of his childhood suddenly appeared in his mind. Guqin, you're the eldest. You have to set an example for your 3 younger brothers in the future. Big brother, Father praise you again today. You're amazing. Chiner, come, this is the rice cake I made for you. Your father wants to eat it, but I won't give it to him. Hee. Boom. A palm slammed out. With a loud boom, Guqin was blasted to pieces, turned to ashes. Roar. On a flying boat in the distance. Montez and the other embroidered uniform guards knelt on the deck with tears in their eyes in the direction of Heaven City. After killing Guqin, Tai Chu still could not vent the depression in his heart and roared angrily. Boom! Suddenly, Ao Tianwang arrived at Heaven City. You killed the Crown Prince of Guqin? Ao Tianwang's expression changed. Behind Ao Tianwang, the 12-winged angel also chased after him. The 12-winged angel could not stop Ao Tianwang. Tai Chu was extremely depressed as he stared at Ao Tianwang. Ao Shun was saved? Ao, Tianhuang's son, was safe, but his son was dead. Another son was dead. Everyone was dead. All angels, listen up. Recite the Tai Chu scripture and lend me your strength. Roar. Tai Chu roared as the Tai Chu scripture appeared in his hand. Wong. The Tai Chu scripture vibrated and transmitted its voice to the ears of all the angels. Apart from Heaven City, all the angels heard the voice and started reciting the Tai Chu scripture. In an instant, streaks of light rushed over from all directions. The angels were channeling their strength into the Tai Chu scripture. The Tai Chu scripture seemed to have melted and entered Tai Chu's body. Wong, Absolute Beginning's body, instantly released a monstrous aura. This aura was even stronger than the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. All the angels' strength. Ao, Tianhuang's expression darkened. At this moment, Tai Chu was in a tough spot. Ao Tianhuang, go to hell. Tai Chu roared. He instantly appeared in front of Ao Tianhuang and punched him. Boom! When the two fists collided, the surrounding space suddenly rippled out, and at the place where the two fists collided, there were even cracks in the void. This time, Tai Chu did not retreat. Ao Tianhuang's full-powered attack was on par with Tai Chu. The two of them were evenly matched. However, Absolute Beginning still had Apocalypse and the 12-winged angel. Roar! The 12-winged angel attacked Tai Chu from behind. Boom! In an instant, the entire heavenly city was in chaos. It was chaos outside the Fusong tree. North of the Fusong tree, Heaven City was still flying quickly. In the Lingxiao Palace, some officials were standing respectfully in the palace, reporting the battle at the Fusong tree. His Holiness, Tai has not appeared yet. Yishin Jin reported respectfully. How's the battle? Long Zhanghua asked calmly from his throne. Long Zhangua's target was only Tai. He left the other battles to his subordinates. Tai had not appeared, and Long Zhanghua had not moved. Sima Zhongheng is leading the 33rd Army and fighting the massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation. The massive Heavenly Cycle Stars formation, led by Kong Xian, is extremely stubborn. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and it is difficult to determine the victor. Yishin Jin reported respectfully. As expected, Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Ao Shun is leading the Dragon Tribe to Heaven City. The Crown Prince of Dahan and Guqin sacrificed themselves to save Ao Shun. Ao Tianhuang has nothing to hold him back, so he can fight to his heart's content. Yishin Jin explained. Guqin, Long Zhanghua raised an eyebrow. Yes. In the end, the 3 Crown Princes fought the Golden Crow Prince. 9 Golden Crow Princes appeared, and Liu Ya was missing. The 3 Crown Princes had a difficult battle. Among them, the 3rd Crown Prince, Takashi Ryushin, sacrificed himself. Yishin Jin explained. Takashi Ryushin? Long Zhanghua snorted. His Holiness, Jin Mu of Silla, is a doppelganger, right? Why hasn't his real body appeared yet? This is the end of the battle. Yishin Jin said worriedly. Takashi Ryushin? Forget it. He didn't want to interfere in my battle with the Immortal of 6 Paths, so he deliberately hid from the beginning. That's fine. It's fine if he doesn't come. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Yishin Jin nodded, not daring to say more. The 10 Suns Sky traversing formation is indeed powerful. The 9 Golden Crow Princes already made it difficult for the 2 Crown Princes. If Liu Ya also appeared, I wonder what would happen. However, it seems that the Golden Crow Princes kept urging Liu Ya, but Liu Ya never appeared. Yishin Jin said with a frown. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Liu Ya captured Guhai. Yes, we just received the news. 12 days ago, Liu Ya took Guhai away. His Holiness, do you want to inform the 2 Crown Princes to save Guhai when the time is right? Yishin Jin asked. Long Zhanghua fell silent for a while, then took a deep breath. The final battle is near, and I can't spare any time. If something happens to Guhai, I'll find his soul after I defeat the Immortal of 6 Paths. Moreover, he didn't ask me for help. Yes. Yishin Jin lowered his head and answered. Long Zhanghua didn't plan to save Guhai, and this time he couldn't relax. Reporting to Daiqi Yanqing. Suddenly, a man rushed into the hall. Qin Zibai? Yi Shenzhen frowned. Mo Yike left the heavenly court, and after returning to the Han dynasty to take back the territory, he left Qin Zibai behind to pass a message. Did Qin Zibai come to ask for help from Daqianqing? Mr. Qin, if Gu Hai asks for help, let's not talk about it. We can't afford to lose this battle. Yi Shenzhen immediately said. Some words didn't need to be said by His Holiness. As an official, he had to say it first. No, it's a message from the Emperor, and he hopes that Daqianqing will hear it. Qin Zibai immediately said. Long Zhonghua frowned. Yi Shenzhen's face also sank. Qin Zibai, why are you so insensible? I already said, don't disturb us when we're dealing with Solar Divine Palace. Qin Zibai flipped his hand and took out the Qin figurine. The Qin figurine repeated a sentence in Gu Hai's tone. Daqianqing, Long Zhonghua, I am Gu Hai, and I found the Beast Path secret realm. It's in Liya City's All Deities Palace. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Qin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhonghua's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 697. Daqianqing to Long Zhonghua, I am Gu Hai. I have found the secret realm of Beast. It is at the Divine Palace in Liya City. Come quickly, come quickly. After the Guqin figurine finished repeating, the frowning Long Zhonghua's expression suddenly changed. Yi Shenzhen, who was at the side, also felt his eyelids twitching. Gu Hai said that on purpose? Your Majesty, Gu Hai only wishes to ask you to save him. He knows that you are currently preoccupied, so he can only resort to such a despicable method. Yi Shenzhen's expression changed as he cried out. Bombing show, let's go. Long Zhonghua suddenly stood up. His Holiness, Gu Hai is lying. Yi Shenzhen shouted. His Holiness, maybe Luya forced Gu Hai and Tai Yi to set a trap. His Holiness, we can't ignore the lives of our Deqian soldiers just because of Gu Hai's words. At this moment, we can't be careless. A group of officials called out anxiously. Long Zhonghua pulled Biming Shou. His figure flickered and rushed out in an instant. Boom! Long Zhonghua and Biming Shou disappeared from the Lingxiao Palace. In the Lingxiao Palace, the officials' faces froze. What they did not understand was that for Long Zhonghua, as long as there was a possibility of the secret realm of Beast, he had to give it his all. He already had the Human Path secret realm and the Azura Path secret realm. Now, if he got the secret realm of Beast, he would have 3 reincarnations. How could he just ignore it? Phew! Long Zhonghua was extremely fast. In just a short while, he arrived at the Fusang giant tree. In the western sky, the stars were shining. Sima Zongheng led the 33 troops to fight the enemy. In the northern sky, 9 suns were in the sky. Dragon God Ing and Long Shanwan led the troops to fight. In the south, the dragon race and the angel race were fighting desperately. Ao Tianwang was fighting Tai Chu and the 12-winged angel alone. Long Zhonghua did not even look and rushed to a city on the Fusang giant tree. Before the war, Long Zhonghua had already known the Fusang giant tree like the back of his hand. He was also very clear about the cities in it. Luya City, Long Zhonghua saw it in an instant. Boom! Long Zhonghua immediately rushed to Luya City. Outside Luya City, fog filled the air. Long Zhonghua entered in an instant, bringing with him a gust of wind. He stopped at the entrance of the various divine halls in the center. In the distance, the expressions of Tai Chu, Kong Xian, and the Golden Crow princes changed drastically. Who? Did he just enter the Fusang tree? Absolute Beginning's expression changed as he turned to look. I am your opponent now. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. The intense battle continued. Even though someone noticed Long Zhonghua, they were too busy to deal with him. However, Emperor Dong's palace did not move at all at the top of the Fusang giant tree. Inside the Beast Path secret realm, Liao was happy to see Gu Hai step out of the deity palace. He had 10,000 ways to kill Gu Hai. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai stepped back. You are not playing by the rules. Wow! Liao flew to the sun and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Gu Hai also looked at Liao with a cold smile. Come, Liao, what other tricks do you have? Use them. Liao looked at Gu Hai coldly and opened his mouth to spit. Wow! He suddenly spat out an ice ball. A three-legged jackdaw was trapped in the ice ball. Guhai, is this your woman? Luya sneered. Guhai looked at Bingheim and narrowed his eyes. Originally, I wanted to eat her. However, she has not reached the heavenly palace. It would be a waste to eat her. But now I can eat her. If I eat her, I can become stronger. Perhaps you will not be my opponent then. Luya sneered. How dare you? Guhai glared. Ha, let's see if I dare. Either you get out now, or I will eat Bingheim now. Luya stared at Guhai with red eyes. Guhai was strong, but he could not save Bingheim instantly. If he was not careful, Bingheim could be killed by Luya. Your Majesty, don't worry about me, Bingheim said anxiously. Bingheim felt that she was a burden. She was used to threaten the emperor every time. Bingheim's eyes were filled with tears of sadness. Should I eat her, or should you go out? Luya roared again. Guhai shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's useless for me to go out. You are dead meat. What? Luya raised his eyebrows. What do you mean it's useless for you to go out? If you go out, I can kill you. What do you mean by I am dead meat? Boom! Suddenly, a figure stepped into the entrance of the divine palace. Before Luya could see who it was, the huge figure suddenly grew. Rumble! The person who had come had released his human soul. As soon as the human soul was released, it suddenly grew to 490 feet tall, the same height as Guhai. However, its aura was several times stronger, or even hundreds of times stronger. Long Zhonghua, Luya suddenly exclaimed. The person who just stepped in was Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua's human soul condensed. Behind him, millions of rays of light suddenly appeared. The rays of light covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean. Behind Guhai, there were only 6 light circles. Long Zhonghua's light filled the sky. It was so bright that the sun under his feet was overshadowed. In the distance, on the ground below, the old witch rubbed her eyes. Did you see wrongly? What did you see? Another human. Another powerful human. The gods of war exclaimed excitedly. That figure that had suddenly appeared seemed to be even stronger than Senior Gu. Long Zhonghua stepped in. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he turned to look at Guhai. Did you really find her again? Daiqianshin, go. Please help me save Bingheim first. Guhai pointed at Bingheim, who was in the ice ball. Not good. Humph. Guhai, how did you do it? Luya suddenly exclaimed. Luya opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Luya was very strong. However, no matter how strong he couldn't be stronger than Long Zhonghua. How could Guhai summon Long Zhonghua when he went out? Long Zhonghua would be in trouble if he came. Luya couldn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and swallowed Bingheim. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed. An array of light suddenly enveloped Luya. Long Zhonghua instantly appeared at Luya's mouth. His right hand grabbed Luya's upper mouth, and his left hand grabbed Luya's lower mouth. The Bingheim that was about to be swallowed was stuck in his throat. Luya, so you have the entrance to the Beast Dao mystic realm. No wonder you have so many demonic arts. Humph! Long Zhonghua snorted coldly and pulled with his hand. Rip! Luya's mouth was instantly ripped open by Long Zhonghua. That enormous strength didn't just rip open the Golden Crow's mouth. It even tore from the mouth all the way to the abdomen. The Golden Crow's enormous body was almost ripped in half. However, even so, the Golden Crow did not die. It was just heavily injured to the point of being on the verge of death. Why is he so strong? The divinity of a human soul is so much more than Guhai's. Luya, who was on the verge of death, broke down. This was a world of divinity. The stronger one's divinity, the stronger they were in this world. Loach Great God used to be the strongest in this world. Not long ago, Guhai strangely surpassed Loach Great God and himself. Originally, he was even more invincible in this world. However, now, the divinity that Long Zhonghua displayed was hundreds or thousands of times more than Guhai's. How could he be so insignificant in front of him? Your Majesty! Bingheim immediately flew out and flew towards Guhai. She turned into her human form with tears in her eyes and excitement. Guhai also withdrew his enormous human soul body. He hugged Bingheim and gently stroked her hair. It's all right now. It's all right. Long Zhonghua lifted the dying Liu Ya and turned to look at Gu Hai. Do you still want this, Liu Ya? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. Just now, Long Zhonghua had almost given up on Gu Hai. After all, his own battle was more important. In fact, Long Zhonghua didn't know if he should tell Gu Hai that his son, Gu Qin, was already dead. If he had come to save Gu Hai earlier, perhaps Gu Qin wouldn't have died. He had almost given up on Gu Hai, but Gu Hai was still helping him find the secret realm of samsara. Long Zhonghua felt a sense of guilt. Gu Hai didn't know what Long Zhonghua was thinking. He looked at Bingheim. Bingheim, Liu wants to devour your 3 souls? What cultivation technique are you cultivating? The Tao of Yin-Yang? Can you cultivate it too? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. The great Yin-Yang coexisting technique? These days, Liu has also passed it to me. I can cultivate it too. I can also devour him and refine him. Bingheim nodded. Daiqianxing go. Leave Liu to Bingheim. Gu Hai shouted. All right, I'll help you cripple him first. Erase his intelligence to prevent him from devouring Bingheim. Long Zhonghua nodded. No, don't, Liu screamed. However, at this moment, Long Zhonghua felt a sense of guilt towards Gu Hai. Everything was perfect for Gu Hai. Buzz! A ray of light surged towards Liu. Immediately, Liu trembled. His intelligence was completely destroyed, and his eyes became hollow. Wah! Bingheim turned into a huge, 3-legged jackdaw. She opened her mouth and swallowed the 3-legged golden crow. Boom! A strange blue flame appeared on the jackdaw's body. Your Majesty, I want to go out and refine it. Bingheim shouted. All the demon guards outside have been killed by me. It's safe outside. Long Zhonghua nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai, I'm about to take this secret realm of the way of the beast. Do you have anything to say? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also realized that Long Zhonghua was acting strangely today. However, there was no time to think about it. There are humans in this realm. I'll have to trouble Daiqianxing to release them back to the divine continent. I can do it too, Gu Hai said. Long Zhonghua looked at the countless civilians below. Sure, once I take this secret realm of reincarnation, I could do it immediately. Long Zhonghua nodded. Also, I want to kill all the demon immortals in this realm. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kill all. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, kill all. After you take the secret realm of the way of the beast, bring all the demon immortals to me for me to kill. That will do. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. This request was not difficult. However, Long Zhonghua did not understand. However, when he took the secret realm of the Azura Path, he had promised Gu Hai that the next time he found the secret realm of reincarnation, he would not rush to take the items inside. He would inform him first in case anything happened. He promised that all the treasures inside would belong to Gu Hai. All right, I promise you, Long Zhonghua replied. Chapter 698. Liu Yaqing. Not long after Long Zhonghua entered the secret realm of beast, he quickly came out with Gu Hai and Bingheim. With a flip of his hand, Long Zhonghua took out his immortal dome. Bai Mingshou, who was beside him, set up a longevity array and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, countless chains appeared from the secret realm of beast and rushed towards the immortal dome in Long Zhonghua's hand. Rumble. Long Zhonghua kept the secret realm of beast. In an instant, the void shook violently and many cracks appeared in the void. What's going on? All the experts who were in the middle of the battle turned their heads and looked over. At this moment, they could vaguely see the center. His Holiness, Ao Tianwang, who was far away, was shocked. Long Zhonghua, why are you here? Tai Chu's expression changed. They didn't know what Long Zhonghua was doing, but they knew that they had to stop Long Zhonghua. Tai Chu was about to rush over. Ha ha ha. Tai Chu, now is not the time for you to leave. Let's continue. Ao Tianwang laughed and blocked Tai Chu. In the starry sky, Kong Xian's expression changed. Kong Xian, your opponent now is only me. Break! Sima Zongheng shouted. All of a sudden, the formation of the great Qian dynasty army shot up into the sky, and a giant yellow fist crashed into the Zhou Tian Stars formation. Huh! Wah wah wah! A series of caws sounded and 9 suns rushed towards Long Zhonghua. Jiang Qin's body, come out. With a loud roar, 9 coffins appeared in the void. A figure in an emperor's robe blocked the 9 suns in each of the 9 coffins. Long Zhonghua's expression was ferocious as he quickly absorbed the secret realm of beast. At the same time, he looked at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky cautiously. Tai, you should be making a move now, right? However, Emperor Dong's palace was extremely peaceful. Tai did not appear. In fact, at this moment, even the Eye of Heaven wasn't paying attention to him. Did the Samsara not care about him taking away the secret realm of the Tao of animals? Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. In the heavenly realm? Humph! It was chaos outside, but Long Zhonghua's face was gloomy. Tai was not here, and neither was Immortal 6 Paths. They were setting up a bigger trap. Rumble. Whoosh. A loud sound rang out. After the void was torn apart, the beast Tao's secret realm was completely sucked into Long Zhonghua's immortal dome palm. Congratulations to His Holiness for obtaining the Beast Path secret realm. Bai Mingshou laughed excitedly. Guhai, you go in. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. Guhai nodded and was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome by Long Zhonghua. At the same time, countless humans in the Beast Path secret realm were instantly moved to Luya City. Are we out? The old witch looked around blankly. The battle was extremely intense, as though it was the end of the world. The humans were confused. We're out. This is the Solar Divine Palace. It's the Fusong Tree, someone said excitedly. The Beast Path secret realm was sucked into Long Zhonghua's immortal dome palm. The inner world had not been refined, but Long Zhonghua could already control it. Guhai condensed his 490 feet body again. He put away the true fire gourd, vine realm gourd, immortal slaying gourd, and life-extinguishing saber. He grabbed the life-extinguishing saber and looked around. All right, Dai Qianxing, let them come. Guhai shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a mystic realm of the beast Tao, the Fey Immortals were suddenly pulled toward Guhai by a huge force. Why can't I control myself? Be careful of that human. Is the human race flourishing? In the past, I was the one eating them. Now it's the other way around? Be Astra starred, let go of me. Otherwise, I'll eat 3 more human tribes. The monster gods flew toward Guhai. There was no mercy in Guhai's eyes. He slashed with the life-extinguishing saber. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of slashes, the monster gods were instantly wounded and surrounded by countless skeletons. There were too many monster gods. The 100,000 monster gods that Loach God commanded were only a portion of the monster gods in this world. There were more than 1 million monster gods in this world. They flew toward Guhai. When they arrived, Guhai was completely shrouded in a huge black fog. In the black fog, there were rolling skeletons. Oh, don't eat me. I won't eat humans anymore. Let go of me. Save me. The screams of countless monster gods came from the rolling black fog. Long Zhonghua stepped in and looked up at the black fog that Guhai was in. Countless shadows of the life-extinguishing saber flashed in the black fog. Any monster god that entered was instantly killed. This saber is very strange. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. The 1 million monster gods flew toward Guhai almost instantly. Boom! With a loud scream, all the monster gods were killed by Guhai. The skeletons were still eating the monster god's divinity. More and more halos appeared behind Guhai's head. At the same time, like Long Zhonghua, the halos seemed to turn into rays of light that shot into the sky. 9 rays of light shone brightly. After the last monster god was devoured, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from Guhai's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The 10th level of the lower celestial palace? Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes at Guhai, who was not far away. In the past, Long Zhonghua also knew that Dragon God and could obtain the news of Guhai's human soul size. Long Zhonghua did not think highly of Guhai in the past. He thought that Guhai would be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, Guhai actually used the Beast Path mystic realm to break through to the perfected lower celestial palace. This terrifying divinity was not weaker than his. Guhai opened his eyes. Buzz! A ray of 9-colored light shot out from Guhai's eyes. Daiqianxing is going? Guhai looked at Long Zhonghua, who was not far away, in surprise. Done? Long Zhonghua glanced at the life ender saber. However, Long Zhonghua merely glanced at it. He did not have any thoughts about the life ender saber. My luck is pretty good. The lower celestial palace is already perfected. I just need an opportunity to break through to the celestial palace. Guhai said with a smile. My luck is more than just good. It is almost impossible to fill a perfected human soul with divinity. Before this, no one thought highly of you. Long Zhonghua said with a sigh. Oh, Guhai was slightly stunned. Since it is done, I will refine the beast path mystic realm. Long Zhonghua said. Then he raised his hand. Boom! The place where the two of them were suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, they arrived at the peak of a mountain. The human soul's body suddenly collapsed. Guhai's human soul retracted back into his body. Is this still your immortal dome? Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity. It was still the same place as before. However, the sky was churning. Guhai understood that Long Zhonghua was refining the immortal dome. The immortal of the 6 paths and Tai Yi are in the heaven realm. When I arrive, the battle of the heaven realm will be decided in one battle. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Oh, Guhai revealed a trace of doubt. In the past, I promised you that I would take you to see the immortal dome. Before the battle with Tai Yi, I will take you to see it. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. All right, Guhai nodded. Long Zhonghua flew up with Guhai. They looked at the land in front of them. Soon, they arrived at a gathering place of the human race. The two of them stood in the sky and looked at the battlefield below. Rumble! Amidst the rumbling, Guhai saw dozens of fighter jets shooting at each other. Guhai seemed to have seen these planes before. They were the propeller planes from World War II on TV. There were 3 types of planes, each with 3 different flags, but Guhai had never seen them before. Guhai was shocked. Human wisdom is infinite. Haha, in my world, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation, no spiritual chi, and no laws. Human development will not stop. It is still changing. In just a few thousand years, since the discovery of gunpowder and steam, it has not stopped. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Guhai's eyelids twitched. Daiqianxing, I don't understand. What is this immortal dome of the warring states all about? Also, what is this immortal dome? Immortal dome? How do you explain it? It's like there was nothing in this world at the beginning. Do you understand that there is nothing? Long Zhonghua looked at Guhai. Chaos era? Guhai was puzzled. Chaos? You can say that in the beginning, there was nothing. There was no sky, no earth, no space, no time. However, everything will change. The book of changes that you read in Shinong City is correct. Everything will change. There is nothing. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. Nothing will give birth to something. The immortal dome of the 6 paths came from the infinite and gave birth to something, Long Zhonghua explained. The immortal dome of the 6 paths? Guhai narrowed his eyes. The infinite will give birth to Taiji? Nothing will give birth to something. When heaven and earth were born, there were no living things, and they slowly changed. The infinite will give birth to Taiji. There were no living things, and gradually, there were living things. The first living thing was called the Immortal. He led the people to multiply. He led everything. He made everything. He was the Immortal. He was the heaven of the people. However, one day, the 6 paths enlightened master appeared. He killed the heaven of the people and took everything from it. He became the new Immortal and controlled the world. Long Zhonghua explained. I can roughly guess. As you said, your immortal dome is also a new something. You are the immortal of this world. You control everything and make everything. Make all the decisions? Guhai asked. Long Zhonghua nodded. Something like that. However, my immortal dome is far inferior to the immortal dome of the 6 paths outside. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. The world outside is a perfect Taiji. The 6 paths of reincarnation help it operate. An immortal dome that exists eternally in the infinite. That is the true heaven and earth, the true immortal dome. In my hand, this is just a broken celestial dome. Every million years, the outside world will nurture a broken celestial dome. In the past, the Six Tao used a broken celestial dome and a series of methods to kill the previous generation of immortals. I obtained this celestial dome by coincidence. It was not born with me, Longzhan explained. In your immortal dome, human civilization developed on its own. Guhai looked at Longzhangwa. That's right. I did not interfere with them. Longzhangwa nodded. The infinite gives birth to Taiji. Besides the Six Paths immortal dome, are there any other perfect immortal domes in the infinite? Guhai asked curiously. Other immortal domes? I don't think so. The immortal dome represents life. Outside the immortal dome, it represents destruction. There's no such thing as the immortal world that you hypothesized. Outside the heaven and earth, there is nothing. There, time will slow down and eventually stop. There, space will compress and even disappear. There won't be any more, right? Longzhangwa frowned. No more? Since the infinite can give birth to the Six Paths immortal dome, why can't another immortal dome be born? Guhai frowned. According to Longzhangwa, the earth that he was on was also an immortal dome. The edge of the universe was perhaps the place where time slowed down or even stopped. At the edge of the universe, space would compress and disappear. The earth really existed. Otherwise, where did he come from? Longzhangwa fell into deep thought. What you said may be right. However, no one can prove it. Perhaps we can only know everything when we become an immortal. Guhai was silent for a while and nodded. You can visit my immortal dome. 3 days later, I will refine the secret realm of the Path of the Beast. Then, I can attack the heaven realm. Longzhangwa said in a low voice. Chapter 699. Warring States Immortal Dome. 3 days later, when Longzhangwa finished refining the Beast Tao mystic realm, Guhai, on the other hand, was in a huge bookstore reading a large number of books. Longzhangwa came before Guhai. With a wave of his hand, no one outside could enter the bookstore. Only the owner was in the bookstore, looking at the two in fear. You? Who are you? The bookstore owner exclaimed. What's wrong? Longzhangwa looked curiously at the frowning Guhai. Take a look yourself. Guhai frowned as he picked out a few books and handed them to Longzhangwa. Prehistoric Tales, Tranquil, Taiji Sutra, God Loves the People, The Legend of Tathagata Buddha. Looking at the titles of these books, Longzhangwa narrowed his eyes. You seem to have found something strange. You haven't let anyone else come to this world, right? Guhai asked curiously. No, you are the first. Longzhangwa nodded. Look at these books. There's Taishang, Tongtian, Primordial Beginning, Tathagata Buddha, Tai, and God. This God should be the original form of Tathagata Buddha. Perhaps the names are different, but the descriptions are more or less the same. Those elite figures of the divine continent. You seem to have them here too? Guhai asked curiously. You come here. Taishang, Shinnong, Yellow Emperor, what's going on? Longzhangwa looked at the bookstore owner. In this immortal dome, Longzhangwa was the heavens. The pressure of the heavens made the owner's expression change. He knelt down and told him everything he knew. These are all novels. They're all novels. Someone else made them up. Made them up, the shop owner said in horror. Made up. Longzhangwa narrowed his eyes. Yes, made up. They are all stories. It's just that they are more widespread. They're all made-up novels. I don't know, the shop owner said in horror. Longzhangwa narrowed his eyes and immediately probed the world with his consciousness. After a while, Longzhangwa's consciousness returned. He looked at Guhai and said, It is indeed a story, a novel. Is it a coincidence? Coincidence? In the primeval age, the names were different. The Tongtian sect master was exactly the same, and the immortal slaying four swords were exactly the same, right? Also, this Pan Shun's heaven-splitting axe is the same as yours, right? Guhai asked with a frown. Longzhangwa frowned and said, Perhaps because this is my world, my thoughts have more or less affected this world. That's why this world has a trace of my will, and that's why these stories are born. Guhai frowned and shook his head. I don't think so. Oh, you said that you did not care about this world. In other words, you allowed it to develop on its own. That means that without your interference, there will still be people or places that are identical to the divine continent. Doesn't that mean that this is an inevitable phenomenon of the immortal firmament's development? Guhai said solemnly. Inevitable phenomenon? Long Zhangwa looked at Guhai doubtfully. For example, if there is an immortal firmament like the divine continent, and they develop separately, perhaps at different times, but their starting point is the same. Therefore, some inevitable developments will be born. For example, if there is a Tongtian sect master in the divine continent, there will be a Tongtian sect master in the other immortal firmament. This is the inevitable result of development. It's like how your immortal firmament invented the airplane and the divine continent invented the flying boat. It's an inevitable phenomenon of the development of things. Guhai frowned. Inevitable phenomenon? That's interesting. But how can they be exactly the same? Long Zhangwa asked in disbelief. They might not be exactly the same. Perhaps they will appear in different forms. Just like the characters of the divine continent, they can appear in your immortal firmament novels, Guhai said. You mean that different immortal firmaments will develop towards the same end? Long Zhangwa narrowed his eyes. Yes, because the starting point is the same. It's like a journey. The starting point and the ending point are the same. There could be all kinds of developments along the way. Guhai explained. Long Zhangwa was deep in thought. I don't believe it. This is all a coincidence. Perhaps I will influence this world. All right, time to go out. Long Zhangwa said solemnly. As he spoke, Long Zhangwa led Guhai and disappeared from the bookstore. The shop owner was stunned. He thought he had seen a ghost. Long Zhangwa didn't believe it, but Guhai firmly believed in his own theory. Because not only in the immortal firmament of the warring states, there were similar characters and myths on Earth. He had even seen Laozi not long ago. Every independent immortal firmament had the same starting point. Some important characters were also the same. The immortal firmament of the warring states was a broken immortal firmament. It could only appear in novels and myths. Earth? Was it a broken immortal firmament? No, it didn't seem like it. It was because of the black chess piece that he had fused with the heaven-suppressing God Imperial Seal. The black chess piece that had brought him from Earth to the divine continent might be the divine weapon of Earth, the heavenly go chess. The heavenly go chess from another immortal firmament? It wasn't a myth, but a real thing. Then Earth should be a perfect immortal firmament like the divine continent. It was just that the immortal firmament of Earth seemed to be a cage. Was the end of the immortal firmament to be a prisoner? Guhai frowned. In the next instant, he appeared at the entrance of the temple of all gods. Rumbling sound continued. The battles on the 3 battlefields were not over yet. Your Majesty? Bingheim walked up happily. How's the refinement? Guhai asked. Luya's consciousness has been erased by Daiqianqing. There won't be any problems. It's just a matter of time. We still need some time. Bingheim said with a smile. Good. Guhai nodded. Thank you, Senior Gu. Luya City, the people of the Beast Dao Mystic Realm, bowed respectfully to Guhai. Guhai nodded. Long Zhangwa looked at the Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Emperor Dong still didn't move. Tai, you won't come out? Fine. I'll see if you come out or not. Long Zhangwa said coldly. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 9 golden crow princes, a fighting dragon, Shinying, and dragon Shunwen. Shinying, Shunwen, get out of the way. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 princes in the distance answered. Wah, wah. The 9 golden crow princes charged at Long Zhangwa with ferocious expressions. 10 suns crossing the sky. The 9 golden crow princes shouted. Buzz! The 9 golden crow princes seemed to have turned into 9 suns, illuminating the sky above Luya City. A huge wave of heat rushed down as if it was going to melt everything in Luya City. Tai, if you don't come out, it's too late. Long Zhangwa narrowed his eyes. The dragon warring state extended his right hand toward the sky, which transformed into an enormous white astral palm. His hand covered the sky, and it was like a net that covered the 9 suns. In the blink of an eye, the area was completely surrounded. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed 9 eggs. The 9 suns were instantly held in Long Zhangwa's hand. What? The 9 golden crow princes in the sky were shocked. In the distance, Kong Xian's eyes also widened. Long Zhang, he's holding the 9 princes in one hand. Impossible. Tai Chu's expression also changed. Explode. Long Zhangguo's eyes widened. It was as if 9 eggs had been crushed in an instant. The terrifying power rushed toward the center. The 9 princes had nowhere to run. They were squeezed in Long Zhan's palm. No. Ah, save me, Imperial Father. Impossible. Impossible. How can Long Zhanghua be so strong? Ah, Imperial Father, Imperial Father. The 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain. Boom. There was a huge sound. Billions of rays of light shot out from the center of the huge energy palm and lit up the entire divine continent. After the 9 golden crow princes screamed in pain, the light dimmed. The 9 huge golden crows exploded and turned into a pile of flesh. They fell. The battle in all directions came to an abrupt end. Long Shenwen's expression froze. The 9 golden crow princes that he and his big brother couldn't hurt for so long were all crushed by their father's palm? How? Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. He was shocked by Long Zhangguo's strength. 9 golden crow princes. Even if it was an imperfect 10 suns sky crossing formation, it was still one of the top formations in Solar Divine Palace. He crushed them with one slap? Tai Chu shuddered, and the demon kings in the sky were also shocked. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang from Emperor Dawn's palace. As the bell rang, a huge yellow bell suddenly appeared at the entrance of Emperor Dawn's palace. The huge bell rippled, as if it was creating a huge hole in the void. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be another small world. The Bell of Chaos. So the Bell of Chaos is the entrance to the Heaven Realm. The Gate of Heaven? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Heaven Realm? Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked at the small world guarded by the Bell of Chaos. Long Zhanghua, you dare to kill my son? Do you dare to come here and fight? Tai Yi's loud voice suddenly came from the Heaven Realm. Tai Yi was furious, but he didn't come down. Clearly, there was a huge ambush in the Heaven Realm. Even when the Golden Crow Princes were killed, no one came to help. The Gate of Heaven Realm is finally open? Haha, Tai Yi, I'll kill you later. I wouldn't care about these little things, but I'm happy today. I'll kill them all before I come. Ha ha! Long Zhanghua laughed. As he laughed, he turned to look at the cosmic cycle star array in the sky. Sima Zongheng, get out of the way! Long Zhanghua shouted. Yes, Sima Zongheng led the 33rd Army to withdraw the array. However, Long Zhanghua punched into the sky. With a punch, a huge cyan fist appeared in the void. The fist rushed into the sky. Oh no, the cosmic cycle star array, Astropalm. Kong Xian suddenly shouted. Buzz. The 361 demon stars shone brightly and connected to form a huge net. Then, they formed a huge palm. The astral palm was the palm that tore through the void and blocked Tai Yi's powerful attack. The astral palm reached out and tore countless cracks in the void. It seemed to be trying to block Long Zhanggua's fist. In the starry sky, Kong Xian and the 360 demon kings all looked ferocious as they activated their astral powers. Humph! Long Zhan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. Long Zhangua's green fist shattered the astral palm. At the same time, it enlarged and rushed into the starry sky. Hong! The net made of astral powers exploded. Like the light of the golden crow, the endless starlight lit up the entire divine land. Ah, no, impossible. My heavenly cycle star formation. A series of miserable shrieks instantly died down amidst the rumbling. The 361 demon stars exploded one after another under Long Zhangua's fist. Boom, boom, boom. Shattering the stars with a punch, Guhai's eyelids twitched. What was the limit of Long Zhangua's strength? Chapter 700. Long Zhanghua punched the sky, shattering the cosmic cycle star formation. The sky full of demon stars exploded instantly. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, Dragon Shinning, Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, and Baiming Shou's eyelids twitched violently. Not far away, The battle between Tai Chu and Ao Tianhuang also stopped. Tai Chu originally thought that he was quite powerful, but after seeing Long Zhangguo's punch, he realized that he was too naive. Was that the cosmic cycle star formation? The number 1 formation of Solar Divine Palace was destroyed by Long Zhangguo with just one punch? No, impossible. Tai Chu exclaimed. Ah! Ah! A series of screams came from the starry sky. In addition to the explosions of the stars, countless demon beasts also exploded. Most of the 361 monster kings exploded and were completely destroyed. Guhai gasped. Bingheim's face twitched slightly. That was the cosmic cycle star formation. Long Zhangguo's punch tore a large number of black holes in the starry sky. The shattered stars were suddenly sucked into the black holes and filled them up. Puff! Only a dozen monster kings spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven where the Emperor Dong's palace was located. Master, we are useless. Kong Xian, the leader, spat out blood and flew toward the gate of heaven with a sad expression. Long Zhangguo, good, very good. You are bullying the weak. You are really something, aren't you? Tai Yi's voice came from the gate of heaven. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Bullying the weak? Ha! I will be bullying the weak today. Long Zhangguo's eyes turned cold. Long Zhangguo turned his head and looked in Tai Chu's direction. In the 3 battlefields, the 10-sun sky array was destroyed with one punch. The cosmic cycle star formation was destroyed with one punch. Now, only Tai Chu was left. Beside Absolute Beginning was the 12-winged angel formed by 10-direction apocalypse. Before the Long Zhangguo arrived, Tai Chu thought that he could stop the Long Zhangguo. After all, he had 800,000 years of foundation. Moreover, he could mobilize the power of all the angels through the Tai Chu scripture. His strength had increased exponentially. In the previous Myriad Sage Assembly, he didn't use his full strength. This time, he would definitely be able to block Long Zhangguo. But now, Absolute Beginning no longer had that thought. He crushed 9 suns with a single palm and shattered a sky full of stars with a single punch. He couldn't do it even if he tried his best. When Long Zhangguo turned his head to look at him, Tai Chu knew that Long Zhangguo had targeted him. Tai Chu was scared out of his wits. Block. What a joke. Absolute Beginning didn't hesitate as he soared into the sky. Long Zhangguo, if you have the ability, come to the heaven realm and fight it out. Tai Chu roared. With a roar, Absolute Beginning stepped into the heavenly realm gate and entered the heavenly realm. Long Long. Dozens of black angels also rushed into the heavenly realm. Ao Tianhuang didn't even have time to react when he fled. Ah! His Holiness, you scare them to death with a single palm and punch. Ao Tianhuang laughed. Father, you may enjoy immortal blessings forever. Dragon Sheniying and Dragon, Shenwen shouted. Long live His Holiness. Sima Zongheng led the army and shouted. In the Solar Divine Palace, the monsters all around retreated in fear. Many of them fled in panic, wanting to get as far away from the Solar Divine Palace as possible. Long Zhangguo's aura was too ferocious. The Solar Divine Palace seemed to be invincible. Kaboom! In the distance, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court also flew over. The Qian army, follow me to conquer the Heavenly Realm. Today, I will kill Tai Yi and destroy the 6 paths. Long Zhangguo roared. Kill Tai Yi and destroy the 6 paths. Thunderous roars came from all directions. Guhai stood beside Long Zhangguo, shock flashing in his eyes. Boom! Long Zhangguo stepped into the heavenly court. Dragon Sheniying, Long Shenwen, Sima Zongheng, Ao Tianhuang, and Bai Mingshou all returned to the 33 cities of the heavenly court. With Long Zhangguo's order, the 33 cities of the heavenly court flew toward the Emperor Dong's palace, toward the heavenly realm gate opened by the Bell of Chaos. The Daqian army rushed toward the heavenly realm with unstoppable momentum. The Solar Divine Palace was in a mess. Buzz. As the first city entered the heavenly realm, more and more cities followed. In the blink of an eye, all 33 cities entered the heavenly realm. Rumble. The Bell of Chaos disappeared as the 33 cities entered the heavenly realm. The huge heavenly realm gate slowly shrank. Lu Yaqing, Your Majesty, will Long Zhonghua succeed? Bingheim's eyes flashed with shock. I don't know. Guhai looked at the shrinking heavenly realm gate and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhonghua had finally revealed his fangs. Would he be able to completely tear Tai apart and devour the six paths? Just as Guhai was pondering, a shout came from afar. Your Majesty, we have committed a capital crime. Montez flew over with 3,000 embroidered uniform guards in a flying boat. Montez led A.O. Shun and the embroidered uniform guards out of the heavenly city and hid. Montez and the others only saw Guhai after Long Zhonghua destroyed the golden crow and shattered the stars. Montez and the others trembled when they saw Guhai. They quickly flew over on the flying boat in ecstasy. You? Why are you here? Guhai revealed a hint of surprise. The flying boat stopped. Montez and the 3,000 embroidered uniform guards immediately fell to their knees. We have committed a capital crime. We failed to protect the crown prince. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried. What? Guhai's face froze. A.O. Shun's injuries had improved, but he was still weak. Mr. Good, I've implicated the crown prince of Guqin. Guhai had a bad feeling. What happened? Montez, tell me. Guhai glared at him. Yes. This official is in the wrong. We did not listen to your Majesty's orders. The crown prince and I came. Meng Tai knelt on the ground, crying as he described everything to Guhai. Whoosh! Guhai staggered. Guqin is dead? You said that Guqin is dead? Guhai roared with red eyes. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground. Although Guqin wasn't his biological son, he was still his eldest son. Memories of the past suddenly replayed in his mind. Guqin was a stubborn boy when he was young. Father, isn't this child too stupid? This child has embarrassed father. I will study hard and not disappoint you. Father, I will do whatever you ask me to do, even if I have to risk my life. Father, I'm not as smart as my three brothers, but I will work harder than them. Father, I'm useless, but I really want to avenge my mother. Please let me be stubborn for once. Father, Guqin wasn't as smart as his three brothers, but in Guhai's heart, he valued Guqin the most. This was because he was calm and steady. Back in the mortal world, when he had no hope of training, he had groomed Guqin as his successor. Every time he saw Guqin staying up late to read books, Guhai would quietly avoid him. He was proud of Guqin, but now he was dead. Before he died, his last words were, I'm useless. I can't be filial to my father anymore. Filial? Ah ha ha! Guhai laughed bitterly. We have committed a capital crime. Montez cried as he knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Bingheim wanted to comfort Guhai, but she was pushed away by Guhai's rising anger. The beginning? The beginning? You dare to kill my son? Guhai looked at the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Your Majesty, the beginning has left the heavenly city. If we go now, we might be able to find the crown prince's corpse. Montez cried. Guhai suddenly lowered his head and looked at Montez coldly. Montez knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. You don't have to worry about it. From now on, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Guhai said coldly. Montez's expression changed. I said, all of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. I will deal with the heavenly city. This Luya city should be a floating city in the past. Ride the Luya city and return immediately. Guhai said coldly. You go too. Guhai looked at Bingheim, his eyes filled with determination. What about you? Bingheim asked worriedly. Guhai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm above his head and said coldly, I'm going to kill the beginning. What? You want to go to the heavenly realm battlefield? No, you can't go. The battle there's too much. Bingheim said anxiously. Guqin is dead. Ha! The beginning killed my son. I must kill him with my own hands. Kill him with your own hands. Guhai said coldly. Don't. Bingheim said anxiously. Go back. It's dangerous inside, but there's no difference even if you don't go. It's fine if Long Zhonghua wins, but if he loses, The Immortal of the Six Paths will definitely implicate me. Why don't I give it my all? Guhai glared. Your subjects are willing to go with your majesty, even if we die. Montez immediately shouted. All of you, return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. This is an imperial edict, Guhai said coldly. Your majesty, Montez said anxiously. Are you going to defy the imperial edict? Guhai glared. Yes, Montez and the rest said bitterly. Mr. Good, I'm sorry, Ao Shun said bitterly. It's not your fault. My son is dead, and he died honorably. I'm proud of him. However, he must die for killing my son. Guhai looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm that was shrinking in the sky. Bingheim tried to persuade him, but Guhai also told her to leave immediately. Bingheim was helpless. Although Guhai already recognized her as his woman, Bingheim felt so inferior in her heart that she only dared to call herself a subject. Liu Yaching slowly flew up and flew toward the outside world. Your subjects will wait for your majesty's good news in the limitless celestial capital. Montez and the rest kowtowed. Guhai looked up at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Although his eyes were filled with hatred, he did not charge in immediately. Instead, he took out another Guqin figurine. Notify all the Guqin figurines of the Han dynasty. Notify all the subjects and citizens of the Dahan. If I am not in the Han dynasty, I will appoint Chun Tianshan, the commander of the Second Army of the Han dynasty, as the Tianshan king of the Han dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han dynasty. All subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan king's orders and guard the Han dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I don't return, the Tianshan king will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is an imperial edict left behind by me in the past. The Tianshan king can take it out and guard the Han dynasty with my orders. Guhai shouted. Buzz. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Guhai's words to all the Guqin figurines. This time, it was to inform all the Guqin figurines that wherever the Dahan figurines were, there would be Guhai's imperial edict. After handing over his will, Guhai looked at the Guqin figurine again. Notify the Bloodclad Guard's commander, Chongming. Chongming, receive the imperial edict. I know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the Bloodclad Guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for me. Do not leave a single one alive. Kill them all. At the same time, collect Crown Prince Guqin's corpse in Heavenly City, Guhai said coldly. After doing all this, Guhai soared into the sky and instantly headed for the entrance to the heavenly realm. Chapter 701. Han Dynasty, Boundless Celestial Capital. In a large hall, notify all the Qin figurines of the Han Dynasty. Notify all the officials and citizens of the Dahan Dynasty. If I am not in the Han Dynasty, I will confer Qin Tianshan, the commander of the Han Dynasty's Second Army, as the Tianshan king of the Han Dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han Dynasty. All my subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan king's orders and guard the Han Dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I do not return, the Tianshan king will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is the imperial edict I left behind in the second purple gold box. The Qin figurines sent the message. As the commander of the Han Dynasty's Second Army, Chun Tianshan naturally had the right to know about the Qin figurines. At this moment, he received the message immediately. Congratulations, Lord Chun. No, congratulations, Tianshan King. The officials in charge of the Qin figurines in the hall immediately looked at Chun Tianshan with congratulatory expressions. However, Chun Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Chun Tianshan did not expect that the emperor would confer Tianshan King on him. Chun Tianshan's strategy was not as good as Mo Yikes or Gao Xinji's. It was somewhat far-fetched for him to be the Second Army's commander. Yet, the emperor actually conferred Chun Tianshan King on him, Tianshan King to guard the nation. Chun Tianshan King's noble rank instantly surpassed everyone else's. The surrounding officials congratulated him, but Chen Tianshan felt confused for a while. He thought back to the past. Since he was in the mortal world, he did not seem to have any political achievements or military exploits that he could take out. When was he not outdone by Gao Xinji and Mo Yike? Even Bingheim did not seem to match up to him. Why? Although his heart was filled with doubt, Chen Tianshan's heart was filled with gratitude. Chen Tianshan's abilities were average, but he could also see the others' contempt for him. Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, Montez, and even Crown Prince Guqin did not respect him. They were all capable people, and they only respected capable people. Chen Tianshan felt like a burden. Only the emperor would approve of her. The emperor gave him control of the strongest immortal demon army in the Han dynasty. It was not to balance the factions, but to trust Chen Tianshan King. It was not a decision made on the spur of the moment. The emperor's letter said that under the soaring palace hall's dragon throne, there was an imperial edict in the second purple gold box. This showed that the emperor had always trusted me. Chen Tianshan immediately felt a warm current in his heart. Let's go. Chen Tianshan's mood fluctuated as he rushed towards the soaring sky hall. Chen Tianshan Palace's palace. Indeed, there were a few purple gold boxes under the dragon throne. Chen Tianshan took out the imperial edict in the purple gold boxes before all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Then, a ceremonial official at the side read it out. According to the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. While I am not in the Great Han dynasty, the King of Tianshan will be in charge of managing the dynasty. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. That's it. When the imperial edict was read out, the entire court was in an uproar. Chen Chen King Chen SS. Emperor Tianshan, King Emperor, Dynasty King Chen. Greetings, King. The officials could only kneel respectfully. Chen Tianshan received the imperial edict, and his eyes reddened slightly. The imperial edict did not say much. However, the line about Chen Tianshan being extremely loyal moved him immensely. This official swears to protect the Han dynasty for His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Chen Tianshan said resolutely with reddened eyes as he received the imperial edict. Former Daewon Empire, capital city, Mo Yike and Gao Xinji led the army and quickly subdued the former cities of the Daewon Empire. The Deqian officials retreated. However, they still made things difficult for Mo Yike. However, Mo Yike had governed the Daewon Empire for many years. The Deqian had only occupied the Daewon Empire for a few years. How could it be difficult for Mo Yike? The former Mo clan forces quickly mobilized, and countless other clans responded. Soon, they subdued a large number of cities. The other dynasties and sects in the surroundings grew restless. However, Gao Xinji's army moved swiftly. Of the army that entered the Azura Path's secret realm, 500,000 were in Chen Tianshan's hands. However, 100,000 were in Gao Xinji's hands. Chen Tianshan was not willing to lend the authority of the immortal demon army to Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji also did not lend the immortal demon army to Gao Xinji out of spite. Gao Xinji's 100,000 general-level experts continuously reached the lower heavenly palace. They led the army and swept through the surroundings, unrivaled. Hence, Gao Xinji did not even need to lead the army. She only needed to command from the capital city. On this day, in Great Leisure Hall, Mo Yike and Gao Xinji listened to the Qin figurines recount and raised their eyebrows. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xinji raised her eyebrows as well. That's right, Chen Tianshan. His Majesty conferred him the title of Tianshan King. While His Majesty is not around, Chen Tianshan will guard the nation. Mo Yike also frowned. Then he smiled bitterly. How can it be him? What is His Majesty thinking? Why can't I understand? Gao Xinji showed a complicated expression. You can guess His Majesty's thoughts. Mo Yike looked at Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji shook his head. No, I've known your majesty since the mortal realm. No one can guess what your majesty is thinking, but in the end, all the results show that your majesty is right. Embark nodded. In so many years, his majesty is the only one that I cannot figure out. However, his majesty's abilities completely subdue me. Mr. Mo, can you figure out why his majesty values Chen Tianshan so much? His majesty even conferred him the title of Tianshan King? Gao Xinji looked at Embark. Embark shook his head. In terms of loyalty, all of us are loyal to his majesty. I can't see through him. However, since it is his majesty's decision, we will wait and see. Gao Xinji nodded. Liu Yaqing followed Montez to the floating hub in the city. He transferred a large number of spirit stones and floated toward the limitless celestial capital. Bingheim and Montez stood at the entrance of a large hall. They were looking worriedly at Gu Hai in the distance when they saw Gu Hai take out a Guqin figurine. A Guqin figurine? Montez widened his eyes and quickly took out a Guqin figurine. Bingheim and Ao Shun looked at the Guqin figurine curiously. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Gu Hai's instructions. Chen Tianshan was the Tianshan King. The Tianshan King. Montez's expression changed. Montez had followed Gu Hai for a long time and knew Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan was not capable and was rather pedantic. Why did the emperor trust him so much? The crown prince died, and the emperor let Chen Tianshan govern the nation. From afar, Gu Hai soared into the air and flew toward the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. Whoosh! Soon, Gu Hai flew in. After Gu Hai flew in, another person charged in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Taishang? Zongyuan? Ao Shun felt slightly startled. Taishang also flew in with Gu Hai. What's she going in for? The entrance to the heavenly realm slowly shrank. It became smaller and smaller. Just as everyone thought that no one would dare to enter, Amateus Buddha, a majestic Buddhist chant suddenly sounded from the west. However, he saw a golden beam of light shooting straight towards him from the west. Boom! It was like a strong wind had arrived. 3 men suddenly appeared. The one on the left was the future Buddha. The future Buddha closed his eyes, looking rather anxious. The one on the right was rather old. He had his palms pressed together, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In the center was a rather sturdy middle-aged man. He looked incomparably dignified. At this moment, he was coldly looking at the entrance to the heavenly realm. The 3 of them had rings of light behind their heads. At this moment, they all frowned slightly. It's the 3 Buddhas of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. The past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Bingheim's face sank. The people of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land are also here. This time, Montez showed an anxious expression. Buddha, they have all entered the heavenly realm. Long Zhanghua is really going crazy this time. Let's quickly enter, the future Buddha shouted. Before the future Buddha could finish speaking, a huge sword light suddenly shot over from the southwest. Boom! A ray of purple sword light instantly rushed forward. The sword light was so big that it was 1,000 feet wide. As soon as the purple sword light arrived, the swords of the people and demons in the surroundings all trembled as if they were worshipping their king. Montez reached out and pressed down on his long sword. He looked at the purple sword light not far away from him with a horrified expression. Boom! The sword light disappeared, turning into billions of sword chi that surrounded a man with purplish-black chi. The man was extremely burly, and there was a huge purplish longsword on his back. He had a ferocious look on his face, and the ferocious look on his face seemed to be able to tear one's soul apart with just a glance, causing one's heart to tremble. The Tongtian sect master, Ao Shun's expression changed. When the Tongtian sect master arrived, he coldly looked at the present Buddha, but he ignored him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sword shadows flew out from the surrounding forest and instantly flew in front of the Tongtian sect master. Among these sword shadows, there was a Ho. Greetings, sect master, the sword cultivators said respectfully. Ho, Did Long Zhonghua obtain the secret realm of the way of animals? The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked at Ho. The sword cultivators were subservient to the Tongtian sect master. Only Ho remained calm at this moment and nodded. Sect master, you must have seen it from afar. Yes, Guhai must have helped Long Zhonghua find it and made Long Zhonghua come here at all costs to disrupt Long Zhonghua's plan. However, he found that Tai didn't care about the cosmic cycle star formation at all. He didn't care about the Golden Crow princes at all. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Sect master, are you going to enter the heaven realm? Ho frowned and asked. The Tongtian sect master didn't say anything. This was because another streak of light had shot over. This time, it came from the south. Boom! A green light suddenly appeared. Jiang Lianshan, who was wearing a green dragon robe with golden threads, suddenly blocked the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha's path. Tongtian sect master? The three Buddhas of Spirited Mountain? It's been a long time. Jiang Lianshan looked at the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha also narrowed their eyes. Dian, His Holiness, what are you doing here? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted, Me? But I'm here to watch this epic battle with all of you. I want to see how the Immortals deal with the rebels. Jiang Lianshan said with a slight smile. Immortals deal with the rebels? You're here to watch Long Zhonghua die? The future Buddha frowned slightly and was quite confused. At the side, the aged past Buddha narrowed his eyes. Great Yan's Sacred Majesty, are you saying that you want to watch it with us? Watch. So you're saying that if you don't interfere, we won't interfere either? You're here to stop us? The past Buddha is wise and far-sighted. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Jiang Lianshan stood in front of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain and Wanshou Taoism. He formed an alliance with Long Zhonghua to stop all forces from interfering in this battle. Chapter 702. In the distance, Ao Shun and the others were stunned. His Holiness is fighting the Six Paths Immortal, while Jiang Lianshan is in charge of stopping the others. Ao Shun asked in surprise, Can Jiang Lianshan stop the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha? Montez asked with a frown. I don't know. However, since His Holiness values Jiang Lianshan so much, Jiang Lianshan should have some tricks up his sleeve too. Ao Shun said with a frown. In the distance, the Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura surged out from his body. He took a step forward and chants of Sanskrit resounded around him. He looked coldly at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan blocked the two sides. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He slowly emitted a sharp aura that pressured the two sides, just as the three sides were in a deadlock. Boom! Another yellow storm came from the west. As the storm blew, a figure stopped in front of everyone. It was a man wearing a yellow dragon robe. The man had a handsome face and radiated a heroic aura. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Big Yellow His Holiness, Matriarch G. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sanya's Buddha looked at His Holiness warily. Even Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Matriarch G coldly. Everyone is here? Matriarch G laughed softly. As she laughed, she suddenly looked at Jiang Lianshan. When she saw Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch G bowed slightly. My name is Matriarch G. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Matriarch G used to be the Yellow Emperor of the Dian dynasty. Although she had established a new dynasty, she was still polite to Jiang Lianshan. What are you doing here? Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Just like all of you, we are here to observe the battle between the heavens. Matriarch G smiled. Watch the heavenly battle? Are you saying that you want to stop us from going to the heavenly realm, just like Dian and His Holiness? The future Buddha's face sank. Future Buddha, what's wrong? Do you want to go in? If you want to go in, then go ahead. This emperor will follow behind you. Empress G said with a smile. The future Buddha was slightly taken aback, but the present Buddha's expression darkened. Even though Matriarch G didn't say anything about stopping him, it was clear that Matriarch G was following behind the future Buddha. Even though she didn't say anything about stopping him, her attitude was clear. It was as if he was assisting Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. Ha! Speaking of which, this sect master would also like to see the difference between Long Zhanghua and Tai. The Tongtian sect master suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at the Tongtian sect master. However, they saw the Tongtian sect master wave his hand. Boom! A sword-shaped mountain suddenly rose from the ground and reached the Tongtian sect master's feet in an instant. Standing on top of the mountain, the Tongtian sect master no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Tongtian sect master, I will accompany you. Matriarch Ji looked at the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. He snorted coldly and ignored Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled faintly. She also stood on top of a mountain and looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Jiang Lianshan looked at the third era Buddha. The third era Buddha put his palms together. Wong! 3 golden lotuses suddenly appeared under the third era Buddha's feet. Standing on the golden lotuses, the third era Buddha no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Thank you, everyone, Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan and ignored him. Jiang Lianshan also stood at the side with his hands behind his back and began to look at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Rumble! The entrance to the heavenly realm became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. The heavenly realm gate is closed. Everyone, sorry for the disrespect. Jiang Lianshan let out a long sigh. He had completed Long Zhanghua's instructions. Although the heavenly realm gate was closed, the top experts of the various factions did not leave. They continued to stand there and wait. Montez and the others' eyelids twitched, but they did not dare to say anything. Liu Yaqing continued to fly into the distance. Bingheim seemed to be hiding from something. However, at this moment, Matriarch Ji suddenly turned her head. Bingheim! Matriarch Ji suddenly called out. Bingheim's expression changed. She turned her head and said respectfully, Greetings to Big Yellow and His Holiness. You and your mother are really alike. Matriarch Ji frowned. Bingheim bit her lips and did not dare to reply. Logically speaking, you should call me grandfather, right? Matriarch Ji looked at Bingheim. Bingheim's expression froze. She lowered her head and said, Bingheim does not dare to claim connections with you. The blood flowing in your body is my blood. After the Thousand Saints Conference, Emperor Kong has already reported to me. He has always wanted to bring you back, but he did not have the opportunity. Come, when this matter is over, follow me back to the Imperial Court. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Bingheim's expression froze. Big Yellow and His Holiness. I'm the army commander of the Han Dynasty. I really do not dare to claim connections with the Great Yellow Dynasty. I hope that Big Yellow and His Holiness can be magnanimous. Bingheim said respectfully. How can my bloodline be a subject of an imperial court? Come over immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy this small imperial court and help you make a decision. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Bingheim's expression froze. She revealed a bitter expression. Lord Bingheim, Montez said anxiously. Bingheim smiled bitterly. Lord Ming, you can go back first. It seems that I will not be able to return for the time being. When the Emperor returns, please help me to ask for forgiveness. This subject has caused trouble for the Emperor. Montez smiled bitterly, but he could not stop her. Matriarch Ji was not someone he could offend. Lord Bingheim, take care, Montez said solemnly. Bingheim nodded helplessly and flew towards Matriarch Ji. When she arrived at Matriarch Ji, Bingheim said respectfully, Greetings to His Holiness. You are my granddaughter. From today onwards, you are the Great Yellow Dynasty's Princess Bing. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yes. Bingheim nodded helplessly. In a mountain forest far away from the Fusong tree, Chongming was dressed in black robes. He stood in the depths of a dark valley and looked coldly at the Heaven Realm's entrance slowly closing. A group of black-robed subordinates stood respectfully behind him. Beside him was a zither figurine. Inform the blood-clad guard's commander, Chongming. Chongming, receive the decree. We know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for us. Leave none alive. At the same time, collect the corpse of Crown Prince Guqin in Heaven City. The Zither figurine repeated Gu Hai's orders. Chongming looked at the Zither figurine and bowed respectfully. This subject, Chongming, receives the decree. With a flip of his hand, Chongming put away the Zither figurine. Then, he looked at his subordinates behind him. Back then, when you followed me and the Emperor in the Azura Path's secret realm, you all improved greatly. Did you hear the Emperor's orders? Chongming said coldly. The angels have 24 cities. Each 10,000 guard leader will lead their own troops and choose a city. Kill all the angels as fast as you can. I don't need to hear any complaints. You just need to know that if you can't complete the mission, you will bring your head to me. Chongming looked coldly at his subordinates. Yes, the group of black-robed men answered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Amidst the sounds of bats, Chongming and his subordinates instantly turned into bats and flew into the sky, flying in all directions. The gate to the heaven realm. With the death of Long Zhonghua, he would definitely be implicated by the Immortal of the Six Paths. After all, he had helped Long Zhonghua obtain 3 reincarnation secret realms. Although he knew that he might not be able to help Long Zhonghua, Gu Hai still went to the heaven realm. Moreover, Guqin's death made Gu Hai's heart filled with anger. The beginning? Compared to the beginning, Gu Hai's cultivation was still far from it. But, so what if the difference was far? Didn't Shiyu the Great die in his hands? Didn't Qing Emperor die in his hands? Even if the two of them were weak, they should not be much weaker than the beginning, right? Gu Hai firmly believed that as long as he could find the beginning's death point, even if he was at the peak of the heavenly palace, he could still kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Hai immediately rushed into the heaven realm. As soon as he entered the heaven realm, Gu Hai immediately entered a vast expanse of fog. There seemed to be some discomfort around his body, but he did not know what the problem was. Gu Hai. Behind him, there seemed to be a woman calling out to him. Gu Hai turned his head. Although he could not see the figure behind the fog, he could vaguely hear that it was Zhang Yulian's voice. Here, Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Soon, Zhang Yulian flew close again. In the fog, they could barely see each other. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. You follow me? Gu Hai's face darkened. Tell me, what is the secret of Taishang's longevity sound? Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Are you crazy? Do you know where this is? You chased me here for Taishang's longevity sound? Gu Hai glared. No, I have been studying Taishang's longevity sound all my life. When the previous Taishang passed it to me, I swore that I must find the secret. However, only you know this secret. Please tell me. Zhang Yulian's eyes were full of pleading. Looking at Zhang Yulian's pleading, Gu Hai's heart suddenly softened. Hurry up and go out. When I come out, I will tell you. It is too dangerous in here. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Gu Hai's face darkened. At this time, how could he have the time to explain this to Zhang Yulian? If you want to follow, then follow. If Long Zhonghua dies, don't stand on my side. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian nodded. Whoosh! The two continued to fly in the fog. After flying for a while, they finally rushed out of the fog. Whoosh! The two appeared in a mountain forest. The moment they appeared in the forest, a heavenly pressure suddenly pressed down. The huge aura seemed to crush the two of them in an instant. How? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened and she exclaimed. However, just as she shouted a word, Gu Hai covered her mouth and hugged her in his arms, hiding in the bushes. Woo-woo, Zhang Yulian shouted, but she could not make a sound. Shut up, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Only then did Zhang Yulian stop shouting and look into the distance with wide eyes. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were floating in the air. At this moment, a scene that shocked Gu Hai appeared in the sky. Eyes. Gu Hai had seen the eyes of heaven at the Thousand Saints Conference. But now, the sky was densely packed with tens of thousands of eyes. There were so many that some of them overlapped and spread out, filling all the space in the sky. They were looking down at the 33 cities below coldly. At this moment, the 33 cities of the heavenly court seemed to have become incomparably small. The tens of thousands of eyes of heaven seemed to carry the supreme judgment. Guhai felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 703. In the heavenly realm. Guhai covered Zhang Yulian's mouth as he hid in the bushes. He stared at the sky. In the sky, the 10,000 eyes of heaven descended upon the 33 cities of the celestial court, bringing with them great scrutiny and pressure. The 33 heavenly cities rotated slowly, as if forming a superformation. They gathered a powerful aura that rushed towards the eyes of heaven. Guhai saw from the bushes that Long Zhanghua was at the entrance of the Lingshao Palace in the heavenly city. He was holding the heaven-splitting axe and looking at the eyes of heaven coldly. Long Zhanghua, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to this day. Today is your doomsday. You can't hurt me in the heavenly realm. Six Path's cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly realm? Transformed from your corporeal body? I don't believe it. You can do it endlessly. Long Zhanghua snorted. With a cold snort, the heaven-splitting axe in his hand slashed towards the sky. The dazzling axe light was like the Milky Way, slashing from one side of the sky to the other. Boom! The might of the heaven-splitting axe caused Guhai's eyes to tremble. He saw nearly 1,000 heavenly eyes split in half wherever the axe chopped down. Eyes of heaven, it doesn't seem like much. Zhang Yulian said in shock. That's because of Long Zhanghua. That's because of the heaven-splitting axe. Guhai said with a frown. The heavens weren't angry that the eyes of heaven were split in half, but Long Zhanghua's expression became more serious. However, he saw that after the 1,000 eyes were split in half, each half was strangely restored. The 1,000 eyes had become 2,000 after being split. The more he split, the more there were. In the heavenly realm, I am immortal. You can continue, but the power of each strike will only nourish my body until you use up all your energy. Immortal's 6 paths cold snort spread in all directions. Is that so? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanghua, and the people of the heavenly court, do you see this tablet? Suddenly, a shout came from afar. It wasn't the voice of the immortal of 6 paths. Was it Tai? Guhai's expression darkened as he looked into the distance. There were 3 black pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. They were emitting billowing black gas. In the middle of the 3 pillars stood 3,000 feet tall figures. They were Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Taiwa. Tai Yi stood in the center and merged into the pillar. Tai Chu and Taiwa merged into the pillar as well. One on the left and one on the right, they were coldly looking at Long Zhanghua. Around them were a group of black angels and a group of demon kings who had escaped, including Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to have fully recovered from his injuries. The peerless cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace were surrounded by 6 kinds of light at this moment, and they emitted a monstrous aura. Tai Yi, Taiwa, and Tai Chu, who were in the 3 black pillars, were also surrounded by 6 kinds of light, giving off a terrifying aura. All of them had one thing in common. There seemed to be a circle drawn with blood between their eyebrows. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Taiwa? You've merged with the path of hungry ghost, path of hell, and path of heaven? Ha ha ha. 3 paths of reincarnation? Immortal 6 paths, you're really generous. But isn't it a waste to split the 3 paths of reincarnation between 3 people? You're really careful. Tai Yi is following you, but you can't completely trust him. You only let him control 1 path of reincarnation? Oh, if I'm not wrong, Tai Yi's reincarnation should be the path of hungry ghost reincarnation, right? Long Zhanghua sneered. Long Zhanghua, you don't have to sow discord. What's the use of that at this time? Tai Yi sneered. Tai Yi was a burly man. Golden light shot out from his body, and his eyes were sharp. Your Majesty, let me test them first, Ao Tian Huang said with a smile. Ao Tian Huang laughed loudly as he flew towards Tai Yi in the distance. Humph! Tai Yi sneered. Tai Yi didn't attack. Kong Xian was the one who attacked. I'll do it. Kong Xian sneered and flew over. Kong Xian? Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhonghua knew Kong Xian's strength. He could fight Shiyu the Great without losing, so he was one of the strongest in Heavenly Palace. However, he was still a bit weaker than Ao Tianwang. Ao Tianwang's true strength was even stronger than Tai Chu's, let alone Kong Xian. None of the Monster Kings moved. Ao Tianwang arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant and threw a punch at Kong Xian. There seemed to be a dragon head fist force at the center of his palm. It tore through the void and collided with Kong Xian's hasty punch. Kong Xian's punch, which was covered in 6 types of light, collided with Ao Tianwang's punch. Hong! There was a loud boom. The space where their fists collided was torn apart. The impact was similar to the impact of the cosmic star's formation in Tai Wa's Cauldron of Universe. How can this be? Guhai's face darkened. The stellar palm of the massive heavenly cycle star formation was formed by 361 fiend stars and fiend kings, setting up a super large formation. However, Kong Xian was alone. Kong Xian didn't retreat after the punch, but Ao Tianwang's face changed. Because his full-powered punch was actually blocked by Kong Xian, that was impossible. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. Ao Tianhuang suddenly roared and turned into a 1,000-zhang long dragon. He unleashed the power of a monster and continued to fight with Kong Xian. Ao Tianwang's power suddenly doubled, but Kong Xian still looked like he was at ease. Yeah, that's it. Kong Xian sneered and shook his fist. Boom! The 1,000-zhang long dragon flew towards the heavenly courts. It was so fast that it seemed like it was going to smash the heavenly courts into pieces. Whoosh! Long Zhonghua extended his palm and caught Ao Tianwang's dragon body. Puff! The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a human. Saint, His Holiness has embarrassed you. Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Kong Xian? It was just Kong Xian, and he was actually not a match for one of his punches? How could this be? Zhang Yulian squinted her eyes. Is it those 6 lights? As expected, Long Zhonghua also noticed the light around Kong Xian's fist and comforted Ao Tianwang. It's not embarrassing to lose to the Immortal of 6 paths. Ao Tianwang's expression changed. Long Zhonghua looked up at the 10,000 eyes in the sky. 6 paths? Looks like you still have some time before you wake up. Using this trick? Borrowing power? Lending your power to them so that they can fight me? Ha ha ha! Looks like you're at the end of your rope. Long Zhonghua said coldly. The power of the Immortal of 6 paths? Those 6 lights? Ao Tianhuang wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Kong Xian. Other than Kong Xian, the other Monster Kings, including Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Tai Wa, all had 6 lights on them. The Immortal of 6 paths didn't say anything. Tai Yi snickered in the distance. Long Zhonghua, you know quite a lot, don't you? That's right. This is the power of the heavens, the power of the Immortal of 6 paths, immortal power. Ao Tianwang, you're not even a match for Kong Xian, who has immortal power. Don't embarrass yourself. Immortal power? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Dragon, Shenying, and the others also looked serious. This wasn't just fighting Apollo Divine Palace alone, but the Immortal of 6 paths had also lent his power to Apollo Divine Palace. Immortal power? Wouldn't that be fighting both the Immortal of 6 paths and Tai Yi at the same time? Actually, you can also have immortal power as long as you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, pledge your loyalty to the heavens, and become an enemy of the Dragon Rebellion and the Warring States period. Then use your blood to draw a circle between your eyebrows and chant, Immortal of the 6 paths. The heavens will bestow you with immortal power, Tai suddenly said. Oh, reverse curse art? Are you trying to turn my subjects against me? Long Zhonghua said coldly. You can say that, because this is the heavenly realm. The Immortal of 6 paths can lend his power to us. No matter how much you rebelled with the Long Zhonghua in the past, no matter how serious your sins were, as long as you repent and become enemies with the Long Zhonghua, the Immortal of 6 paths will forgive your past sins. Otherwise, Tai Yi said coldly. Otherwise what? Long Zhonghua sneered. See that stele over there? He pointed at a steel in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Then he saw the words, "List of Crimes of Rebellion," written on the stone tablet. Below it was a dense list of names. The first one, Long Zhonghua. The second one, Gu Hai. The third one, Bei Ming Shou. The fourth one, Ao Tianwang. The names of all the Qian officials were listed. All the names of those who rebelled with the Long Zhonghua. All of them were listed on the crimes of rebellion. You rebelled against the heavens and acted against them. You should be punished by the heavens. After the death of the Long Zhonghua, all the people on this list must be killed. If you come to your senses and turn over a new leaf, the heavens will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf and forgive your past sins. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about going anywhere. Tai shouted coldly. The names on the steel made the hearts of the Deqian officials tremble. In the forest far away, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently, because his name was also on the list. Indeed, the heavens had their eyes on him. Your name is ranked second? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Wrong? If it's not wrong, as long as the Long Zhonghua dies, you will be the first person the Immortal of 6 Paths will punish. The heavens will destroy you first? What did you do? Zhang Yulian was shocked. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently, but he ignored her and continued to look into the distance. What a crimes of rebellion. Ha ha, 6 Paths? If that's the case, 800,000 years ago, you were also the first? Back then, you were the first and succeeded in defying the heavens. Today, I am the first. Does that mean I can also succeed in killing the heavens? Everything coincides. I'll start with Tai. When I kill Tai, I'll destroy your celestial body. Long Zhonghua snorted coldly. As he took a step forward, Long Zhan's figure suddenly soared. Tai had merged with the path of the hungry ghost and was 1,000 feet tall. Long Zhonghua suddenly grew to 1,000 feet tall. Tai fused into a huge black pillar. Behind Long Zhan, 3 black pillars suddenly appeared. They were the human Tao reincarnation, the Azura Tao reincarnation, and the animal Tao reincarnation. Boom! As soon as the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, a super-stirring force caused the sky to spin. The eyes of heaven in the surroundings all retreated. Chapter 704. The human path reincarnation, the Azura path reincarnation, and the animal path reincarnation. Once the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, they were like 3 black Tongtian pillars, emitting a fierce aura. Long Zhonghua stepped forward, and an invisible aura rushed toward Tai. Tai emerged with the hungry ghost path reincarnation, so his aura was a bit weaker than Long Zhonghua's 3 paths of reincarnation. However, when Long Zhonghua stepped forward, Tai also stepped forward. The other monster kings and angels didn't dare to touch Long Zhonghua's blade. Even though deity force was already close to them, no one stepped forward. A giant yellow bell appeared above Tai Yi's head. It was the second Dharma treasure in the world, the Bell of Chaos. Unfortunately, it was still a bit weak in front of the top axe in the world. Taiwa Taichu, Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Tai Chu waved his hand, and the giant cross in his hand flew into Tai Yi's hand. Taiwa's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he couldn't resist Tai Yi's coercion. He waved his hand. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and flew toward Tai Yi. The 8 trigrams outside the cauldron shone with dazzling golden light. Boom! With the second bell of chaos above his head, the 10th apocalypse in his hand, and the 3rd cauldron of heaven and earth under his feet, Tai Yi rushed toward Long Zhonghua. The Dharma treasure aura around him was no weaker than the sky-splitting axe. Fushi's cauldron of heaven and earth? Dharma treasures are just external objects. Tai Yi, can't you see this clearly? Long Zhonghua laughed. While laughing, he slashed down with the sky-splitting axe in his hand. Using the power of the 3 reincarnation secret realms, the sky-splitting axe slashed at Tai Yi. That's easy to say. If you're so strong, don't use the sky-splitting axe. Tai Yi glared and activated the 3 treasures. They suddenly flew out. The sky-splitting axe, the Bell of Chaos, the Apocalypse, and the cauldron of heaven and earth clashed. Huh! A super huge black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. The black hole swelled, causing the entire heaven state to shake crazily. Rumble! The Tao of the hungry ghost's reincarnation and the immortal power given to you by the samsara of the six paths isn't much, is it? Long Zhangwa laughed coldly. As the sky-splitting axe hacked down, it gained a huge advantage and suppressed Tai. Tai's eyelids twitched wildly. Long Zhangwa's strength was actually this great? Are you all dead? Come and help. Tai, he roared. Boom! Boom! Taiwa and Tai Chu immediately went to Tai Yi's side. They activated their reincarnation powers and infused them into Tai Yi. Boom! 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 At this moment, it was as if three reincarnations were fighting against three reincarnations. The six reincarnations were already squeezed together. The huge collision force continued to tear apart the void, growing bigger and bigger. The impact caused the entire space to vibrate continuously. In the sky, the eye of heaven retreated and looked coldly at the battlefield from afar. Kong Xian, the angels, and the monster kings all had immortal power. They pushed on the reincarnation behind Tai Yi and infused their power into him. Tai Yi activated a group of Dharma treasures and barely blocked Long Zhangwa, but his face was trembling. Huh! Long Zhangwa roared. Blue veins popped out all over his body. The terrifying power brazenly blocked everyone in front of him. With his own strength, he suppressed everyone in Solar God Palace, including the power lent by Immortal Six Paths beside Long Zhangwa. The aftermath of the power even surged like energy flames, hitting the faces of everyone in front of him. It was as if they were cut by knives. Ha 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 ha! Six Paths, what do you think? Long Zhangwa roared. His roar shook the sky. The entire heaven state was in turmoil. At this moment, Warring Dragon's power was pushed to the extreme, suppressing everyone. Even the Immortal of Six Paths' immortal power couldn't stop it. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! The Qian's side cheered endlessly. Impossible! How can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? Tai exclaimed. I've cultivated external arts to the Khanate realm. The nascent souls in my body were all refined by the monster god. My Dantian is also the spirit mother divine king. My lower celestial palace has reached perfection, and my human soul is 490 feet. Middle celestial palace has reached perfection, and my earth soul is 640 feet. Upper celestial palace has reached perfection, and my earth soul is 810 feet. All the realms that need to be cultivated, I have cultivated to the great perfection realm. Whether it is the soul, or even the flesh, I am invincible. Breaking you is as easy as flipping my hand. Long Zhan roared. Boom! Long Zhangwa exerted strength again. Tai Yi and everyone in Solar God Palace spat out blood. Impossible. No one can cultivate three souls to perfection. Tai exclaimed. You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Long Zhangwa said with a ferocious expression. Boom, boom, boom. Long Zhangwa stepped forward step by step. Everyone in Solar God Palace struggled bitterly with a look of horror on their faces. Long Zhangwa seemed to be about to win. In the sky, the eye of heaven kept staring at Long Zhangwa. Long Zhangwa? I didn't expect that other than me. Someone else in this world has reached the perfection of the human path perfected level. Immortal Six Paths' voice came from the sky. I know that you, Six Paths, did the same in the past. That's why you were able to defy the heavens. I'm the same today. However, you can't use your power? You think you can fight me with these little things? You can deal with others with that little bit of power, but against me? Oof. Long Zhangwa sneered. Long Zhangwa, have you forgotten? I'm the heavens now. Immortal Six Paths said coldly. The heavens. Long Zhangwa's face darkened. My power, the people of Solar God Palace, the three treasures, and the three reincarnation powers are all no match for you. But I have the greatest power in this world. Have you forgotten? The power of the common people. Immortal Six Paths sneered. Long Zhangwa's face darkened. I'm the heavens of the common people. The power of the common people is my power. Immortal Six Paths said coldly. Oomph. Immortal Six Paths snorted. As Immortal Six Paths snorted, dark clouds suddenly covered the divine continent outside of heaven. In the outside world, Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the three-world Buddhas all looked at the sky with dark expressions. Long Zhonghua, he actually forced Immortal Six Paths to this extent? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Is Immortal Six Paths only left with this final battle? Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Dark clouds covered the divine continent. Suddenly, Immortal Six Paths' voice sounded from the dark clouds. The divine continent, all living beings, give me power to eliminate all traitors. A cold snort resounded throughout the world. All living beings in the world trembled slightly, as if they had heard a terrifying voice. On Luya City, Montez and Ao Shun suddenly closed their eyes and fell down. A white power came out of their bodies. Not only the two of them, but everyone on Luya City also fainted. Han Dynasty, boundless celestial capital. All the officials and citizens in the imperial court suddenly fainted. White power came out of their bodies and rushed towards the dark clouds in the sky. In the east, south, west, and north of the divine continent, in the four seas, all living beings suddenly fainted. It was as though they had been drained of all energy. All of the energy in their bodies surged to the heavens and disappeared without a trace. Billowing power passed through the dark clouds and rushed towards the heavenly realm. The power of all living beings was forcefully taken away by Immortal Six Paths. Only in the Deqian Celestial Empire, the citizens heard Long Zhonghua's voice. Citizens of the Deqian Empire, I, Long Zhonghua, am shamelessly borrowing power from all of you. Please raise your right hands. Quickly raise your right hands. Borrow my power to break the cage. In an instant, countless citizens raised their right hands and borrowed power from Long Zhonghua. After borrowing power, they suddenly sat down on the ground. Although Long Zhonghua borrowed power, he didn't let the citizens collapse to the point of fainting. The borrowed power of countless citizens was pulled towards the huge golden dragon of destiny in the sky above the heavenly palaces. Just as the citizens borrowed power, Immortal Six Paths took it away again. The Daqian citizens' power was once again greatly depleted. Instantly, all of them fainted. Daqian wasn't big enough after all. Long Zhonghua also didn't mobilize much power. Moreover, they were all human. Countless other living beings in the Daqian Empire couldn't mobilize their power. Immortal Six Paths was the biggest winner in robbing the power of all living beings. In an instant, except for a few of the most powerful people under the Fusang tree, almost all living beings in the divine continent fainted. Humans, demons in the sky, on the ground, in the water, no matter what kind of living beings they were all robbed of their power and fainted. The divine continent was silent in an instant. Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and Sanya's Buddha looked at the heavenly palaces. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and said with an ugly expression, "All living beings are drained of their power. There's no life at all. It's dead. All the power in the world? Can Long Zhonghua withstand it?" Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and looked at the heavenly palaces on the Fusang tree. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha frowned and remained silent. In the heavenly palaces, billowing white energy surged in and slowly condensed into golden energy that rushed towards Tai Yi in the distance. Boom! Tai Yi's power suddenly surged. Tai Yi roared in pain. Obviously, the power of all living beings was too strong. Even his physical body couldn't take it. Although his physical body was in pain, the effect was significant. The slump just now was suddenly eliminated. A strong force came out of his body and blocked the axe of Long Zhonghua. It also suppressed Long Zhonghua. Ha 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 ha! Long Zhonghua, how's the power of all living beings? Tai Yi laughed. Long Zhonghua's other hand suddenly had a bubble-like thing in it. It was the Warring State's Immortal Dome. My Immortal Dome, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. I'll borrow your power. Sleep for a while. Wait for me to destroy the demon. Long Zhonghua roared. The Warring State's immortal dome in his hand emitted billions of golden light and rushed towards Long Zhonghua. Rumble. The power of all the people in the Warring State's immortal dome was also forcibly extracted by Long Zhonghua. It filled his body and rushed towards Tai. Boom! The Dragon Warring State blocked the power of Tai, but it was still very difficult. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. You've lost, Long Zhonghua. Ha ha ha! Tai laughed savagely. Although Long Zhonghua had gathered the power of the Warring State's immortal dome, it was still not enough. Compared to the Divine Continent, the power of the Warring State's immortal dome was too weak. Although his body was swollen with pain, and even his face was cracking, if he continued, Long Zhonghua would definitely die. Lost. Ha! I'll lose to you? As long as I can stop you, I won't let you run wild. Roar. Long Zhonghua roared, his hair disheveled. He looked like a demon god. He continued to struggle. Chapter 705. The battle between Long Zhonghua and Tai was getting more and more intense. Thunderous booms resounded through heaven and earth. Gu Hai was in the distant forest, and the ground was shaking non-stop. Zhang Yulian, you want to know the secret of Taishang's longevity tune? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian looked surprised. Let me tell you about it, Gu Hai said with a solemn expression. Zhang Yulian said in surprise, why are you willing to tell me? Long Zhonghua is first on the list of crimes of treason, and I'm second. If Long Zhonghua wins, that's fine. If Long Zhonghua loses, I might not have the chance to tell you, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. You're my woman. Let me tell you, after I die, I'll have one regret, Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm not, Zhang Yulian glared. If I say you are, then you are. Hurry up, Gu Hai glared. Zhang Yulian's eyes softened at Gu Hai's shout. She looked a little wronged, but she didn't resist. Take out your guqin and play Taishang's longevity tune, Gu Hai said solemnly. Now, Zhang Yulian was startled. The earth was shaking non-stop, and there were thunderous booms everywhere. Would she be disturbed if she played Taishang's longevity tune now? So many people were at the Sage Assembly, but nothing happened. Hurry up. Now is the only time. The heavens won't notice this, Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Zhang Yulian took out her guqin. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out his imperial seal, the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Zhang Yulian was a little confused when she saw Gu Hai take out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. However, Gu Hai didn't explain, so Zhang Yulian could only set up her guqin and start playing. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of the zither rang out. The sound of the battle was too loud, so the sound of the zither was almost inaudible. However, it was fine as long as Gu Hai could hear it. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal and gently stroked the black chess piece on top of the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. It was this black chess piece from Earth that had brought him to the divine continent and was now being refined by him within the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. Clink, clink, clink. The Taishang's longevity note continued to play. Gu Hai looked at the black chess piece, his thoughts drifting away. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, The first Taishang? Perhaps he discovered something back then. He was a powerful individual, and when he created this song, he exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. Although the Wanshou Taoism was the helper of the immortal of the six paths, I think the first Taishang regretted it and created this song. Oh, Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai, as if she didn't want to miss a single word that Gu Hai said. Wong. Gu Hai released a strand of soul power into the black chess piece. The black chess piece vibrated slightly. The frequency of vibration was actually the same as the frequency of the Taishang's longevity note. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian didn't notice this minute frequency. The Taishang's longevity note can be summarized in one sentence. Sleeping immortal longevity dream. Taishang's Tao connects to the immortal dome. If others say it, I don't say it. If I say it, everyone says it, Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Zhang Yulian was slightly taken aback. as though she didn't understand. However, Guhai paused abruptly and stared at the black chess piece before him with wide eyes. The black chess piece vibrated at the same frequency as the Taishang's longevity note. Just now, when Guhai recited the chant in his dream, the space around the black chess piece suddenly trembled, as though it was about to collapse. As it collapsed, it formed a void tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel gradually expanded from the size of a finger. Tunnel? Tunnel? Wasn't this a dream? Whoosh! Guhai immediately pressed the heaven-suppressing divine seal and put it away. Whoosh! The finger-sized passageway suddenly shrank and disappeared. What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me? Halfway through, Zhang Yulian stared at him. Guhai suddenly stopped halfway through. Did he regret it? At this moment, Guhai's heart was in turmoil. That tunnel? Guhai knew where it led to. Back to Earth? And this time, it wasn't a dream, but reality. In other words, his physical body could also go back. Whoosh! Guhai's heart surged as he looked up. Was it that black chess piece? Yes, it must be that black chess piece. That black chess piece brought him here from Earth. It had crossed 2 immortal dominions, and he thought it couldn't go back. However, the Taishang's longevity note opened a tunnel. Could the black chess piece bring him back? There's a black chess piece and the Taishang's longevity note? I can go back to Earth by myself? Guhai narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the crimes of rebellion in the distance. Even if the Longzhang were lost, did he still have a way out? There was still a way back to Earth. Ha 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 ha! Guhai laughed excitedly. This way, he wouldn't be in a desperate situation. Guhai, are you going back on your words? Zhang Yulian looked at Guhai anxiously. Guhai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. In his excitement, he hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Smack! What are you doing? Zhang Yulian stared at him angrily. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Yulian, wait for me. I'll tell you everything. When the battle here is over, regardless of whether the Longzhang wins or loses, I'll bring you to a place you've always dreamed of going. Ha 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 ha! Guhai laughed. A place she'd always dreamed of going? Zhang Yulian had only had one dream recently. It was when she'd entered the human Dao secret realm and made love with Guhai. Ever since she'd relaxed her mind and accepted this moment, she'd often dreamt of it. Guhai wants to take me to a place I've always dreamed of going? Zhang Yulian spat, face red. However, Guhai was no longer looking at Zhang Yulian. His eyes were glued to the battle in the distance. Immortal Hexapath channeled the power of life into Tai's body. Longzhang also channeled the power of the immortal firmament. However, he was still suppressed by Tai. Tai's physical limitations prevented him from using all of the power of life, but he was still stronger than Longzhang. His Holiness will do our best to help you. In the 33rd layer of heaven, everyone channeled their power into Longzhang's 3 paths of reincarnation at the same time. Ao Tianwang, Dragon Shining, Long Shunwan, Baiming Shou, Sima Zongheng, and all the officials channeled their full power. However, Longzhang was still suppressed by Tai. The power of life in the divine continent is different from the power of life in your broken immortal firmament. Longzhang, you've lost. Immortal Hexapath sneered. I will not lose. Longzhang's body turned a deep purple. Longzhang was burning his potential. His strength was growing. Although he was suppressed by Tai, his strength was still rising. Immortal Hexapath, Longzhang's strength is increasing. Tai's expression changed. Although it wasn't as strong as him, this trend made Tai panic. Boom! Longzhang's arm was suddenly filled with blue veins, and a large amount of blood spilled out. However, Longzhang's strength was stronger. You're burning your lifespan? Giving it your all? Immortal Hexapath exclaimed. Longzhang was burning his lifespan. His body was bleeding, and he was getting stronger. However, the price he was paying was huge. Giving him my all? Yes, giving him my all. Even if I die today, I will not turn back. Hexapath, do you know why old man Guanchi fought so hard? Ha ha! Longzhang's face was covered in blood, and he snarled. You're doing this for that bitch too? Immortal Hexapath's eyes narrowed. Bitch? Hey, yes, bitch. She only found out about your scheme and wanted to tell the world about it. You control the heavens and earth and exhaust reincarnation. You steal souls and spirits for your body. You don't care about the reproduction of life. You kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. When people die, they are completely annihilated. No more reincarnation. All of the common people are only your slaves, only your food. She only wanted to tell the world, and you would consign her to eternal damnation. You would destroy her body and soul. Before she dies, she will suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. Ha ha ha. I'm doing this for that bitch, for myself, for the world, for everything. Hexapath. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Roar. Long Zhonghua was spurting blood as his power continued to rise. Behind him, the 33 cities rotated. All the power of the people gathered to support Long Zhonghua. At this moment, Long Zhonghua wanted to defy the heavens. He wanted to break and destroy everything. At this moment, Long Zhonghua was almost at the top of the world. He blocked everything. His hair turned white as he burned his lifespan. When his hair turned white, his power was about the same as Tai's. Tai's expression changed drastically. Long live the Diqian! The people behind Long Zhonghua roared. Long Zhonghua was bathed in blood, but he radiated an indescribable brilliance. The pupils of the deities of the six paths suddenly shrank. At this moment, the people of the Diqian felt their blood boiling. It was as if they were about to win. Long Zhonghua was about to kill Tai and destroy the six paths body. The two sides were in a deadlock, and Long Zhonghua was about to succeed. Suddenly, two loud sounds came from behind Long Zhonghua. Honk, honk. However, at the final moment, Sima Zongheng and Long Shanwen suddenly flipped their hands and landed a palm strike on Long Zhonghua's back. Diqian's Grand Preceptor, Sima Zongheng. Diqian's second prince, Long Shanwen. They didn't lend power to Long Zhonghua. Instead, they attacked Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua was fighting Tai with all his strength. There was no defense behind him. The door was wide open, and the two of them slammed down. Logically speaking, the flames that surrounded Long Zhon's body were not something that the two of them could shake. However, at this moment, the power of the two of them seemed to have suddenly soared by countless times. The power was so great that it instantly passed through the flames around Long Zhonghua and hit Long Zhonghua's back. Two loud sounds. Long Zhonghua staggered. Bastard, bastard. Long Zhonghua roared furiously. Bell of chaos, cauldron of heaven and earth, 10 direction annihilation. Tai suddenly roared. The bell of primordial chaos and the cauldron of heaven and earth slammed into each other as Long Zhon staggered backward. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth and the bell of chaos seemed to form a huge cauldron, trapping Long Zhonghua in the center. The 10 direction apocalypse instantly stuck to the joint of the two, like a huge cross-shaped scar that welded the joint. Sky splitter break. Long Zhonghua roared from inside the cauldron. Boom! When the sky splitter appeared, the huge cauldron seemed to tremble, as if it was about to break open. Whoa! Tai turned into a 3-legged golden crow and stepped on the bell of chaos at the top of the cauldron. He quickly activated it. Long Zhonghua, just wait for this cauldron of heaven and earth to refine you. Ha ha! Tai laughed. At this moment, everyone finally reacted and looked in shock at the two people who had betrayed Long Zhonghua. Long Shenwen and Sima Zongheng. At this moment, they were covered in 6 kinds of light, which was the immortal power bestowed by heaven. How dare you? Ao, Tianhuang's expression changed. You betrayed his holiness. Bastards! Biming Shou yelled. Everyone turned around and saw a red circle between Sima Zongheng and Long Shenwen's eyebrows. They had used the reverse curse art to betray Long Zhonghua and pledge their loyalty to the deity of 6 paths. Chapter 706. Long Shenwen and Sima Zongheng betraying Long Zhonghua? Zhang Yulian was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he looked at the two in shock. Long Zhonghua might not have had the absolute advantage, but his fighting spirit had influenced Gu Hai. Immortal 6 paths and Long Zhonghua had almost regained their balance, but now someone had betrayed them. One was Long Zhonghua's son, and the other was the Qian's Grand Preceptor. Did they choose to betray us because they were not determined enough? Or were they just pawns placed beside Long Zhonghua by Immortal Six Paths' side? Zhang Yulian asked in shock. It's not important now. What's important is that they have betrayed Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua's hard work may be in vain. Guhai frowned. In the distance, Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen had betrayed Long Zhonghua and stabbed Long Zhonghua in the back, causing Long Zhonghua's efforts to be in vain and trapped in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Sima Zongheng, how dare you? Bai Mingshou, A.O. Tianhuang, and the other ministers were furious. A.O. Tianhuang punched Long Shunwen, his eyes spitting fire. Bai Mingshou stretched out his hand, summoning black smoke towards Sima Zongheng. A.O. Tianhuang, a wise man submits to circumstances. I was no match for you in the past, but now I have immortal power. Long Shunwen roared. Long Shunwen punched A.O. Tianhuang fiercely. Honk! Their fists collided in the air, creating a huge shockwave that shook the entire heavenly courts. A.O. Tianhuang's face was ferocious. When the fists separated, Long Shunwen stood still, while A.O. Tianhuang was sent flying. Clearly, he was not as strong as Long Shunwen. Bastard, he's your father. How dare you kill your father? A.O. Tianhuang was furious. Father? Yes, he is my father, but his lifespan is about to run out. He is about to lose. He can't drag us down with him. A.O. Tianhuang glared and roared. Bastard, A.O. Tianhuang said furiously. On the other side, there was a scream. It was Sima Zongheng who had caught Bai Mingshou in his palm. With a violent squeeze, Bai Mingshou exploded. Sima Zongheng. A.O. Tianhuang roared furiously. A.O. Tianhuang, it's all over. Look at the list of crimes. Now you have a chance to atone for your crimes. Whoever wants it, immediately. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance. As for the 16th-ranked Long Shunwen and the 8th-ranked Sima Zongheng, they instantly disappeared. He was no longer on the list. Ha ha ha! The sage of the six paths laughed loudly in the sky. In the heavenly courts, some of Long Shunwen's and Sima Zongheng's trusted aides quickly bit their fingers and drew a circle on their foreheads, chanting, Immortal of the Six Paths. Wong. Suddenly, beams of six-colored light appeared out of nowhere. The ordinary officials who chose to betray Long Zhonghua instantly gained immortal power. That's right. I will always honor my words. As long as you turn from darkness to light, I will let bygones be bygones. Immortal of the Six Paths shouted coldly in the sky. All of a sudden, many officials began to learn how to use the reverse luck curse technique. How dare you? A.O. Tianhuang glared. A.O. Tianhuang reached out and punched one of the ordinary officials. Humph, A.O. Tianhuang, I have immortal power now. What can you do to me? The official glared and punched. Boom. Instantly, the official exploded. What? The surrounding officials were shocked. Didn't one's strength increase with immortal power? The stronger one is, the more immortal power one will gain. You weak people want to gain immortal power? Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one would gain. Takashi Ryushin and Sima Zongheng narrowed their eyes. Although the official who exploded just now died, his immortal power didn't disappear completely. Half of it suddenly scattered and flew to the others who had immortal power. If one dies, half of the immortal power will be transferred to others. A.O. Tianhuang's face turned cold. As long as you are loyal to me, you can only take all of it after killing one. Immortal of the Six Paths said. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng looked at A.O. Tianhuang together. Long Shunwen, Long Zhonghua is too kind. He can see that you're cunning. You're smart, but you don't have great ambitions. You're his son, so he let you do whatever you want. He didn't want to bring you on this trip, but in the end, he kept a scourge on his side. Sima Zongheng? No wonder you can only be the Grand Tutor and not the Lord. You were the one who suggested going against the heavens. I didn't expect you to be so scared by a steal from the Six Paths, ha 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 ha. Immortal power? You have immortal power. Are you strong? A.O. Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Ao Tianhuang bit his finger and drew a circle on his forehead, chanting, Immortal of the Six Paths. Supreme Ao. Countless officials were shocked. Whoosh! Instantly, a large amount of immortal power surrounded Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang felt boundless power and rushed toward the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth in the distance. Lend me your immortal power, and I will take your life. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Ha ha! Immortal of the Six Paths laughed in the sky. If you're not loyal to me, then the immortal power will be your deathlock. Explode! Immortal of the Six Paths shouted. No! Ao Tianhuang screamed. Hong! Ao Tianhuang, who was flying, suddenly exploded. Half of the immortal power flew into the sky, while the other half flew to everyone who had immortal power. Supreme Being, the surrounding dragons immediately roared in grief. On the divine continent, Liu Yacheng, Ao Shun was drained of all his power by Immortal of the Six Paths and fainted. He fainted as though he had a dream. Shunner, Shunner. It was as though someone was shaking Ao Shun. Ao Shun woke up in a daze and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Father, let me sleep for a while more. Ao Shun said groggily. In the dream, the man standing in front of him was Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang was dressed very cleanly and emitted a gentle glow. He smiled and his eyes were filled with kindness and satisfaction. Shunner, I have to go. Take good care of yourself in the future. Ao Tianhuang patted Ao Shun's head. Father, where are you going? Where are you going? Ao Shun asked groggily. Do you still remember the dragon pearl that I let you eat back then? Ao Tianhuang smiled warmly. Ah, the dragon pearl you let me eat when I was young? It was disgusting. What was that? Ao Shun asked blankly. That was the North Sea dragon god. It's time to unseal it. In the future, the dragon tribe will depend on you. Your brother is a little jealous of you. It's all my fault. I neglected him in order to motivate him and make him jealous of you so that he can work hard for you. After all, he's your brother. If you have the ability in the future, help him. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, he reached out and tapped Ao Shun's forehead. Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. I'm leaving. My son, I'm proud of you. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, Ao Tianhuang seemed to be drifting away. Father, father, wait for me. Where are you going? Father, don't go. Father, don't go. Wait for me, father. Ao Shun ran desperately towards Ao Tianhuang. However, he couldn't catch up to him. Ao Tianhuang's silhouette was getting further and further away. Ao Shun didn't know why, but he started to cry as he ran. Father! A sorrowful cry sounded. Ao Shun, who was on the Luya city, suddenly woke up. It was just a dream. Everyone on the Luya city had fainted except for Ao Shun. Ao Shun touched his cheeks. They were completely wet from his tears. Father, is this all a dream? Ao Shun asked blankly. At this moment, Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded from Ao Shun's forehead. North Sea Dragon God? It's not a dream. Ao Shun was stunned. In the heavenly realm, Ao Tianhuang was dead. All the dragon tribe members suddenly knelt down in tears. Long Shenwu and Sima Zongheng, on the other hand, revealed a rejoicing expression. Traitor, an official roared. If you don't want to die, give up the darkness and join the light. Otherwise, none of you will live. Sima Zongheng shouted coldly. He hollered coldly and stopped all the Great Gone subjects. Long Shenwen looked at Long Shenying. Long Shenying didn't move. He just looked at Long Shenwen coldly. In the distance, Long Zhonghua was sealed in the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Even the pillars of the three paths of reincarnation disappeared. Tai turned into the golden crow and activated the chaos bell with all his might. However, Long Zhonghua had the heaven-splitting axe. He was so powerful that he kept slashing at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth that it looked like it was going to break apart at any time. Even though the omnipotent annihilation sealed the connection between the chaos bell and the cauldron of heaven and earth, it didn't help. I can't hold on any longer. Come here. Tai shouted. Long Zhonghua was going to break out of the seal? Everyone's expression changed. Taiwa quickly activated the cauldron of heaven and earth, but it still couldn't seal Long Zhonghua inside. The cauldron of heaven and earth isn't strong enough. It can't unleash its full power. Tai said coldly. I tried my best. Taiwa said anxiously. No, you haven't tried your best. Tai narrowed his eyes and said, What? Taiwa was slightly stunned, revealing a trace of puzzlement. Boom! Suddenly, a fist hit Taiwa's back from behind and pushed him toward the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. It was Grand Primordial. Grand Primordial attacked Taiwa from behind. Taiwa staggered. He crashed into the omnipotent annihilation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Nails suddenly appeared on the omnipotent annihilation and nailed Taiwa to the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Taiwa screamed as blood splattered all over his body. As the blood splattered everywhere, it was suddenly absorbed by the cauldron of heaven and earth. The cauldron of heaven and earth absorbed Taiwa's blood and immediately emitted a dazzling green light. Suddenly, it merged with the chaos bell and sealed the Long Zhonghua inside. Even when the Long Zhonghua's heaven-splitting axe attacked, the chaos furnace of heaven and earth only made a loud noise and stopped shaking. The sudden change caused everyone to change their expressions. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. Blood flowed out, and his face was filled with grief and anger. Tai Chu, how dare you sneak attack me? Tai, did you order all of this? Taiwa glared at him and roared. Yes, it was me, Tai said coldly. I control the heavenly path, reincarnation. I'm here to help heaven and earth destroy the Long Zhonghua. Immortal six paths, save me. Taiwa roared in grief and anger. The immortal of the six paths stared at him coldly. Heavenly path, reincarnation? There's no need for that now. Please go to heaven and take the heavenly path, reincarnation away from Taiwa, just in case. Tai shouted. The heavenly path, reincarnation, immediately withdrew from Taiwa's body. Let Kong Xian take it. Tai pleaded. Suddenly, the heavenly path, reincarnation, enveloped Kong Xian. Why? Tai, why? Taiwa was shocked and angry. Kong Xian merged with the heavenly path, reincarnation, and became 1,000 feet tall. He also looked at Tai blankly. Didn't his lord like Taiwa? Did he have to be patient to make Taiwa his woman? Why? Ha! Taiwa, do you really think I like you? Tai sneered. What do you mean? Taiwa said coldly. Back then, I asked heaven to let you into the solar palace because I wanted to find the cauldron of heaven and earth that Fuxi made. You were reluctant to take it out for 800,000 years, but you exposed it for Gu Hai? Fine, you exposed it yourself. Fine. The cauldron of heaven and earth? Do you think I don't know its secret? It was made by Fuxi, and only Fuxi's blood can activate it to its maximum power. Fuxi is dead, and you are his sister, so your blood can also activate it. If you want to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth to its maximum power, you have to be sacrificed. Tai said coldly. You've been plotting against me since the beginning? Taiwa looked at Tai angrily. Tai snorted. Immortal of the six paths, I help you destroy the Long Zhonghua. Let me go. Taiwa said angrily. Your sacrifice is the real help to destroy the Long Zhonghua. Taiwa, give up, Tai Chu said coldly. Kong Xian was confused, but he didn't dare to interrupt. To kill the Long Zhonghua, Taiwa's blood sacrifice was needed. It was as if the dust had settled. The blood sacrifice of Taiwa, the cauldron of heaven and earth to refine the Long Zhonghua, and the situation was completely under Immortal of the Six Paths' control. The dust had settled. In a forest far away, Zhang Yulian looked at the sky in shock. The sudden change shocked Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, who was nailed to the cauldron of heaven and earth by the cross. Taiwa was bleeding in pain, and for some reason, Gu Hai thought of Xiaoro. Xiaoro, the first time he saw Xiaoro, she was also so helpless, nailed to the ground by a group of people. Heaven and earth didn't respond. Is that Taiwa? Is that Xiaoro? Gu Hai took a deep breath and stood up. What are you doing? Zhang Yulian's expression changed, and she looked at Gu Hai in shock. At this time, the Long Zhonghua didn't move. You want to go out? Are you looking for death? Hide well, and wait for me to call you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, What? You really want to go out? Do you want to die? Zhang Yulian exclaimed. It's not over yet. It's time for me to go out. I have to go out. Gu Hai flew into the sky with a cold face. Whoosh! Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle in between his eyebrows. He shouted, Immortal of the Six Paths. Chapter 707. Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle on his forehead. He shouted, Immortal of the Six Paths. No, Zhang Yulian said anxiously. However, Gu Hai was already in the sky. It was too late. Even though it was very far away, a six-colored ray suddenly shot out, causing everyone's expression to change. Gu Hai! Kong Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Gu Hai, who was ranked second on the list of traitors. This was the person Long Zhonghua valued the most over the years. Huh? Gu Hai has also turned over to the light? Sima Zongheng sneered. Long Shenwen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. His face was gloomy. Long Shining frowned. He was confused. Gu Hai was afraid of death and started to betray his father? Tai looked at Gu Hai coldly. Tai only knew about Gu Hai for what others told him. He didn't know much about Gu Hai. Kong Xian and Tai Chu knew Gu Hai too well. They knew Gu Hai so well that they wanted to kill him the moment they met. Especially Tai Chu. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. When he saw Gu Hai flying over, he panicked. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. The people you meet are too dangerous. No matter what your cultivation is, they will all end up the same. Taiwa was stunned. When Gu Hai first met his reincarnation, Xiaorou, he was also nailed to the wall. Now he was also nailed to the wall. His life and death were decided by someone else. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried. Last time, at the brink of death, it was Gu Hai who appeared to save him. At that time, he looked at Gu Hai as if he was looking at a war god. Now, is Gu Hai here to save me? But now, it was much more dangerous than before. Gu Hai, you still dare to come? Absolute Beginning glared at him, his body exuding a monstrous, murderous aura. Yihua died mysteriously because of Gu Hai. Although a peacock feather was found in the end, did it have anything to do with Gu Hai? Yinhua was also killed by Gu Hai's son. Gu Hai was a scourge, and the person Tai Chu wanted to kill the most was Gu Hai. Why wouldn't I dare? The heavens have already made it clear that as long as one renounces the darkness and defers to the light, they will let bygones be bygones. How can the heavens' words not be a match for your anger? Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it too late for you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light now? Long Zhonghua is about to die. What's the use of asking you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light? The heavens let those who renounce the darkness and defect to the light make up for their mistakes. What about you? You're second on the list of traitors. Second. It's you who helped Long Zhonghua find the three paths of reincarnation. You've committed a heinous crime. How can you atone for it? Do you think your last plea will be of any use? Absolute Beginning said coldly. All around, everyone looked coldly at Gu Hai. The Eye of Heaven also stared at Gu Hai. Obviously, like Absolute Beginning, Gu Hai seemed to have been sentenced to death. Not to mention, Long Zhonghua had already been refined into the furnace. What's the use of you? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? The three paths of reincarnation? Did I find it? Or did someone help me find it? Did I just get lucky? Or did someone deliberately plan this? Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Immortal Six Paths snorted coldly in the sky. Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has renounced the darkness for the light today. However, I have something to report. Gu Hai said seriously. Important? What important thing can you have? Is there anything more important at this time? Long Zhonghua's death is enough. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Long Shenwen and Sima Zongheng were spies arranged by the heavens. They played a crucial role in the last moment. However, this is not the end. Long Zhonghua is not dead yet, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Absolute beginning narrowed his eyes. What I want to say is that Deqian has your spies. Solar God Palace also has Deqian spies. They are right here, right beside you, Gu Hai said solemnly. How dare you? The Monster Kings, Kong Xian, and Absolute Beginning all glared at him. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted, and he instantly assumed a defensive posture. Although Gu Hai might be making things up, and Absolute Beginning did not believe Gu Hai at all, what if? Sima Zongheng and Long Shengwen were the two spies who had ambushed Long Zhonghua from behind, causing Long Zhonghua's battle to fail. Although Sima Zongheng and Long Shengwen were powerful, they were not worth mentioning in front of Long Zhonghua. However, these two small fries in Long Zhonghua's eyes had caused Long Zhonghua's battle to fail. What if, just in case, there was really a Long Zhonghua's spy behind him? And what if he did the same thing to him when he was the most focused? Absolute Beginning instantly shivered. While guarding against everyone around him, he narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. The pupils of the deity of the six paths in the sky also shrank. If what Gu Hai said was right, it was extremely dangerous. Spy? Who's the spy? Don't change the topic. You helped Long Zhonghua find the three paths of reincarnation and cause the destruction today. Do you think changing the topic will solve the problem? Absolute Beginning sneered at Gu Hai in disbelief. I told you, I just happened to be there. There's a mastermind behind this. I'm just being used, Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Everyone's eyes widened. When Long Zhonghua took the human Tao secret realm, I'm sure everyone knows. Thousand Saints Assembly? You don't need me, right? Long Zhonghua killed a saint by force, which is the same as forcing people to enter the human Tao secret realm. If it were me or the other Deqian, would they be able to do it? I helped Long Zhonghua obtain the human Tao reincarnation. Ha, it's me. But do you really need me? Gu Hai glared. Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. The faces of the Monster Kings around also darkened. Human Tao reincarnation? Ha, good. Let's not talk about it. What else? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Wait, before that, shouldn't we take a look? During the Thousand Saints Assembly, other than me, how many of the Monster Kings here were very close to the human Tao reincarnation? How many of them could conspire with Long Zhonghua and make me the scapegoat? Gu Hai said solemnly. While Gu Hai was casting him aside, he was also pouring dirty water on others. I'm beside you. What? Gu Hai, are you trying to accuse me of being Long Zhonghua's spy? Absolute Beginning sneered. I didn't say that. Absolute Beginning. Don't take it personally or confess in advance, Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with killing intent. Maybe someone else is hiding in the dark? Gu Hai sneered. Absolute Beginning snorted. Gu Hai flew closer and closer to the cauldron. All right, next, let's talk about the Beast Path Mystic Realm that Long Zhonghua just took. Did I find the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm on my own initiative, or did someone send me to the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm? Huh? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. One of the entrances to the Beast Path Mystic Realm was with Luya. This was something that Absolute Beginning had just found out. Back then, I was imprisoned and at the mercy of others. It was Tai who imprisoned me in Tai Chu's hands, right? But how did I end up at the entrance of Lu Ya's Beast Path Mystic Realm? Did I find it, or did someone deliberately send me there? Gu Hai stared at Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning's pupils suddenly constricted. You're saying that I deliberately let you go and let you come into contact with the Beast Path Mystic Realm? I'm not talking about you. I just find it strange. When I was in Luya's hands, Absolute Beginning took me from Luya and placed me in your hands. Why did you go behind Absolute Beginning's back and return me to Luya? Gu Hai said solemnly. You're slandering me. Back then, Dong Wang handed you over to me to watch over, just to appease Taiwa. Luya asked me for you, and I gave you to him because of our relationship. Tai Chu anxiously glared at him. Although what Tai Chu said was the truth, everyone's mind was filled with doubts. This was the difference between who said it first and who said it later. If Tai Chu said it first, no one would doubt him. However, Gu Hai was the one who said it. Everyone's expression sank. That's right. Did Absolute Beginning do it on purpose? I'm not slandering you, and it might not be you. Why are you rushing to admit it? If it's as you said, Luya came to find you again. But I was taken away from Luya by Absolute Beginning. Why did Luya take me to the Beast Path Mystic Realm? If it's not you, maybe someone else instigated him? Guhai smiled. Absolute Beginning suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that after Guhai left, he found Yihua's body and found a peacock feather. Absolute Beginning suddenly looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian bewitched Luya, and then found the Beast Path Mystic Realm? Was it him? If he was a spy, it made sense. He was Absolute Beginning's most trusted person. At this crucial moment, he definitely couldn't inform Long Zhonghua. He could only find another way. This was also because of Yihua's death. At that time, Absolute Beginning was a little dissatisfied with Kong Xian, which caused Absolute Beginning to suspect Kong Xian. Just as everyone was suspecting Absolute Beginning began to suspect Kong Xian. When he looked at Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Why is Absolute Beginning looking at me? Is he trying to slander me? Guhai, you're too close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Absolute Beginning warned Guhai coldly. Unknowingly, Guhai was already close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Is that so? I've just entered the heavenly palace. Even if I have immortal power, it's limited. You're not worried that I'll destroy the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, right? Guhai sneered. Absolute Beginning snorted. The stronger one was, the more immortal power would increase. Now, even Long Zhonghua couldn't break the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, let alone Guhai. All right, now let's talk about the Azura Path Mystic Realm. I'm sure it won't be a secret even if I tell you. This is the scroll I took when His Holiness fought with me. The scroll has the blueprint of the entrance to the Azura Path Mystic Realm written on it. This is it. Guhai flipped his hand and took out the scroll. Whoosh! The scroll flew out, and everyone's face fell. I got this by chance. I'm sure everyone knows how I got it. It's no secret, but am I that lucky? I wonder if there were other people from the Solar God Palace nearby at that time. Guhai smiled. Kong Xian? Absolute Beginning's eyes suddenly widened. Because at that time, Kong Xian was in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. After fighting with Shiyu the Great, he had a confrontation with the Drought Demon Ancestor, and Emperor Qi. The location of the confrontation was not far from His Holiness. Kong Xian left, and Guhai got this scroll. Or Kong Xian didn't leave. Absolute Beginning, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to slander me? Kong Xian glared at him and said angrily, when everyone was suspecting you, Absolute Beginning, you still dare to slander me. Shut up, Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Master, Kong Xian said anxiously. Dong Wang, Absolute Beginning also said anxiously. Shut up, all of you. This is Guhai's one-sided story. We'll talk about it after the Long Zhonghua dies. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Yes, the two answered. Absolute Beginning looked at Kong Xian, and Kong Xian looked at Absolute Beginning. Both of them had a cold look in their eyes. It was no longer important whether the two were spies. What was important was that Absolute Beginning didn't dare to trust the two of them without caution. While refining the Long Zhonghua, he was wary of the two,